Democratic Republic of the Congo. That's by the Republic of the Congo. Republic of the Congo. Democratic Republic of the Congo. By that one. How about Nigeria? That borders Niger. Why? Not it. Country. Where's that money? I know where Equatorial Guinea is. Guinea-Bissau. I know where Cote d'Ivoire is. Yes. That's funny. Nope. That's not what it is. It's not. It's not. Not funny. Stop. Now that's funny. You don't even have to hear it. What the fuck? That is bull. Not. Who's the best? I am. That's not even funny. Uh, his stand up is awful. I could literally come up with better stand up in 10 minutes. Your ass, Jezebel. You looking like a Jezebel. Booty hole. Worst comic ever. Loser.
I want to give an honest critique of your set. I thought when you stopped trying to be shocking, what you were trying to do with the, and when you stopped saying things that were obviously and your dog, by an Xbox, I don't know if it was. When you started to actually say real things you saw, you started getting big laughs, man. Stick to that shit. Stick to the real shit. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to. Last time I was here, I did audience call response stuff. He didn't like that much, so I wanted to just
neither did the crowd or the viewers at home. Like that, you're putting it on.
Well, someone was the.
Yeah. Yeah, we noticed when you said shut the fuck up. Yeah.
But I just wanted to do a bunch of jokes back to back.
Back to back. Next time, do good ones. What do you do for work?
A handyman.
You're a handyman. You have huge forearms. I'm noticing it. Popeye like forearms.
I did wrestle for first grade in Ohio.
Wow. You're originally from Ohio?
Yes, Columbus. I was just outside though.
What are you doing outside in Youngstown?
I was visiting my friend who lives in. Is that true? It seemed like a nice area because I know some areas aren't.
Yeah, Youngstown. Boardman. Like they have parents and water as a kid. It's a whole thing. People from Youngstown. Don't worry. What do you do for fun, Taylor?
For fun, I golf. I live in golf. Gym. Drink.
Are you sober?
Because I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict. And I'll smoke crack cocaine.
Really? You smoke crack cocaine? What was bottom? What was bottom?
Bottom.
There's lower than crack cocaine? Yeah, but I want to know the bottom worse than, no, I'm not saying drugs worse. Most regretful night of crack you've ever done. The world wants to know.
Since I've been to Austin, I've been to the site board.
Okay. Wow. Turns out Bob is Irish fucking pathetic crack. That's the shit you gotta do instead of your dogs riding a fucking skateboard around town. You're on a goddamn skateboard. Turns out your dog's bigger than you are.
Well, I was on the regular floor. Sad people and. Oh yeah, the floor, the regular sad people. For like the real crazy people, we went to this like gymnasium one day, and there was some people you see out on the street, like legitimately crazy people, and they started yelling about Joe Biden and saying this was Joe Biden's fault, and just
well, that guy's right. He's not that crazy. That guy sounds like a cheat. Shit. I love that no matter how move on of somebody, there's somebody. Right. He's in a psych ward, they're like, no, the really crazy people. No, you're on the norm. They're doing programs and stuff. Those guys are going to be here forever. Fight about modern day politics. Taylor, give us one more crazy fun fact about me.
Oh, Guy Fieri paid me $1,000.
Okay, let's go back, actually. So, if you say you've been to the psych ward here twice, was that immediately after, like, crazy crack bender?
No, it was alcohol withdrawal, and I said I was going to...
What floor is that? Give me yourself. Floor or second?
Second floor. Third floor is...
What's third? That's one.
Real crazy. Second is just sad alcoholics, and one is straight up.
How close did you come actually?
I don't know. When you get the alcohol withdrawal, DTs are pretty rough and you're shaking. It bugs out pretty right. It sucks a lot. And I had like guns out in my apartment, and my friend came over, and then he called the police. It was more for a cry of help. I don't know if I would have done it.
How much were you drinking right before then? After this withdrawal?
Oh, this is the most pussy shit ever. I drank twisted teas for like 24 hours a day. Tall can. I don't know, because I think once you go through DTs, your body goes to it quicker the second time, and it's just probably 30 to 50 12-ounce cans a day.
That's a lot of sugar.
Yeah, it's also the
David Lucas.
He does the non-alcoholic. 50 cans of that motherfucker. Alright. So, it's crazy. What would you do in these states of mind? 30, 50 twisted teas in. Watch college football and watch Bob Does Sports on YouTube, watch YouTube videos and pass out, and come to watching all 4 golf videos. Wow. I went to the second one when Ohio State played Oregon. I passed out halfway through that game. And I went to the second one that night. That was a rough game. We got back. All right. Hey, friend, congratulations. It's interesting. You're great life, dude. You more come on. You gotta the good shit. Oh my god. Started this game like I set schedule every single portion of the show. I mean, every single thing. It was so overwhelming. And every day, introduce a new decision that so you're starting up. But you're growing every day with new tasks on that list and easily begin to override by finding the right tool that not only helps you out but simplifies everything. Such a game changer. Millions of businesses that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. All e-commerce. Also, games like Talent, Gymshark, the brand.
When you make money on Shopify, it's easy to get started with your own designs. Use Shopify. Beautiful online store to match your brand style. Plus, look at your content. Shopify will help network descriptions, page headlines, enhance your product photography.
Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and your customers scrolling Shopify. That's everything from managing it to international shipping returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into Shopify on your site. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com. If you go to Shopify.com. This podcast is sponsored by Nick. Our favorite nicotine pouches, hands down. If you haven't made this pouches yet, now is the time. Reaching for Shopify. Crisp. Its premium nicotine pouches will elevate your nicotine experience. They're made with proprietary coconut fiber, killer, better nicotine absorption, and a more comfortable mouthfeel.
Tony, I love the variety of flavors is so good. And the pouches last for hours. As nicotine pouches.
We know you'll love these. We have special offers. Tell Tony let stuff with 30 first 3 quarters only if you order now at kingcouches.com. That's nykcouches.com/Tony. And you get 5% off of the couches.com. Products are only elsewhere. Alright, thanks so much for your next ladies. No, I've never been here before. Never been to this building. So tonight I was a little bit confused. You see, I was turning the corner and I saw an ocean. And a giant ass line. Gosh. Damn. That place must have some pretty good. You see, it's so cute when people shoot. You know, when you get the whole this for the bakery. Soup and a little more of it. Now, folks, today I saw a sports car. I know what you're thinking, fellas. Sports car? Oh, yeah.
These guys are worse.
Not the old fashioned, but here's a bag and scab. Let's see. This is my impersonation of the medicine. Moment. You see her? Impossible first. That's it. Alright. There in the west.
That was awful. Terrible. You're awful. Listen to himself. Good job.
It's really wild.
Good job.
Really wild. I've never done comedy before. Um, 8 till 10. Yes, I haven't done comedy in about 7, 8 years. This is your first time doing it in 7 or 8 years? Sober, yes.
Wow. Well, that's good. You still suck.
Rollerblading.
Or I've been walking. No, I like, have a lot of like crazy amount of paintings. Kind of disgusting.
Wow, I got gold diggers right up there.
Like, like every single wall is covered. It's kind of like people walk in my place and they're like set back, tiny little apartment, in a nicer area, but it's super cheap. I tell people it's a forgotten apartment complex. All these like mansions built around it, and they were like, "Oh boy, it has to live somewhere." And like those are our fucking apartments. Like,
What are the paintings of?
I personally love paintings of like 18th century, like kind of like Mr. Burns, and like that's like what I have.
You look like a good Mr. Burns.
My mirrors.
So, that every painting in your house looks like guys out spy on you.
Yeah.
It's a young, unsuccessful there. Are you Greek?
My what?
Are you Greek?
No.
You're Latino, right? You're into Latino fashion. I
Well, thank you.
did that as a joke earlier, Red Man. I was like,
No, I'm German and Cherokee.
German and what?
And Cherokee. What kind of that? I don't know. I don't know.
All right, Aaron. Fun times, buddy. I liked your.
Big joke book, you are awful. You might be one of the worst people. Oh, what is this bullshit? Gonna bite a bitch. Damn, girl. Girl is hot as fuck.
Tired. Now, I'm not going to beat around the bush because I am Brazilian. Don't do bushes. But as a woman, in order to savor 2 ounces of sausage, I have to put up with the 200 pink. And I don't hate, man. I shave my armpit. But for example, if girls fuck boys, they're called sluts. If men exact same, they win an island. I'm not talking about Jeff Epstein. I'm talking about Fuck Boy Island. Not the TV show, The Vatican.
This is awful.
Hallelujah. Let's protect.
Lady, you're good. You're lucky you're hot. You are terrible.
Would have worked. We already nothing. You weren't unable. Shut up, I love. Yeah, how long have you been on stand up? A little less than. You've been on the show less than 3
Dong show every Monday for a year. On the Ding Dong show. Those of you that don't know, Ding Dong show is famously the longest running show. It's not a stand-up show.
Once you speak with them
How would you describe the show?
in Discord right now, it just goes futurology topics such as a transatlantic tunnel, floating skyscrapers, Santa Claus machine, smell-o-vision, digital scent technology, electric noises, 4D films, milk sex bots, and more.
How many times a week do you live in LA? Like, not a lot. Clients open mics. How do you make money? Okay. That's in LA. You do models in LA. Okay. Do you do online or you go to hey, I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm just sorry. He likes you. What do you do? Okay. Oh, Red Hat. Oh, Red Hat's got a ever do any what did you play?
So what the fuck just happened? Bezos, you fuck. Too busy planning your Venice wedding, can't make a fucking tablet to save your fucking soul. Oh, that's good. Attachment. Love it. That's just He is the biggest pimp of all time.
That's plenty. Don't add anything else to that equation. About 3 years. Beautiful. At the Line Hotel. Okay. How long have you been doing that for? About a month. I just moved out here about 3 months ago. Where? The Bay Area. You might be the first bartender in history where a customer doesn't have a for getting another. That true? Yeah, we're gonna put that to the train after this. Wait, okay. What do you do for fun, Mushroom Man? So I'm really good at catching birds. You do that with hands? Well, yeah, like usually it's with I have like my brother at the beach, and then I'll hide inside of the hole under a towel, and then my brother's full of bread on top, and then we'll catch the seagull. You know, do less rooms. Good. Man, the fuck you do that? I mean, it's like the fish. Going fishing and catching is nothing. How many birds do you think you've caught in your life? Probably in like double digits, at least 13. 13 birds. And any signs of injury? Oh, no, absolutely. I show for signs of injury. Sometimes. Wow. Okay. Just when you thought a seagull's life couldn't get any shittier. What do you want to do? You go by the name Mushroom Man. Well, I do offer. Oh, no. In and out at once. My birthday's a good time. What exactly happened in and out? Yeah. I mean, that's 8 things lost. Weird when we do a fraction of that. The birds need in and out. Right. Get up. No, everything kind of just feels like you're in a haunted house. It gets scary. It feels like there's spirits around, but like sometimes you make friends. Do you remember what any of the spirits do? They told me not to do that many mushrooms. Oh, really? Yeah. Spirits at all. Well, mushroom around town. You're not doing stand-up or art. I like to go fishing. Go fishing. I'm obsessed with catching animals. Yeah. I have considered moving to Florida to like snakes and everything. The python problem. I love catching animals. I don't know. Did you know there was a problem? I was
comics, there's just like a lot of pythons, like Burmese pythons. I guess in Hurricane Katrina, like released all the pet store snakes, and so they just ran rapid out of the Everglades and were like eating alligators and shit. It's pretty crazy. Maybe you think you could help with that? You think you could be one of the single hand solutions? Wow.
I have a question for the audience. Just raise your hand. Does anybody in this audience write comic books? Can somebody find somebody that writes this? There needs to be a comic book about this. Would you not read the comic book of Mushroom? I gotta tell you, it's that was
Great. I've been single for a long time. I guess I'm kind of
basic.
Kiss girls, the dogs. Yes, I have just a girl. Yes, I want to say mushroom at times. Here's a little joke. Say this. I'm not sexy, like at all. And I can't even dirty talk right either. Like I just sound way too plain and dorky. Like I had this girlfriend, and she would always say things like, "Nick, I want you to eat my pussy from the back." And me being me, I would just be like, "Oh, okay." You betcha. Oh, there you go. Same night, she was like, "You know what? Take the condom off. I don't care anymore. Just fuck me raw." And I'm just like, "Well, splendid. Oh, happily obliged. Thank you." Right. And after that, she's like, "All right, go ahead. Crazy. Choke me. You eat me. You say me. Ouch." I do all that, but even then, I'm still like, "Boy, hope this isn't too tight around your neck, you bitch. Are you okay, you fucking whore? I love you. All right, Nick." No, I got fired, actually. Why'd you? They found out I didn't have a car for most of my employment. Why was that a problem? Because they require you to have a car. Writing, don't move me again, but I was writing parking tickets. Damn it, stop. Jesus. Sometimes? No, it was just writing parking tickets. And now I can talk about this because I'm not working there anymore. Half the time, I would just like, all right, dude, tell me you're proud of me, and I'll like, wow. What are your jokes? Thank you. It's my personality, but thank you, Joe. All right.
You're welcome. I think you're funny, man. How long have you done stand-up?
Let's see, not counting that weird COVID year, like it's actually my 6th year as of last week. Yeah, dude, I was so nervous. I almost tripped up my way up here. I can do that. What do you do now that you you don't work at a parking lot?
I do Lyft full time, so I'm unemployed.
Wait, so now you have a car?
I do, yeah.
You got fired for not having a car?
And then 2 weeks later, like, like,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry.
We got people in charge of writing tickets for dicks.
Yeah,
What kind of car did you get?
I got a
Chevy Malibu.
Yeah. Wow. Good shit, man.
So what's it like swimming in bitches?
To be honest, I smell months, but I got some pussy the other night. I threw on in, and I met her up at a bar, and then I, meet her pussy in her car, and then,
Wow. Where exactly did you guys go? Did you meet the
oh, DVD, my thing. So I met up at my, usual spot, Fraser. Wow. Guys, alright, yeah. They got these there, like, give the girl in the, you can kind of, like, have an exclusive store. Not me, actually, but, like, yes. Like, so it works. No, like, I paid probably, like, 5 girls every year.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Kind of a horror, dude.
Really are you can joke about Chevy. Turns out, joke's on me. You're swimming in pussy.
I mean, it is fair.
Of Frasier's. 5 girls. So let's talk about this the other day thing. Took her to Frasier's. How did you end up eating her pussy inside of her car? What kind of car did she have? Something smaller than a
Almost I think it was a Toyota or something, but not a.
So how did it get to that?
Well, we were already we were pretty heavily protected, so that gave me some confidence to start off with. And, pretty heavily. Yeah.
Can you give us an example? Some heavy flirtation from you being
There's a little difficult on my tongue, but let's see here.
Let's unlock his phone real quick. Let's get a yonder unlocker.
Go for it. No, they made me take it out.
Oh, okay. Somebody grab that fucking and a yonder unlocker, or we can get the tech guy to probably do some special code on it or something. I know what the Shark Week vacation first version. Alright. Here we go.
My phone, I know what happened. I put my phone in the pocket of my backpack. Yeah, just bring the whole backpack up here. Yeah, it's the green one.
That's where we all get killed, everyone. Let's go.
You have to scroll a little bit.
I'll scroll. Wait. Pictures of your dog?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So when did you guys go out? Monday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry I missed the last bit, honey.
Like to encourage Braziers on E6, but always have a suggestion. Either bench. LOL, I like energy. It's still good each other talk. Pretty. Okay, perfect. Like the chat. And Eastside is infinitely better than Dirty. Oh, she's got amazing. Bars are so much cleaner too. You dirty boy. Wow, there's real whores in here. One of the and get your chart information. LOL, sure. January 1994. Born on a Saturday morning in a blizzard. Lord, so much energy. Oh, using caps. Do you have a lot of friends? Like, well, a lot of them. And then you actually eating his like LOL true. And let's see, played the field a lot. Had a couple simulations over the years. Sure, not. Don't worry though. My hope is over. My hope is over. Beach props her. And her one movie. I did have one girlfriend cheat on me, so that's pretty tragic. Looking back, I should have been a bigger hoe. I was out there looking for love. I hope she got the opposite of everything she gave her one situation. Always goes together, haha. Coming off of day, we can always go together, haha. Terrific. Here we go. Okay, let me get hoe back.
That is one, just so you know, but on if you're wondering about the term that check that was just cleaned an hour before. It's so cute when men try to hide their point. They'll be talking about anything, everything. Never be mad about jeans. Well, I just love all the cliches in there. I'm definitely much more kind of on me. What do you like be a girl wearing? I'm a man of
Damn, girl.
girls brand. Lucky you. New type of girl. Number type. Funny, sweet, smart, honest, effective. Someone I can turn my brain off when I'm around. I'd be thinking all day in my brain. My freak. Honestly, much as I value deep connection and love and all that, very horny guy, huh? On you. Wow. I have a bit of an addiction. I like to be very control. Well, I'm this man. I'm in the show. I'm crying. I googled exhibitionist to make sure that was the right term, and then
I do it when I took that.
okay, I just like the super actually.
Trans people love
I got both. I just crossed my fingers there.
television.
No, you're I'm a Gemini. I have two personalities. I have an outlet. A walking sexy.
There you go, big guy. Yeah. This guy wants the king. Oh,
There's a saying in Estonia, the guy that's still with did you understand what you for the man? Be really profound. Shit. Yeah. Well, what? What am I doing? The caller? Let's ask her how the pussy eating was. The segment of the show. She an hour ago. Let's see if I can look her up. So you tried to reach this man. Oh my god. Freaking Jane. Already joke. All about the country. I just found out what code switching is so fun.
There she is. What up, girl? How you living? All right. Well, I'm waiting for you. Alrighty. Okie doke. Here comes the invitation. How are you? Well, thankfully, how are you? Look at you. That looked like a perfect strike right off the bat. Get the two. For sure. No doubt it's a strike. Ooh. Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt I got that spare, girl. Alright, let's see you get a strike. Strike. You're gonna get these three. I have no doubt. Oh. Oh, for sure. For sure. They should just give it to me. Uh-oh. This is tough. This is tough. Look at this. How do you even hit this? I don't even know how to do it. Oh, I almost got it. That's good. That's very good. Very good. Match her. Oh, man. Very good. Get it, girl. There we go. Miss Aquarius with a strike, and she's gonna get another one. Oh, this girl is on fire. Oh, not nearly as good as you. Wow, that was amazing. All right, get these three. Get these three. Miss Aquarius. Welcome, welcome. How you living? Oh, Miss Aquarius, three strikes in a row? Oh, wow, you are on fire. Get four. Here we go, girl. Miss Aquarius has never broken 100, folks, and she's about to do it. You broke 100. Congratulations. Miss Aquarius, you got your record, 104. Miss Aquarius has a record. We've never seen such a performance. That was phenomenal. Miss Aquarius, 104. Good job. You got like four strikes in a row. They want to be unmuted. Miss Aquarius, I can't believe you just got four strikes in a row. That was phenomenal. Phenomenal. For sure. For sure. There's no doubt I'm going to get these two. Right in the middle. Right in the middle. Got him. Got him. I am shocked. Miss Aquarius got 104. First time you've ever gotten more than 100. I was here for it. Nice. You're welcome. Oh, that's alright. I'll take a spare. I cannot believe you got 104. Strike after strike after strike after strike. Get it. Oh no. Ooh. It's Aquarius. Unbelievable, girl. 104. What a record. Yay is right. Alright, get this. Get this. Oh. You win, I win. You win, I win. I win, you win. That's right, Miss Aquarius. I'll take the W. Especially when you play the way you played. Great job. Great job. Thank you, ma'am. Sweet dreams. Bye bye, friend. Oh, this is great. 100 and what a record. This song sucks. What's going on? You, you old dog, you.
Tragedy. freak. Honestly, Hickey turned turtle. Color?
Look at this athleticism.
I coach him sometimes, and it's just there because angle. Put me the picture on the for the ball. Now his name's Donnie. Oldest guy in his family. 6 foot. He has downs. He's also deaf. And they sent me out there to go get him to throw the ball. So I'm explaining to him on the mound, like, Donnie, you can't roll the ball. You have to throw the ball. But I realized I was doing it deaf. Donnie, you can't roll the ball. You have to throw the ball. Thanks. I'm a right ugly, guys.
That was awful. You are awful.
What made you start now?
I've always wanted to do it at a time. I was always on the road.
What were you doing on the road?
I was a guitar player.
Yeah?
Failed. Anybody? Started playing for a guy named Jim Allen. We were in Texas playing all one
You
chance.
guys know Jim Allen? Damn, that's not
Fine. But that was fun. World that was crazy. Play with. Oh, they cut me.
You're
You're not
terrible.
that good?
No, it's just I was told different direction. Full rowdy, I would say.
Like, how are you rowdy?
Like very animated, jump around. It's a fucking show. He's thought of taking a show. Yeah.
Good person on the road?
Yeah. I like Steve.
You don't have what?
And you
No. No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we party too much. No, I'm really drinking. Oh no, terms are heavy.
It's the new thing. Everybody gets extreme fucking shit. Have you found God?
No.
Okay. He's looking.
I'm always
Do we have another guitar here? Did we bring the second guitar? Here we go. We gotta see that. Sure as fuck not a queen. At least not yet. Here we are. Name some of the bands you've been in again. No names, just for other people. And you kind of jump around very animated during this person. These actually artists that people are there to see. You have something like an original kind of, some riff that you'd like to play that won't get us tagged on YouTube? Shit is calling the play right now, ladies and gentlemen. At D7. People showing up.
You're fun here tonight, Ryan? Yeah, man. What's another crazy thing about your childhood life that
I used to be a child model for a Jewish department store called Wieners. Wieners. Yeah, back in the 90s and 80s, but it was called Wieners. I was a child model for them all through the 90s.
You ever get molested?
Nah, I'm fucking scared of that one.
It's close.
Don't ask, don't tell, baby, you know.
Oh, no. Ryan. For a while.
I'm friends with a lot of colors. Blacks, got any blacks in the town? Oh, hell yeah, they got you up in front. That's... Listen, I'm not regular white. Blacks, and as a white man, when a black man calls you that, it's like when your dad pats you on the son. But boy, they don't like it when you say it back to them. Black face, and I'm cutting it. That's started walking with them. And I said it about 20 times. I can say that. You should be allowed to party. Okay? Called these motherfuckers.
Police? Probably stuck rotten out for her. They're in the back.
Diversity. Hey, I'll be honest with you. In that rock, I didn't have to take that shit. There's a tree.
Kind of crazy shit we hear about.
If you'll read it, well, my girlfriend Gina.
Yeah, of course.
Doctor.
What kind of doctor is she again?
Pediatrist.
Yep, perfect.
She's actually right.
Your girlfriend. Okay, sure. Yep, perfect.
That's a Harley Quinn. She pissed off at me. She shoved her face in my phone while I spent. So, I said, yeah, you know. We know, yeah, I'm a whore. I'm
Can you give us a ball? Here.
everything to
Whoa, what's that?
me flipping out of here.
How was Ryan? changing the subject right now? Right there, Tony. She's right there,
One of the craziest things ever. The Aryan laser went into the veterans. I went to the stall at the I was in the urinal. Laser just hung on the wall of the urinal and talked to the duration of him peeing. And just over his shoulder to pee. And just left.
Enough of grace is like the pimp. Go. Oh, that's the move.
Explain to the children.
That is a terrible idea.
Here's the question. Let me remind you. A guy like you, right? You're on testosterone. Friends back in you. What do you?
Advantage. What is by Santa Claus? Will we ever see no?
Watch too much.
Hey, you. Biggest poop of all. Wants to speak with you. So that down. As we try to apple pepper. As a everyone color. Voted to speak. Santa Claus. Because 40 years, no sex about before. Art? What is art?
I was in Galveston recently. Yeah, went to Gulf America. I tried. Okay, like I took 12 grams of mushrooms and I stared out at the ocean. It was brown. Dolphin can't find the 10W30 out of a hole. Okay,
What was that?
it's not. Dolphin can't find the 10W30 out of a hole. It was still brown. Dolphin can't find the 10W30 out of a hole. Okay, it's not.
That sucks.
I actually, I'm trying to look for the pop and everything, you know? It's cool, like, I found out that, like, ICE for progressive, they're hiring. Have you guys heard about this? Yeah, ICE has this new program, 30 for 30. They want users by 2030. Oh, yeah. Way to go, lady.
What you think of setup?
Couple newer jokes. I don't think I'm wet. Longer joke. Should be shorter. Okay. Oh, okay. I kind of wanted to went down the Gulf of America. Now that we took it back, yeah, yeah. Used to be the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico. Really brown. Hey, yeah. Thank you. Not like an abnormal amount. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you could compare yourself to a sea animal, what sea animal do you think
Mary.
you're most like, JP?
Manatee.
Yes.
Why?
I'm friendly. Everybody knows.
I don't even get it.
Right. And not for fun, JP.
For fun.
Other than mass amounts of money. Buddy tonight, it's like we're doing it. Yeah. Facility.
I only do it every 2 weeks. Like it's a.
You take up all that stuff.
I can't. No.
Okay, correct.
And then they do this trans every 2 weeks. It makes the.
And you eat a lot.
Not really. I've been fat for a while. This is not like relation of a fatness. This isn't a this is a sprint like at a buffet.
Why are you sad?
That was like
Alright. The mushrooms make the
only system
why are you against the aggressive?
it's not that I'm against them. I have
Can't get them.
no, I have Papa John's let me down. No, I have traumatic brain injuries. Affects how the medication speaks.
You have what injuries?
Traumatic brain injuries.
What?
I've died
Hey,
twice. I got hit in the head twice.
So how did you die twice?
First time my mom did.
Okay. Keep going. How did she do that?
Like I didn't know that when I was telling people that I jumped off the couch playing Superman hit my head against the table. And then when the ambulance got there, but it turns out she worked.
Your head on the table, she grabbed you and hit your head against the table.
Yeah, I am the
That's what's known as a late term abortion.
yeah. How do you find one? Yeah, that may be the first thing I've ever done.
She's
I don't that's
was
I'm still working that through therapy right now.
okay.
I have a joke about it. Part of not every room was
Now we
That one over here.
oh yeah.
Let's hear it, baby. Hit me with the big dog. Tell her to shut the fuck up. Say the joke, big man.
So I was
Oh my god.
it's just a weird way of saying yeah. I hit body with the I remember it. It was Jasper. I know you battle with past demons, though it's rough, but I'm going to tell you what Jim Jeffries said to me when I was in your spot and I was mental shit. But the brother reach out to me any fucking time and I'll talk to you about that shit. Say that right now, you fucking reach out to me any time you need me. Because
I like this. No, he's been on the show. I know this guy. Not a new name, dog.
Went to Home Depot today to pick up a lawnmower. It's gonna be a shame when Trump sends them back. For the next 4 years, President, if you ever shop early, got last bit one stock. Guatemala standing there with a paintbrush and a razor. Texas is great for everybody, although it is still a little segregated by city. Dallas is for white people, Houston's for black people, San Antonio's for Mexicans, and Austin's for black and El Paso. But if you're half black and half Hispanic, I'm sorry, you have to go back. 7 from I've told you that before. I'm actually from a very small town outside. Yep. Yeah, I worked here for like a year and a half. Then just built. Real job. I went here to work construction, but then I got fired for an Instagram reel. Made a fake bartending resume 2 months. Now I bartend. What was the reel that got you in trouble? Spanish, and I said that puta madre means project manager. Fired me. It asked me to do reel. I was like, they did that? Worth it? Yeah, where was it? No, that was like construction. Okay. Is it worth making the reel? Kinda. I was really happy because it was like my first reel. So great. It was kind of worth it, I guess. They just stumbled across it, or did you show workers? They stumbled organically. Thought I was the company. Yeah. They're like, oh, your customers have been liking this reel of it. Around that. And yeah, I never met them. What's it like? Explain to the people I on your resume that you're a bartender, and all of a sudden being thrown into an actual bartending ship. Actual bars that are busy. Sure. It's not that busy. Oh, okay. This is like the only thing that would hire me was job. You said that? I tried to lie. I was like, gin? That type of thing. And they were like, this not gonna work. But then this bar, then. That's how every bartender. But even when I find out, yes, lies. Yeah, you. That's how I've got every job in my life. I lie. Yeah, right. At the beginning, even like 2 months at the beginning, they would like order Manhattan. No, good. Okay, but even back surprises about your life. Last guy is morbidly obese, baby boy, MLS. Try to compete with that. I will try to compete with that. I never talk about this. Most of my friends have no idea, but I actually don't have right shoulder, no right delta. That was 15. And nobody notices, can't really tell, but I think about it every 30 seconds, every day of my life. Just got enough. It doesn't hurt. Is it shorter? That is a bit shoulder. Hey, yeah. I mean, I can
can say as a man with no shoulders, you got off easy. I was trying to. Been on this show. I figured shoulder, not that good. Also, this is not that crazy.
Which undies, does it look different?
Your own muscle.
Kind of pull your shirt second out.
I can't tell.
It's not that bad. The last guy had slammed his head against the coffee table with his whole injury for kind of.
You can tell. I have my shirt. Yeah. Can we see it? Let's see.
Forward.
He was the Princeton beer. You can tell big time. Like kind of a.
The military?
No, people ask me that. I just checked.
Yeah.
I couldn't go in the military, not for certain shoulder. That was a
Baboon heart. That's why he's the sound effect guy. That's why he hit living everything. Or he said the heart. Exactly. You already have a big fan? Oh, it is.
I love how he
Breaker or is
actually a fellow to the cheapest.
wow.
Jack, why are you so nervous? You're shaking and shit. You're confident. Sure. That's what's really asking. I don't know. I'm just nervous. I'm just shaking. Energy. He got nervous. Been a while. Show.
Yep.
Great. That's
Been a while.
When do you do back on the set of a react?
All right. Cannot make great match on panel. David Lucia, which means they won real option. Show a Kill Tony legend we haven't seen in months. If you know the lyrics to the introduction song,
Oh,
Asia, you gonna tell? Go back from Asia. It's great being in Asia. I cannot get the iPhone on the phone. I love being back in America. I love America. The mall. Can't wait till we get rid of DI. Harvard is going to be all Asian. It's not going to be called LinkedIn. It's going to be called Chick does QAnon. Well, that's my time. Thank you guys very much.
Electric noses. The fuck is that? Whatever you want to do, girl.
I went to eat my girlfriend and her 3 friends. It was a night. Her friend wasn't allowed to. So her girlfriend,
Oh,
her girl, female friend, right? Saying her and plus girlfriend and her friends, girlfriends. I don't know. Tell us. I had a great time. Whatever. I don't know. You did American shit. Yeah. Like 30%. Little fun fact that regulars on the show, not Ari Maddie, not David, William and Hans, notoriously miser ass. You paid for 30%. We know that. Over the pants jobbers. Girls that pay for their flights, their hotels. Yeah, I paid for some of the dinners. Not like they paid for anything. Like, I feel like I was positive. Your girlfriend at all? Did it be like, I mean, then it's kind of the appeal of the nice thing. But yeah. I know. That's why I asked. Repeat the question. Let me remind you, it's yes or the question. Did you mention it to your girlfriend verbally, like, hey, I your friend? Yes. Just making sure that. Were you like that 11.65 really cheap? Oh, fuck off. A foreign country. Man, I don't know. I'm not here for facts, man. I'm just here to jump in with a zinger here. I never said I was well read. Do it, zinger. I got a good zinger. Folks, it's not going to be called Lincoln anymore. It's going to be called Get. Folks, listen. Food is cheap. How cheap is it? How cheap is it? A dinner for 4 would only cost you $11.75. Hans, what else, buddy? Fantastic. Like your own mother and grandmother, right? It's a strong female. Got this from a Chinese market called Timu. I just live in life. My birthday is coming up soon. May 31st. May 31st. How do you celebrate your birthday, Hans? What are you looking forward to doing? I'm having a little pool party, and then I'm having a real party at 9 p.m. 9 p.m.? That's an exact. Your place? What do you think's going to be at your party? A karaoke? is going to be Catan, the game going on, hot man, hot out, Chris Catan. Hold it. Perhaps remember. Well, yeah, he like the mango. Mango. All right. I'm pretty sure we're all way station in the show.
Bingo. That's so funny.
Any closing words? I love you guys. Please be safe and have a great night. Wow. All right. We're starting towards
What do you think about that show? Watching it, it was good. Not the polo. Don't tell me about fucking polo. Polo. Oh, oh no, it's this one. Polo. Polo. Like the company. Polo. Polo. Dog, shut the fuck up. Like the company. Shut the fuck up. Not again. Polo. Yo, dog, how much of it hating this motherfucker and Brendan Shaw and fucking Bert Kreischer. Just watching enough of this shit, you're like, I fucking can't. They could do that with you. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, what was it? Podcast cringe. Dude, watch somebody else. He's just talking about the same shit. You know everything about this motherfucker. Playlist. Doug, stop this. You've seen too much of this. You get it. He sucks. His movie sucks. He's a bad father. Look at this athleticism and all. Is he this athletic? Nobody's this athletic, baby. Alright, put on something on the fucking. Not Joe Rogan. I like Shane Gillis though. Alright, I watch these. Yoda! You're throwing out the gang sign like a pimp, pimp, like a pimp, pimp. Ba, ba, ba. Look at this athleticism. Yeah, you fucking athletic, dog. Look at this pimp.
The
because it may have that Shane is a playground. So I actually know someone else is that little. I think that Shane some sort of so with that it kind of makes sense what you would call that. You know, they are not the 40th podcast in a row. What's it say about this? Just let that sink in for a moment. And while that's sinking in, think back to Shane's experience on the playground when they were discussing those reality shows featuring people with Down syndrome. Well, Schultz of his producers or one of the guys there who knows, they thought it would be funny to bring it up again as some sort of gag. So this time, it's done a little bit differently. Now, I know you guys accuse me of reading into stuff too much, but I honestly think it's so interesting. I think Shane would really, for a moment, let it slide and just decided to go along with it and not be, too sensitive about it. But there was just something about his language and mannerism that changed when they upped this video. And, well, take a look for yourselves and we'll pick it up straight after. Bro, Shane actually has been working out, Casey. That's crazy. Oh my god. You look good. This actually is. Thank you guys. And you know what? That's his rival profile picture.
what? That's better. Yeah. Gillian Keeps? I don't think, I swear to God. But he's not a 30 anyway. That was great. I swear to God. You do dance moves. Are you trying to find a guy with Down syndrome for the next time? How are you trying to do? This is going to be good. Yeah, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. By the way, these guys are all, yeah, they're happy. Yeah. For you guys to sit here and be like, oh, wait a minute, let's bring it up and mock them. No, dude, that's how by using them as yeah. So, you're insulting them by saying I look like that. You're insulting me by saying this is you back in your video. No, I'm not being saying the jokes you're doing is not, it's not like, that's easy. That's not, no, it's really triggering. You're making fun of these guys. Yeah. Put down TikTok videos. You're punching. Go back to analyzing fun. That sounds great. When people like this, all right, president. I'd have to. Oh, I don't care what anyone says. Shane 100% got annoyed by that, and you got to hand it to him. He called them out for laughing at those videos, but he let it go pretty much straight away. And now, I don't know about you. Some of you accuse me of fangirling over Shane too much, but that right there is one of the reasons I hate my favorite company at the moment. He's just such a straight up and down dude, and how it is. Okay, I'll stop now. I'm starting to break up. His most recent appearance on Flagrant, like I said at the beginning, I covered this in a previous, which I've linked in the description, but this has to be my all-time favorite match from Shane, where he finally called out Schultz cringe epiphany. For those of you who don't know, Schultz is known for repeating what his guests say while coming to the end, as if he just the confidence head, but it's usually just something completely opposite to everyone else. And so Shane has a dig and I'm sure we man crack up laughing because it's what they've been thinking for years, but now that someone else brought it up, they have permission to laugh. This super black culture that you guys haven't adapted to yet. Treat me as there we go. That's like you haven't adapted to it. You all have your nails made. Like a you black people just you're there, bro. And with the high yeah, and you all got I want it all circles back around and then you guys start. The black people learning it. You think it's like an equality thing. You just got the ability. Your baseline needs are finally getting met. You're like, well, I'm still not happy. Why don't you get on that, bro? Yeah, I understand that need. I'm not how that. Shoulder epiphanies are my favorite. You repeat the statement. That's great. Nobody's like that. No, nobody's like what? Like wanting to learn? Yeah. I think I don't know that I think but also my dad. The way that my dad interacts with people and I'm just like literally mirroring him is like anybody he was talking to, there was something interesting. And he was like, okay, what? I'm going to get to that interesting thing. I'm curious about it. So I am curious. Yeah, I'll learn from anybody here. So there's something interesting. Bro, think about that. It's true.
Gillis has grown into his fame in just 2 years' time, and the contrast with Schultz is wild. I'm noticing more and more that Schultz is becoming really bitter as the years go by, and I think it has a lot to do with where he's the Rogan circle. He's still thinking, whereas guys like Tim Dillon, Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, and of course Shane Gillis have all moved to Austin after Rogan made during the pandemic. So even though Schultz is close to Rogan and has regular appearances on JRE, Gillis goes on there several times a year. In 2023 alone, Shane had 7 appearances on JRE, whereas Schultz had only 1. And it seems like he's basically just doing 1 per year at the moment. And I mean, that's not the be-all end-all measurement of comedy scenes, right? There are plenty of comedians who have only been on JRE once or twice in total, or even just never at all. But Shane actually explained this really well, and I covered it in a previous video titled Cat Williams Exposes the Joe Rogan Effect. Basically outlined how just going on JRE once or twice doesn't give you much of a bump, but when you're appearing on there regularly and getting all of that exposure, especially if it's your appearance and everyone's laughing and having a good time, that's when you start to see the real payoff. Some of those Protect Our Hearts episodes go for over 5 hours, so he's definitely the Rogan crew. And it seems like Shane is trying to stick to doing his regular podcast with Buddy Matt Victor, which is funny because they're absolutely killing it on YouTube and Patreon, where they have almost 8,000 paid members, which is insane. I don't know, that's going to be the record for all those comedians in the Rogan circle, whereas Flagrant has just over 16,000 paid members, which is also insane. Don't get me wrong, but think about how much of a difference there is between the production quality of Flagrant versus Matt and Shane are making serious bank, and they pretty much get to keep it to themselves, having to pay all those overhead staff and equipment and studio costs that Flagrant would have to pay. Anyway, it's just an interesting observation. Shane seems like he's cruising, but he doesn't come, whereas Schultz is pushing hard and trying to do everything. So that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Andrew Schultz. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on so you get all my uploads right there in the feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you guys in the next one. So now you do, how many milligrams are you doing right now? This is 6 milligrams. 6 milligrams of one. So one. Yep. Now, hold on. How many do you have? I was thinking, What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is the first video as part of a new series on the making of Shane Gillis roasting. So make sure you're subscribed, otherwise you can miss out on some uploads. Quick shout out to my almost 95,000 strong who always turn up for me. Love you guys. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Hi Shane. So there aren't too many instances of Shane and Brendan being involved together, and I think this is really interesting because in terms of the Rogan community, these two guys are basically at completely opposite ends of the spectrum. One hand, you've got Brendan, who left the UFC to become a full-time podcaster and stand-up comedian. Well, he doesn't exactly do comedy, he kind of just stands there and says random words into the mic. I think Shane actually discussed Brendan's meteoric rise to the worst comedian of all time, but we'll get to that a little bit later. The other end of the Rogan spectrum, you've got the man himself, Shane Gillis, who's to be the next big-time comedian. And like I've said in previous videos, I find the dynamic between Shane and the Rogan grudge to be really interesting, mostly because I personally believe that Shane only puts up with them because they're buddies with Rogan as well. But if you go back to 2019, Shane was at SNL, was super close to Rogan and the Brats. So I managed to find a few clips of him discussing Brendan, especially in relation to how much hate he gets. So, like I said, this was 2 years before Shane made his first appearance on JRE. So he was being well, at that time, he wasn't part of Rogan's inner circle. Certainly not nowadays, where he's got a regular spot on JRE's Protect Our podcast. So, this all started when Shane stumbled on the kids subreddit and made an interesting discovery. I was looking at Reddit. I was looking at the kids Reddit. Hilarious, tough stuff. While I was looking at it, they had a post about us. Real shit here, dude. Shout out to Homeless Gas. And, hell yeah, dude. Hilarious. It is very funny. I was like looking through the comments and one just said, "Hi, Shane." She's like, "Oh, that's hilarious." It made me laugh. Being like, I know you're going to read this. It's really funny. That's actually funny. Yeah. I always find it funny to hear about other comedians speaking publicly about Brendan and all the hate that he gets, but this was actually a pretty unique situation. Matt and Shane spoke pretty candidly about the flutter in the kids subreddit specifically. And just to give you some text before we go on, this is wild. At the time that this episode was recorded, the subreddit only had 15,000 members, but as of January 2020, 103,000 members, which is crazy. But yeah, like I said, this is a pretty rare find to hear Matt and Shane speaking about this, because they surprisingly understand the details around why the subreddit was created in the first place. So, I'll get to that in a moment, but first, let's hear Matt and Shane's take on the subreddit itself. That could be rough. That could be hard for him. That's poachable. I mean, I would... Yeah, I mean, dude, that whole subreddit is dedicated to I know I looked into it, razzing them. There's definitely some real hate. Yeah, but there's also definitely like, this is funny. It's razzing. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily all true. Yeah, like, much getting. It's not even like, they don't look like clips. It's just like him. That's what I was talking about last week. It's funny now that they're thinking of itself like we're gonna be there completely try to razz them, but it's still like, dude, I'm looking at that being like, I would like to think I did that day in and day out, but I would I'd be I'll stop making stuff. Yes. I would best that 2018. There was our homeless cats. It's an entire yeah, these guys get it. And that's what makes this so interesting to listen to, because it was over years ago, and a lot of things changed for Shane over that period of time, which I've documented on this channel recently, particularly with regard to Shane's appearances on Flagrant with Rothschild. We just heard them talking about how if they were in the position, they would have caved to the mob and begged to be released from their grip, and that was only when there were 5,000 members. And in this next that breaks down exactly why this all started in the first place. So let's hear them first, and then break it down even further. I watched that whole documentary about the guy that made that documentary about. Yeah, I know exactly what's going on. So I watched that documentary, and I looked at the subreddit, and I'm like, whoa, dude, there's like a subculture of these. There's like a small city where 14,000, yeah, small city where the people are dedicated towards like watching your every move. And so the scene they're punching was taking that like kind of elitist attitude. He was kind of like, you guys are losers, I'm killing it. And they're like, dude, high flies. It's like, I would instantly, yeah. I'm excited. I'm putting you guys. When I first heard that clip, I thought to myself, yes. Now, what I mean by that is, we often hear other comedians talking about the hate that Brendan gets, but they usually just refer to it in general terms and how it's really bad or that sucks for Brendan. Basically, just attitude without going into much detail. But I think Matt actually acknowledged that it was Brendan leaned into it, and that's what caused it to grow so quickly. Now, Brendan's the average comedian. Well, he's nowhere near average, but what I mean is he's a player to he probably doesn't see the way most normal people do. He feels like he's going to leave it, take it head on, because that's a lot of his DNA. Dude, strong, a fighter. You know, I think you guys have no idea. So when some of his fans started calling him out for being an elitist, he didn't drop it or let it go like most comedians. He didn't even ignore it like Rogan seems to be so good at. No, Brendan went in the head to ridicule the backlash, kept reminding how rich and famous he is, and that's stats which he named himself. Adds that in hours of hours, Brendan had tool of saying stupid stuff with his mouth full of bean pouches, kratom, or whatever he chooses to stuff himself with on any particular day, and he got a recipe for disaster, which is exactly how it turned out for him. So, to hear Matt and Shane break it down like that and explain how they fully understand how it, that just shows how aware they are of how the internet can be if you push back too hard on your haters. What's happening to Tom Segura right now? To the blind eye, everything looks fine and but in the background, him and his friends damage control. And if you become exaggerating, just think to yourselves, how would it go and delete every tweet October last year? If you don't know what I'm talking about, just a very brief overview. The Tom meltdown when he went on a 2-day Twitter rant because he had to check his bag himself. He eventually deleted every tweet. Not just the 2 days. There was also that awkward moment recently when he refused to say how many cars he owned during an interview. So, now even someone like Tom Segura, who is 100 times funnier than Brendan Shaw let it be, there still is a line as to how far you can go when giving it back to your hate. Just quietly though, I was thinking about this the other day. I realized it was possible that I would have wrote you guys at the time. I don't know how I missed this. Do you think that maybe American Airlines some sort of legal action to a cease and desist letter or something to that effect, and as part of a confidential agreement, had to delete all those tweets. But instead, he tried to lie all the unspoken words and just deleted the whole month so that people would know exactly which tweet or group of tweets it was. If that's true, that would be pretty wild. Because remember, American Airlines actually replied to his tweet at the time and called him out, but he basically just doubled down and told them to shut up. So, I don't know if that's what happened. Again, I've got no evidence. I'm just speculating out loud because internal PR group that happened in the actual team. Anyway, we've been listening to episode 160 of let's go back to episode 107, which was recorded just over 3 months earlier, when Brendan messed up badly by basically saying Rogan and how white are 2 men knows have no trouble reeling in the ladies, but no part for Rogan is married. Take a look. Sharp lets it slip that Joe Rogan has cheated on his wife. Can't be real. I don't know, I haven't watched it. He's quickly becoming the persona non grata. Rothschild said that, I don't know if this is true, he said that he's cheating on his wife, that is. Yeah, play the clip. Well, alright, I don't know if you hear it. Listen, I have some bold dudes are just like out there. I get paid Hawaii, Rogan, that's it. That's it. How would he know bringing him to his life? That's it, you know what I'm saying? Like, what married guy like that can explain to his wife alone? Maybe he's saying he could, or he could be talking about, but as soon as he's done, you can see his face like, oh. What's going on? It was the steak and the salmon. Probably, dude. It's trying to find why I'm just through. I mean, he might have been talking about stand-up. Sometimes like he's out there slinging it. Dana White. He's talking about the guys that get me. It's just in. Well, Rogan, you can deny that. That's easy. Because we don't know. That attention. Like Shab's attention there. Maybe he just meant like he he could get, like, you know, maybe he needs, like actually. Also, that's, how does he know Dana White's? I mean, if Jackson Party he's just been not willing to go sit. Like, Party goes. Yeah, definitely. Does he mean he has a hog, or he's getting, and you can safely assume anyone who's $1 just, yes. That's like he really is like, his face. Man, that is classic Papa, just saying words without thinking. But the best part of this episode was what came after, because Matt and Shane are joking around about how Brendan is trying to get Rogan back for screwing him over. This is pretty funny. I'll say in a moment. But check it out first so that we can break it down after. Destroy. Yeah, he was like, don't do a stand-up session. You're not good enough yet. No. That's way back when. He was like, I'm coming, and don't worry that you're not ready. That's why he, like, I don't like, basically, nobody can stop it. And he's got a weird hang up on Rhodes, because Rhodes is what I did. UFC, him, like, talk him out of UFC. Oh, yeah. That's, like, hard to watch. That's like a meme. That's what he was saying, like, the genesis is, people like, yo, you're too funny to be bro. But Rhodes was like, yeah, you're not. He's like, dude, I'm watching fighters like you don't stand a chance. No, he was basically like something else. I know, it was nice, but while the guy was players, it's like, you gotta be close friends to hit him with that, and you don't do it publicly. Like, on air, you're washed up. Like, that's like they're like, you're soft, you don't have that. It's like, oh, man. I mean, me and Rogan are fucking. I would say the same thing. I'm pretty different. This is if it's nothing with like me. Why do you do this? Alright, there is so much in there. First of all, the special they were talking about was Brendan's first comedy special titled You'd Be Surprised, which was recorded in January of 2019 and released later on in May. They were 100% correct because Brendan got that idea for the title from his infamous dressing down by Rogan way back in 2014. This is the reality of it. I worry about your commitment to fighting. I worry about where you stand, not your commitment to training. Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to doing it all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking. You disagree? I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you, and you can't do this forever. Now, I think that's a very dangerous place to be in fighting. And I've seen it with a lot of guys. They early in their career, they're incredible beasts, they're monsters, they're 100% focused. Fighting becomes their life, becomes their everything. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit strategy? If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will it? Straight up wrestling? Yeah. Think people would be surprised? Really? Think so? I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think he'd hook you up. I say that as a friend and a guy who loves him. So that's where the title You'd Be Surprised came from, and it goes back to what Matt and Shane were saying earlier. Actually, this is a really good example. Brendan has a history of leading that just end up being really cringe. It's obvious that when Rogan said, I think you'd be surprised, and it really stuck with him and he couldn't let it go. So he probably thought it'd be a flex to use that phrase as his first comedy special title. You know, I would be like, I was insane. You knew he was funny. But instead it ended up just being a massive cringe fest. And the fact that he tried to give it that title as a flex, but it backfired, makes it funnier than anything he actually said in that special. That set the tone for the rest of Brendan's career. Everything he's tried to do from having the complete opposite effect. His first special was released as a Showtime comedy special. He got massive backlash from the comedy community because he was an unproven. Had his first special released on Showtime, but there were way funnier comics complaining about the year. Well, he couldn't get anyone to look at their specials. But then 3 years later, after his comedy career continued to nosedive, he yet again completely screwed himself by self-publishing his comedy special, which was only 25 minutes long instead of the usual 1 hour that way. And he titled it Gringo Party because I think his wife's Mexican or something. I honestly don't know the full story, but he said the special ended up being openly ridiculed by his comedy buddies, and nothing comes quite close to this next clip. I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is probably in my top 5 favorite clips that I've ever played on this channel. It gets me every time I play it. Oh, jeez, here we go.
In Arlington, where Gringo Poppy was filmed. That where it is now. That was filmed. Is it? Dallas Improv, Arlington. So yeah, that's where Gringo Poppy was. That was. Oh, how do you know that? How do you know that was? I even know where the construction came from. I would cut it. That's fascinating. I mean, just like, I'm particularly close to that because, for other things coming, like, first special on Showtime, and putting up the second special on, it's 29. Was it? It was 20. Interesting. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something. Yeah. It's pretty intense.
Oh, I just had a mad idea for people. You should call it next comedy special Death by 1,000 Cuts. I'm telling you, I'm onto something. It'll 15-minute special you've seen. So I'll tell you, those traumatic changes for a podcast are absolute gems because never hear stuff like that. Shane's too close to those guys now, and he's spoken about that in the last podcast. I can't remember which one. I'll put up on the screen for you. In a previous video, basically, joined the Brogans. They were tools, but when he got in with them, he started to loosen up. Except in LA, with massive parties and fuzzy stuff. And I stand by what I've said previously. I think deep down, Shane thinks they're all snowflakes, especially Brendan and Crusher. I just can't see Shane's personality gels with those guys. And you've got to remember, Shane's only been on the Fighter of the Year podcast once back in 2021, a couple of months after he went on JRE for the first time. Apart from the fact that the Fighter of the Year is basically a dead podcast of its own, I think that says a lot. Shane only goes on JRE regularly. That's the food chain, so he doesn't need other brilliant comedy rats apart from experience. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Brendan Shaw. I'll be making videos like this where I dig into MSSP history and London Matt and Shane roasting people. I've already got a few in the pipeline that I'm working on for you guys, so they're going to be pretty fun. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out. Jump on board so you can get my uploads right in your feed. Shout out to all the regulars. You guys are the best. Catch you in the next.
And your stand-up is good. Yes. And you've been working at it. Yeah. And your stand-up is good.
Yes.
And your stand-up is good.
Yes.
I think you'd be surprised.
I really do.
The amount of hate I get is so intense, and I never acknowledge it, and I never talk about it. There's a lot of emotion that I never have. You know, because I think people think my life is so easy or something, and I have money or whatever, so they're just I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's the fact we get paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid, their hobby is just passion, they're trying to spread joy. It sucks a little bit because then I go well, what?
Guys, how did we get here? I mean, what exactly is going on? We're 5 minutes into the new year. Cam Williams called out Joe Rogan. I been out loud. Tom Segura canceled through. Dave Chappelle and got comedy specials that couldn't be further apart. And Stephen Hawking has been huge enough to find.
Oh, that was comedy. Where I can fueled by the mainstream comedy guys.
Probably the single greatest moment in the short history of this channel. Just like that, Cat Williams beat all along, and don't let the significance go over your head. I don't think that at that level, explicitly and undeniably that Rogan like that. Rogan replied to Cat on Twitter saying, I love Cat, he's my favorite comics, and I'd love to have him. We talk about him all the time. He's down, I'll make it happen. However, what I've seen in the tweet replies and the commentary channels that have covered this drama so far, other people have been praising Rogan for ownership. Cat said, back in town, etc., etc. Actually, don't agree with that. Rogan have a choice. This is territory for Rogan. Rarely has he called out like it's from one. And all of this couldn't have come at a better time. The Rogan comedy brats who Cat was referring to are starting to grow. So I'm going to show you so Rogan effect really is, and how Joe is more satisfied. So rather than actually at his buddies, it's actually happened to well, on that in a little bit. I'll take you through all those details because there are two comedians of the Rogan effect, but for different reasons. And once you understand the power of breaking free from Rogan's orbit and still being able to make it on your own, quickly realize who the real ones are. A last man standing.
Hey, this guy bringing on stage, so funny. Very that was great. Hey, you once did a joke that I love, and I hate making requests. So you about the option. Shut up. Albert dies. Yeah. I don't know if he dies. No. I said, all the presidents of these fair to say Donald Trump would be the funniest one shot. Biden, I think Biden's the first president you could launch his ass. That's what shame. I mean, requested Joker procedure literally around it. Man, that is different. Before I get to Rogan and the disaster that has become, say a few words about Dave Chappelle's latest dreamer this week. Maybe go back and read future basis which I reviewed. Well, I think I also rewatched the most recent special the 50th time, which is only special, mind you. So then, I've watched a few comedy specials this week, and I noticed Chappelle and Gillis both look like they were just having fun. Sure, they're at opposites of their careers, but you can't fake that sort of genuine happiness just to be on stage, like a mind-telling Jonas. Contrast that with Ricky Gervais, his special was okay, half of his best work, but he just like his books, rage-baiting snowflakes, calling out. It's like he had a list of people to offend and then he went to work. Interesting though, I caught him on 10 years ago, where he basically outlined his value of comedy, take great dreams. But now, I don't know why, but it's number one on my list. Now
just do stand-up because I love it more than I don't know what privilege it's sort of the last self-censorship outside the novel. Say is I hear that really stand-up. Now, as you guys know, I'm not one to read too much into that these guys say, right? That last seems the stuff. Lots of in re-entry. Knowing that the West is becoming crazy and you could profit from it. Now, you guys know I'm a fan, but I call it how I see it. I mean, I literally pulls his phone out on stage and reads from his Twitter replies. And he will go over to sit here and read notes. Like, seriously, you're a comic and said, Chappelle went for over 6 hours once with nothing but a mic, a stool, and a packet of smokes. And so he created specials as being a thing of the past. Now it's race to offend. TikTok in Matt Rife rage-baited female journalist in his latest comedy special 3 parts. Where Cruncher grabbed his pants on stage, a t-shirt, held it up for everyone to see. And Thompson made a documentary about himself, which featured train up crying. He couldn't put into words just how much he loves his boss. Working with mom is, I mean, you really can't ask for anything better. Can't handle. I mean, it's podcast. Now, just to be completely clear, that wasn't his agent, that wasn't his manager, it wasn't the fellow that was his trainer. Guys, it's the state of comedy in 2024. A bunch of narcissistic, self-congratulatory hypomaniacs used to trash Hollywood only to be completely so that's why when Chappelle from his latest special, I watched it and then again and oh, he's working in the audience. It was a nice, intimate thing recorded at the link here in Washington. Crowd clearly the laugh. Sounded like Ricky Gervais' special. That one sounded like it had a laugh track. So but actually laughing. As for tell around it rose was a little bit recorded over several but you honestly really shut when you made it like he loves to work on material. I absolutely and they preach what's so funny is shout out to why is Shane Bill? Why the best comedians they had stylish to their advantage. Tell Shane's becoming letting jokes just sit for a moment. I noticed that straight away. Complain about this. I actually like the way he says jokes. The way he'll chuckle and the facial shows straight away. Not feel the crowd. In contrast with Ricky Gervais, just from a production perspective, the lighting was great. His outfit, and his personality. These little bits of make it easy to change focus on his comedy. Now, Shane's very good at tackling political issues without taking a side, and I think he is self-deprecating. Whenever he punches down, he always sees himself underneath, and he's not afraid to laugh at himself. I've said Shane was his impression of Trump so good, like Trump is now impersonating Gillis, and his Aussie accent is pretty brutal. Very rude. I only had one negative experience while I was there, and it was publicly like still have guns or like trench coat. I'll give him credit. That's the reason he was making fun of me, because I was wearing a bucket hat. I had never done that. Was Shane, I'm legitimately scared of getting Vikings. Thank God I live on an island. Anyway, don't worry about that, because like I said at the beginning, I want to focus on what Cat Williams said about Rogan pushing unfunny hack into the stratosphere and explore the damage that Rogan has done under the guise of studies. Shane Gillis went on the book in November of 2022, and they started talking about the road, which is how much of a first year on JRE is yet. Now, this is something that has been speculated on, articles have been written about it, studies have been done. I found the best explanation I've found was Gillis' interview. So, like I said, this was recorded at the end of 2022 after Shane had been on JRE 5 times that year. What I found about Shane's response was that he claimed he didn't get much of a bump for that first appearance. Remember this? Alright, here, whatever, I'm just going to Joe Rogan this week, I'll be fine. Hey, I thought that was fine. No, what? I was like, I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it could have been fun. Yeah, I was booked up though. It was fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? Michael's in the middle of that. That's hilarious. Now, just before I go ahead, I'm going to actually play this clip for you guys because Austin aggressive and copyright claims and dispute that and fight back. But I never use the it's really worth the time, money, just for this one. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of like I will put a link in the description because it's actually in the Rogan bubble. However, I have the transcript, and so this is how Shane explains it. He said, I did Rogan once, and the episode was not great. I was nervous. We talked about SNL. I was just nervous. I never met him, but it was just a one-on-one, and it was like, it was bad. And this is where it got interesting. Went on to say, if you have a bad episode, you don't see a bump. I mean, you hit a bump like 10,000 followers or something like that. But then we started doing me, Ari, and so that makes sense, right? I've probably said this myself in the past, and I've definitely had this opinion. But the idea that just going on JRE is going to blow you up overnight, that has happened that way in the past. That certainly wasn't the case for Shane. I'll come back to that because he wanted to say something that caught my eye as well. He was asked about the comedy world, sort of like little comedy groups, almost like Mean Girls, and his response was, I was with the guys I'm with now, so like Rogan, those LA comics that were like good at these guys. And then I was an open micer in Philly. You're sitting there like, screw those guys, they're not that good, they suck. And then they're like, yeah, we're pretty good. So then you're like, dude, you guys are the best, I love you guys so much. Okay, so I completely get what he meant there, right? He even elaborated in explaining that, you know, he was a little salty, those guys are super successful, and he had a bit of arrogance, I think got famous. But here's the thing, and let me know if you guys think I'm on the right track or this tape. I think a little bit of Shane's those LA guys like Rogan, Bird, and Segura are kind of cringy. Sure, he's buddies with them and they all hang out, but for me, Shane doesn't really fit in with all of them. I mean, we've seen how awkward it gets when he's on Flagrant with Schultz and the Toy Story boys. Granted, they're not LA comics, they're New York comics, which is where Shane fits well. But don't get me wrong, I'm trying to tell Shane should friends with. If he's happy, right? Good luck to him. He deserves everything he's getting right now. But there's no doubt in my mind that he sometimes thinks to himself, I'm not doing hanging out with these clowns. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. What are you going to do? But there was one thing he did mention in that interview, which I've heard a dozen times from various people. Rogan himself, Shane said, Joe Rogan's like the man at like helping. If he thinks you're funny, he'll help you. There's a lot of guys that are like big and famous that would be like, yeah, trying to keep the new guys down. I can't let you get too big. He's one that's delighted I've got other people. See, Rogan, he's helping these. He thinks he's doing good for them. Hey, you're funny. You should do your job and become a full-time comedian and start a podcast. And it sounds like a nice thing to do, right? You're pumping somebody up to achieve their life goals. But the reality is you're setting them up for failure because it's organic. It's not real. It's you holding their hand and taking them for a walk up to the big stage. And then when Rogan lets go and they have to swim in the deep end on their own, they inevitably
seek. This is how we end up with all of these public meltdowns and house therapy sessions. So difficult without preaching. I mean, if you can make it through this COVID montage I put together for you guys with a straight face, let me know in the comments below so I can personally congratulate you for your valor, stoicism, and bravery. I just had a birthday party. There was like 50 people at the party. You kept it tight because you put it really out. But yeah, what you spent on something like that? What you spent on a nice 50th birthday? I said, okay, I can't stand up, but this is stand up. I shouldn't stand up like no audience. So the key to that, he figured it out. So the key to this is fast. The punchlines have to come one after another. It's going to be fast-paced images. So like he would use all these visuals while he was hitting punchline after punchline. He figured out a new comedy. He figured out a way to do internet, Instagram, 10-minute comedy. That's not, like you say, that's not stand-up. No, like this thing you're describing, God bless you. Yeah, that's not what they do. Yeah, it's different. I'll copy and paste tour dates on that section. Like I'm waiting to find somebody out of it. I can't wait. You gotta let that go. I know that's maybe I'd rather play. See, I don't want to even tell you. When the camera's off and we leave, I want to play West Muppet. You do it. I was describing this like kind of YouTuber Instagram comedy. And you know how we all are. It's like you told me about like a funny YouTuber or a funny Instagrammer. Yeah. We're like, watch show is stand up. Stand up. So it's just like I understand that first reaction, right? Part of it I feel like hate I get is so intense and I never acknowledge it, I never talk about it, but like I think every now and then I think when I'm around people I love it. I don't like judge me or like me like there's a lot of emotion that I never really process. Why are you so affected by something that's saying that is said to you? I don't check it a lot. I think, what is it? Do you want to talk about what it is? Sure. Just be. Like, I can't just be. I can just enjoy the day. Yeah. She was so beautiful. Read a book about me. You want me to read my book about me? I'll do that. Am I in Tom's book? I'll read his book. I'm going to sit there and read a Huck Finn novel. Then when Joe's like, no, I got to stand up, it's different, and he found a way to evolve within the times. And then I think he was a little bit dismissive to it, and he was like, that's not my type of comedy, that's not what I do. I guess the only pushback I would give there, Dave is like, he was a household name, not because of stand-up, but because of a different type of comedy. Like, I think people think my life is, like, so easy or something, or that I have, like, money or whatever, so they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe they do the most, they get paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid and their hobby is just to trash the people that are trying to spread joy, it's like, it sucks a little bit, because then I go, like, well, what am I doing for? Like, why are you doing it for all the people that love it, need it, and get a laugh and a smile, but the truth of the matter is... Like, who's mean to a clown? I'm a clown. What? Like, I'm a clown. Everyone, I don't think they're mean. I need a reminder, too. I said, that's not about... I'm giving you I was pissed. No, but like, hang on. Okay, so, like, perfect example. I signed up for the craziest tour. Yeah, but my tour's as crazy, and I fly to Boston once a month to do a podcast. And and you're right, I overpack my schedule. Yeah. Like, we all have a crazy tour. I wish I didn't have fear flying. I wish I didn't have enough. I'm so confrontational person, like, it drives me insane. And beat the out of this game. Yeah. But then you have to sit back and to
determine how I feel throughout the day. Kind of pathetic. Exactly. Like you're literally living your dream. Yeah. And it's like you can't let someone's bitterness suck that joy out of you. And let me just explain something. Comedy, by virtue what comedy is, you know, the comedy of negativity. It is only negative. That's why comedy and tragedy is. You're laughing at a kite falling down in the circus. You're laughing at the fortune of somebody you don't know. If you're laughing at something getting a pie in the face, it's because it's just the average joke of two guys walking to the bar. It's not going to be a joke. Unless something or embarrassing happens in front of them. That's why the takeaway from the I'm not going to get a Chappelle chain anytime soon. And I'm not going to that. I think I'll be okay. You know, if Dave wants to rethink that, you know, we can discuss. The nastiest thing you can say to a comedian. The second nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is you don't deserve to be famous. Watching that edit is like watching a bunch of children who were told by their parents that they're the greatest thing around, best at everything, they're going to cruise through life because everyone will love him. And then become adults and go into the real world only to realize from root shock to another that they're just ordinary, average people like you and me. But in this case, they've been told by Joe Rogan and whichever other rich and famous they know that they're funny. So as a result, they grow on social media, they have a bunch of fans who send them nothing but love, and then reach starts to grow through the Rogan and social media algorithms. Now they're reaching a larger audience. Don't think they're as smart, funny, and looking as they thought they were, and they tell them, especially the hack. Seriously, go and read the comment sections of nothing but from Tom, Brendan Shaw, Whitney Cummings. Well, negative. There's more comedy in the comment section than the video itself. So that's when it dawned on them that maybe this whole based on the premise that I'm saying this is why we see these Whitney Cummings meltdowns. It's honestly hard to watch. I don't even hate these guys. I really do feel them in a way that they end up saying, I want very comedy from the stage. And when they reach the big time, it slowly turns into a hate because they're sick, tired, told by the elite populace should make it. Should buy tickets to see and which podcast we should be listening to. People have had enough, and it all started with that highly sought after Rogan bump. Let me give you just one more example from a different universe that will make it crystal clear before I tie this up and get back to capitalism. Still, no one to shout out my challenge. It's just being nice. Channel out of all names to help out all these small channels. One of those channels was Amelia and Friday, who had just over 400 to exchange eyes. Most overnight, the channel jumped from, get this, only 400 subs to over 100,000. That's insane. I just imagine that. Why did they end up to the channel? What about another channel, Multitude? He just had under 1,500 subscribers. Mr. Beast gave his channel a shout out, which went up to almost 100,000 20 hours. So one stopped uploading videos 18 months later. And then there's Dayan Watson, who had less than 250 subs. Mr. Beast shut him out, skyrocketing to almost 200,000 24 hours. But yeah, he disappeared completely as well. Now these are pretty extreme examples, but the concept is the same for the road. His buddies got all of this attention, particularly during the pandemic. Everyone was glued to their screens. How that traffic. I called this less than 2 weeks ago when I said that Tom Segura would need to start downsizing IFH because they've lost around 2/3 of their views throughout 2023 ad revenue. And what do you know? Dr. Drew is the first one on the chopping block for 2020. The same thing is happening to Bernard Shaw and of course the Rogan comedy brats Brendan Shaw. Shane Gillis, he's part of the Rogan, but he's north outside of Rogan. That's the key. I mean, how is it further to Bill Burr and those not build up it and bang Rogan in the first place? So what would be absolutely nailed that in calling out Rogan, he had comics on JRE. I'm trying to frame this. And that's how Chappelle and Gillis beat Rogan. I wouldn't be surprised if Shane ditches all those guys in the next few years. I mean, just look at his podcast numbers. 364,000 subs, and almost every episode gets more than that within 7 days of upload. Now that's sustainable. Anyway, I wonder if Cap will actually go on JRE after Rogan gave it open. Cap can also imagine him going on there and just smile. Just know what Rogan will say, right? No, it's subjective. He might not find that funny fun, but I think they are lovely. Then you'll decide after Cap and knows about how cool he thinks it is. And you get the idea. So that's my breakdown of this whole situation. It sounds like 2020 to be a pretty big turning point for the program. Congrats. Let me know what you guys think about all of this in the comment. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you can upload right there in your feed. That's it from me, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Fun playing with you guys. We'll beat you. Finally. That's right. We beat you because we're friends with Torah. It's the story of recruiters. I have CTA for sure. I got a little of that. Yeah. Welcome back to another video. This is such a big week. A bunch of videos coming to you guys. And today Shane Gillis made his 13th appearance on JRE, which was just over a week ago on Tuesday, December 5th. Now, for those of you who don't know who he is, basically Shane is probably the best up and coming at the moment. Now, when I say up and coming, I mean compared to the comedy. So he's got 2 comedy specials under his belt and the host of the podcast, which I'll play a clip later. But the thing to know about Shane is this. In 2019, he was hired as a featured cast member at SNL, but literally within hours of the announcement, several clips from his cast suddenly resurfaced where he used supposedly ethnic and racial slurs, which prompted SNL to hire him a few days later, even though he apologized that same day the clips resurfaced and caused the stir. So then fast forward to July of 2021, Shane made his first appearance on Joe Rogan Experience, which we'll take a look at towards the end of this video. Here's the thing, right? This is probably one of the least funniest comedians going around today. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is probably one of the most famous comedians in history, right next to Bert Kreischer and Brandon Shaw, obviously 2 of his creations. So when Shane first went on JRE, Rogan completely misread his style of humor and it became an incredibly awkward but entertaining episode. Now, as for today's show, you can really see how far both Shane and Rogan have come together. If you're a JRE listener, you'll have noticed a few things that get in worse over the course of this year. For example, Rogan's incessant rants about the importance of life balance, vitamins, and working out. So now that Shane Gillis is a card carrying that Rogan universe, Joe's got into working out at his studio with a few other less talented comedian buddies of his, or regular. They even got The Rock in on the action a couple of weeks ago. And so this episode with Shane started the same conversation about working out, taking vitamins and eating healthy. Now that Shane's settled in a little bit, well, he's becoming a pro at steering the conversation in that direction, effortlessly dropping things here and there to stop Rogan jumping into autopilot. Check it out. Changed your day, right? Yeah, it makes the day better. I literally don't know how to work. What do you mean? You're like, oh, it's gonna feel so good. I get the club. I'm literally fall asleep on the floor. I'm gonna take vitamin. I got this one. Yeah, did it take it? Vitamin B. Yeah, okay. 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 Take some zinc. That's it. What, you're eating like a multivitamin? Yeah, whatever the CBS thing is. It's yellow. You know, I'm talking about the drug on the shelves in the 70s. Yeah. I don't think they're doing anything. I could say it makes it harder. I haven't noticed there is always zinc is difficult I'm not worried about like that. I'm worried about bread. I'll worry about so points that we've done a million times. He moved on to his latest obsession of protein. I did find some protein waffles. What are they called? Is it Viking waffles? See if I. And so after Jamie received his instructions about and shape, you found passion for protein. I can't say what I love, but as you can imagine, Shane was completely broken. The slightly direction. 21 grams of protein, 3 grams of sugar, 5 grams of carbs, 200 grams. Look at that. And they're good. It tastes like a real waffle. People love Vikings. Who doesn't like Vikings? Irish people have the word sure. Yeah. The reason why so you know, this guy's like Game of Thrones, breaks. Those jeans. Yeah, they get rid of it. So we can't. This is my just before something else you should know about by his big dorky appearance. He's massive. Loves to study history and point out all the funny contradictions. Various so when Rogan started talking about Shane couldn't help but comment on something that Rogan has been which turns out to be that show Viking. You ever watch that show? No, yeah, it's great. Great. I was afraid it was going to be like, because they did like women. Oh, they come back. No, I mean, these other characters have that down. Okay. They're not like, I don't know. They announced girl is a the armor takes me out of it. You know, show what a real but it was mostly what did they really look like? Dude, the doctors that they were like 5'6". They were not these giant. Well, how does the mountain? Where does he come from? That file. I just don't wear my velvet shirt. Out of these lyric ancient giant natural strength and how they have and it's a piece or whatever. Well, it turns out that it was just a myth that and when Jamie found in fact very happy that he's alive at birth. I mean, what's next? Santa is a don't tell him. As the male warrior caricature, his pretty out the actually more cartoonish elements and dialogue on the line. No, in fact, they're like one appeared with the soul surviving helmet. Instead of chainmail and this was like its common appearance. What I really want to emphasize here for you guys is how far Shane Gillis has come in his appearances on JRE and how truly an elite podcast guest. Now, if you think that sounds cringy, explain. As all my regulars, you know, all the podcast knows, circle jerk, go around having the same podcasts, 200 reads, every single episode in the bag. So when someone like Shane, someone who's statistical anomaly on is he a completely normal, unpretentious, but he's also exceedingly intelligent. Watch how he continues to steer the conversation in the right direction through his sense of humor. Saves us all out of dribble. This one's good. They just keep making them so cool. Yeah, they make them real cool. And they're a bunch of markers. Like, yeah, I don't need you. No, I don't think them. Culture. Everything about them.
was like, oh, they discovered America. You gotta get Columbus. Columbus is did you read that one where he did you ever hear that one priest travel Columbus? Horrific stories of the Native American expansion. So I should say, believe it or not, I'm actually a big fan of Podcast Joe. Devoted by 5,000 hours, like rather than a decade, he's starting to get fail and give him credit. It's like episode that Shane does. My son, he's happy and he's going. I'm glad that he bring that out. Pretty decent episode. I really choose athletes, movies, golf, first, wacky stories. Because I can't. No accidents even close. No. Kanye probably. I don't think he's not that big. No. He wasn't that big back then. Right? Yeah. Like when he's got a big band. He's having fun. I hope so. Oh, no. I've had his new album. I bet this like Saudi Arabia or something. He was, I know he was definitely just had this moment. Whatever. That was I thought that was fine. But I was like, oh, I literally, oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be fine. Well, it could have been fun. Yeah, I was booked up though. It was just funny to truly, that was a conversation I had. Really? That's hilarious. So basically, Shane's parents been absolute wild. We'll cut back to that. Text that little jab that Shane about Kanye. Right? Couple of no Kanye. I go Boston paparazzi audition photograph giving him Venice. They actually ended up getting banned by the boat rental company, and the photos of her giving out self-resuscitation. They did all of it well. But it was clearly had no idea what he was talking about. When this happened the first time, their first podcast together, really bothered Shane. I was so mad at him. Brought it twice after it happened. For those of you who don't know, Shane joked about when blind by acid about it because he just got on Jerry. Rogan should effectively say that comedy career outside the thing. Like we saw before, really good Joe and he left Jane hanging super awkward. But like I said, Shane brought up twice after that, just before the first hour mark. After the second hour, clearly, really good level. Said I was going to do podcast. Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't sure. Whatever. 5 minutes or however long it's been. You guys say really remind me of that. I'm going to get it on. I like face. It was fine. Great. Last thing this podcast is not yet. She's not getting there. really do. But that part, the SNL part was great. There's one moment, and I was like, I'll just call him Joe Rogan. I was waiting for more. I know, but it's a that he straight away trying to really podcast and had a good laugh about it. Try it. That was kind of I whipped so right there. That was red gets an outcast. He understood then. He thought, I mean, there is a part of the joke where there's something underlying. If it was about you, you're accused. That's the part. That makes sense. The joke, I was American. I don't know Rogan. He's definitely happy on it. Look, I actually like the fact that Shane hung up on that whole episode. Most of the he was just trying to have a laugh, whatever. And the fact that they're stupid afterwards goes to show how it's of earthy. I mean, compare that to the collection of stupid things that Bert Kreischer had generated, just in general. I know I see podcasting just to how military the space. You can already see Rogan comedy brats are matching on to Shane's person. Their podcast and this is a big call, so wait for it. At this point, I think Rogan needs Gillis more than Gillis needs Rogan. Here we go. Let me explain. I've said this before about Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, and there are a few other guests as well in this category, but particularly those two who are comedians. Go on JRE to have a relaxed discussion. Rogan seems to have a good time. They hit the best episode. But I think the reason that Rogan respects those guys is because they give him comedy legitimacy. And that's what Rogan's up now. He's got comedy club, he's putting on comedians onto JRE, he's moving into legacy mode, and like stand-up comedy is where his heart is. Turning into a Chappelle, I love that Rogan legitimacy. And the dead giveaway, the way that they don't always agree with everything, and push back, unlike a conversation between two. No, that's a statement of Richard Shaw, for example, who was saying one thing, disagrees immediately agree with 100%. So that's what I mean when I say Rogan is the because Shane's rising to make himself Rogan. That's that we've had. And I think Rogan knows that. But anyway, I know it's like I've been fangirling over Gillis lately. I think that's just more of a reflection of how bad podcasting has been when I'm down to earth comedian. Such a that's it. Hope you drop a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Haven't subscribed yet. Consider jumping. Loads right there. Thanks for joining me, guys. I'll catch you in the next video. Yeah. Well, sorry.
You guys are very nasty. Obviously, you guys know how to handle booze. And that's fun. Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis' bullshit and decided to step back off the straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he had money for the night out of it. Where Shane spot Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead up to the State versus Notre Dame championship. But Jamie's team ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shane's deal and pays up and t-shirt on. All of this is mostly banter, except for the part where Jamie actually gets annoyed with Shane's lying and calls out for it. For the most part, Shane actually friends and they started to get and whenever their teams are about to play, both to all the way, you want to go pee with no, I'm here. I'm really want to go pee with you went, yeah, but fun. Jamie, it was so imagine about now, Jamie, you went jacked off. Jamie, aren't you jacked off? Just like Okay, just before we go any further, can we all just agree that Irish is the most distinctive JRE guest in history? If you didn't catch it, Rogan was talking about the bottle of Guinness that Iron was around and that clear and shot. Like, the guy is an absolute menace. He apparently took shit on stage at Fest and also Tony, was educated. Crazy. Crashes shirt. Junk out it. And the amount of times he just couldn't be bothered to through. So he just starts pissing in bottles, beer under the table, and gets everywhere. I mean, he was basically doing it on every episode until Shane took it out and told him to get material. So on episode 15, he managed to leave bathroom like a way, which seems like progress, I guess. But getting back to Shane, they were looking to the G jumped in and proposed it. So Shane could get the money back that Jamie supposedly owed. It was the idea of like things keep accelerating and getting more and more deviant. They try to explore it. That's no. $300 machine. I gave you the $100
action. So even though you owe me $100, if you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gamma.
Yeah.
So $50.
I like it. I do have another question.
I think it's crazy that Roman doesn't actually know the story about what happened after Jamie's been keeping his mouth shut for over 3 years now, and you can see there how Shane immediately tried to change the subject by bringing up a question that he had for the podcast, which was about Ohio State's shady business dealings with one of Epstein's associates, which I'll play for you in just a moment. But after that, Jamie hits back with an allegation of his own about Notre Dame over their team, and it basically just became tit for tat. And the funniest part is how they both clearly prepared material to sledge each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State ready to go whenever she started talking shit about the game. But then finally, Jamie put up the money that Shane still owes him that night at the casino. And thank God for Norman, because without him, we wouldn't be able to really understand the magnitude of what was going on in that studio. His custom library of Mark Norman sounds and one-liners always helps to navigate the shits around in that room at any one time. So if you're confused, just wait for the noise.
So 350.
Then one question for the podcast. Jamie, who's the Ohio State's roster this year?
This is a question I mentioned you before.
Entire roster. Yeah, what did he do though? That's suspect.
Because it's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I don't know either. Google. You want to go on Reddit? Just Google. See what Jeffrey Epstein worked for. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your roster.
Oh boy. Not so much money.
Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard. Eye-opening take.
It's called Literal Fake News. What is this from?
That's
What is this from? Jamie, check the Jamie,
Are they going to be sad?
no, I'm going to be sad if they're able to win the national title. I'll tell you, I'm going to go down there, I'm going to take my dad, and I'm going to say, I love Notre Dame.
rub it in.
What if you have to wear a shirt?
You will.
That's not bad.
I'll do whatever it takes.
That's fair.
Do you want to start that one? I'll do the t-shirt. Maybe I could. I'm afraid to do it blind.
Wear a $1,000
You're wearing Notre Dame shirts. No matter.
Jamie, $1,000 even up.
Okay, we
That's it.
Shirts. Do something embarrassing.
Come on,
Yeah, Mark Norman's that guy in every group that always gets you into fights, but seems to disappear when shit actually goes down. Then he rocks up at the end and says, "What the fuck happened to you guys? I went to get a drink and you disappeared." Meanwhile, he was the one who told the other guys that his buddies been railing one of their girlfriends just because he was bored and wanted to see what would happen. But the thing that's been really bothering Jamie was Shane's appearance on Flagrant back in 2023. This is where Andy and his den of dick riders brought up the night at the casino and asked what really happened to Jamie at the blackjack table. And this isn't the first time that Schultz has conspired to talk shit. Nobody punches down quite like Andrew Schultz does. Remember that time when Tom Segura told him about Bert's phobia of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to hire a clown and fill the studio with balloons when Bert came in for an episode of Flagrant. Yep, that was the first time in my life where I felt a bit of empathy flow out with Bert. He really didn't deserve that. Oh, fuck it, maybe he did. Anyway, so when Shane was up there in September 2023, Schultz brought up the casino story and asked Shane to explain exactly what happened.
Other than Jamie.
Jamie, such a big mouth. I knew it was Jamie. Two mountains.
So bring that up. The legend. We pulled him in. Pulled up Jamie. We're in Austin. And Jamie's like, listen, works out. I was going to bring the story up with me and Shane. Okay. You set it up the way that you know, because I know James.
This was after a show. We're at a casino.
Why'd you win?
Yeah, with Rogan, Dana White, most of the boys. Trump was just there.
So you guys are charged up.
And water betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like per hand. But then we're at the other, like a side table. We're playing a little bit of money. Play blackjack. Jamie gets an ace. Gets another ace. Splits it. Now he's out of money. He needs somebody to help. I go, yeah, I'll play that. I'll play that card. I'll play that. Yeah, I'll play that one. And another one in the outing.
So you keep splitting.
And I ended up paying for 3 of the aces. He paid for the first one. And then they all won. And I think we should have split the winnings.
Evenly?
I'd say pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question. Pretty even. It seems.
I just don't like them again. I can like think of that like passage where you like have that cards. You should have lost.
75%.
I did get more. Eventually, I did get more. He was upset about it because I guess in poker and gambling, if somebody backs your bets, you can just pay them back what they gave.
And then if I'm winning, no, you get a little bit. You have to give.
I should have gotten all my winnings. That's just what I got.
Yeah, you won that one. But I think his thing was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what if I lose. So he has no risk.
But it was the risk, though. No, that was the risk. If those ain't lost, I lost those chips.
Oh,
He wasn't gonna pay me back. That was a risk. Yeah, so he paid for this.
The risk of all the rewards.
I agree.
After he won, like, I'm gonna pay him back no matter what. After he won. Rule is for degenerate gambling addicts that were like, well, you pay for me, and then if I win, it's my money. And you pay me back. Oh, stop my dude. Everyone's out of money. You need mine.
Exactly.
I want you money. I'm on your side.
I couldn't agree more, but Jamie, I did start bullying him a little into giving me more and more and more money. And I was ignorant enough to just, how much was the winning? No, I don't know. Forget. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly.
Yeah, I know. Jamie knows.
He bought it all. Exactly.
It's number 4, and I think we split it. I got a little more than that. Which one?
75%.
Not 7 months. I love Jamie's. I'm taking. I invited him to Ohio State the other day. I was going to get him his tickets. He wants to be a
He's in Ohio.
He got paid for half.
I think.
Of course, Schultz's entitled brat side piece Akash Singh thinks that Shane should have got 75%. But Shane actually did admit that Jamie gave him half the winnings, which is what actually happened. So obviously, friends and Shane was clearly controlling the whole time by dragging out the story and making it out to be a whiny bitch. But the reality was that Jamie did offer Shane half the money straight after it happened. And like I said earlier, it's crazy how no one actually knew the story, including Rogan, at the time, which makes it so much funnier. Jamie's been sitting there the whole time with his mouth shut while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years that happened. So finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging in, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all.
He is from a gapper. We talked about that.
I'd be like, I didn't have any money. Because that's not how
Jamie the man.
I gave him half the win. Not to get that much money.
Half the winnings?
Oh, all right. Yeah. Hold on a second. You just give me money back. You son of a bitch. I was going to think more on it. No, you don't know. Explain what happened now.
How much did I put
For that, you could the second time it came out, I didn't have enough to cover that one. I had 400. I bought 600 for me. Fourth time it happened again, and then we won all 4 hands. Wow! And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos. I said, that's what's going. How much money do I get? And I gave him a bag of chips. I back it up. That's good. And he turns in the shit. He goes, I don't know. What do you get? Was it 5K now? And well, we'll look at 8,500. So I think that's like 200. I was just making fun. Yeah, and then it was like, I was like, oh shit. He just lied. Betrayed. Betrayed you. I gave you 4. And then I go back. And I know it. Oh my god, it works. Real thing. And Jamie looked at I feel like he's gonna win this bet. I feel like he's getting $1,000. Mark Norman said it earlier. I've never heard Jamie piping up so much during a podcast. There was that time when he got his knickers in a knot when the moon landing conspiracy expert Mark Sorrell was on the podcast, and he threw a tantrum because no one was listening to him. But he really went for it in this episode, and it was good to see Rogan let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupting him or talking too much on the podcast. Joe likes his side pieces to be real quiet and do as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. You know deep down that Shane's gonna hate it. He even looked kind of embarrassed admitting that he went along with Rogan's story the whole time and never thought to correct the record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's been sitting there putting up with everyone's shit for years, and finally he just says, yeah, nah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan paid Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now. And judging by Rogan's response, I actually think Jamie gets paid a lot more than he initially. Mark asked if Jamie gets paid more than Red Band did, to which Rogan said, yeah, he gets paid a lot more than he did, and he gets paid quite well. Now, I'm not sure what that quite well actually means according to Rogan's standards. It could be 200K a year, it could even be up to $1 million. Who knows, but it wouldn't be that crazy if it was, seeing as Rogan makes over $100 million a year just from podcasting, and Jamie's obviously a super important part of the show. So if you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Red Band with Jamie, I did a video about it a while ago over on my Patreon, so go and check out the link in the description if you're interested in signing up. There's plenty of other stuff there about JRE and Kill Tony as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you end up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you next time.
I have that little one that's even faster. Starting to call you. Jimmy, get this little one that did happen. Yeah, the commercial break. As soon as I got in the club, I was like, I need security footage. And then he was like, oh, now everyone can see me fall. And I was like, I'm doing Rogan tomorrow. Like, oh, I'm like 10 million people in.
Shane Gillis made his 15th appearance on JR this week with his partner in crime, Matt McCusker, and like all his appearances on Papa Rogan's podcast, it was an absolute banger. And it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. He's got a lot going on this month, which is what I'm going to cover in today's video. From his recent Bud Light sponsorship to the rumored Super Bowl ad this week. And don't forget he's hosting SNL on the 24th, 5 years after they sacked him, which helped elevate his profile even further. But here's the thing, Shane owes a lot to Joe Rogan. Like I said, this is his 15th appearance on the podcast in just 2.5 years. That's right, it took Rogan 2 years after Shane's SNL sacking to have him on JRE, and since then Shane has become a regular. And this unfailing tension brewing between the two of them, which I first noticed in his last appearance from 2024, just recently in December. So I'm going to break it all down as usual. I use some clips from the podcast and explain my thoughts and opinions. And I'm going to play you guys one clip in particular that shows just how different Shane is to Rogan and his comedy brats, so make sure you stick around for that one towards the end. But just before we get into all of that, if you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out. Get on board. We're pushing 110,000 subs. I drop a few videos keeping you updated on everything happening in the podcast universe. A massive shout out to my regulars who always turn up and help to grow the channel. You guys are the best.
Bears in the forest. Certain parts of Europe, I know for sure. I know they have brown bears out there. But there's definitely some
Russia has no races in my brain. I was like, I'm tired, like, you know, you drink remembering Spanish. So, bear. It might be bear. It is. Nice. Yeah. Oh, really? Pittsburgh? I'm from It's called also. Oh, what a great name. So, the only ones with a drink to sell you. Shane recently signed a sponsorship deal with Bud Light and went for a tour at their facility in New Orleans. And the narrative being thrown around is that Shane saved Bud Light after the train wreck of an attempt to appeal to the LGBT plus community with their Dylan Mulvaney partnership last year. As a result of the controversy, Bud Light went into damage control as they desperately sought to win back their base, even though they clearly had forgotten who their base was, or maybe just fell asleep at the wheel. Either way, they needed to clean up their image as a blue-collar working American brand instead of a bunch of suits virtue signaling to a community that never cared about them in the first place. So it started with a massive multi-year deal with the UFC valued at over $100 million per year, and then a sponsorship with Shane Gillis, which people are speculating will see him starring in a Super Bowl commercial over the weekend. And oh my god, if we see Shane in a Super Bowl ad, that would be absolutely wild. I mean, just imagine the headlines from all the usual suspects. Bud Light uses transphobic, homophobic, something else phobic comedian Super Bowl ad, and then Matt and Shane on the couch doing their MSNBC podcast, just laughing about how angry all. And speaking of Matt and Shane's podcast, if you missed it, 2 weeks ago they had Cole Beasley on. Towards the end of the episode, Cole asked Shane about what kind of money he's making from podcasting comedy, but then he brought up that he saw Shane wearing a Bud Light beanie and asked what was going on with all that, to which Shane responded with his signature awkward style.
What's this podcast gig like?
What's this?
Yeah, how's it going?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, what's the money like? Getting off of it somehow?
Like, yeah,
How's that work?
yeah, like,
That's still somewhat funny.
no, it's true. I'm not saying it's not.
He's fine. Like, 8 minutes.
No, yeah. So you have to.
Alright.
Actually,
Comedy money should be good now.
nice. You should have so sick.
Big Netflix
Comedy money's yeah,
working it up.
money is good.
Saw you with Bud Light. I know take you for what I know.
Really?
What's going on?
What's
going on there?
Bud Light rules. Bud Light's back.
Is it back? How's it back?
I'll tell you after.
Alright,
that's
you know what?
2 weeks ago, don't forget, but there's definitely still some tension there. Not everyone's convinced, even on Shane's Instagram where he announced his partnership after a tour of Bud Light's facilities, not everyone was happy. Along with the messages of support, cracking jokes, people were saying stuff like, Bud Light trying so hard not to be gay, effing Shane Gillis is trans. But just a reminder, folks, everyone is for sale. Shane, like that one. Paying people that we like doesn't cover up for their sins. Sellout, glad I had no idea who you were and wasted a minute of my life watching you. I hope you tank. Wow. So some people have already made up their mind about Bud Light and cannot be swayed otherwise. But this was easily my favorite reply. Where'd you get that Bud Light, Daddy? Sorry. That cracks me up every time. Honestly, I'd probably rather a grilled cheese sandwich than a Bud Light. But anyway, this week's appearance of JRE, Shane Bud Light sponsorship came up a few times, and it was literally the very first thing that they discussed. Back. They came all the way back. For some reason, I don't understand. I've never seen anyone get too weird when you kind of drink beer. I thought I came all the way back. UFC, Shane Gillis. Let's go. I mean, that's a good move. Like that guy that we met, the CEO. Yeah, he's got it together. Yeah, he can. Like you're the CEO now. Just take your word. I'm so happy. Like, what happened about this? Listen, I'm so happy. I mean, they just made it so
sense. You never let them go. You never bail them. So a couple of interesting things there in the first 2 minutes of the podcast. Obviously, Rogan's happy for Shane. It's a massive payday for his money. And anyone who's followed Shane for 5 minutes knows that he's a legit ambassador. But I found it curious that Rogan said that he met the CEO as well. And then Shane said, "I'm happy about this," presumably in reference to Joe's podcast. I think either Rogan met the CEO through the UFC partnership, or he helped to broker the deal and get Shane. And I think Shane thanking Joe by saying his podcast played a massive part means that Bud Light obviously likes the fact that Shane drinks 20 of them on Protect Our Parts episodes. Maybe that's how they discovered that Shane was a Bud Light guy. Either way, it's clear that Joe played a role in getting Shane sponsorship, which again, I think is fantastic. Good luck to him, he deserves it. But then it kept coming up again and again and again. And I started to get the sense that there's a bit of competition going on. Let me show you what I mean, okay? Almost an hour into the podcast, Shane tells the story of how he went to Bud Light's facilities at New Orleans, and he brings up their beast horses called Clydesdales. But Rogan, being the animal lover that he is, quickly became obsessed with just how big they are. Matthew, would you please hand me that Bud Light? Absolutely. Responsibility. Absolutely. Wow. Beer, dude. I've been to Clydesdales. Did you really? You had to meet horses. I had to meet some horses. Then I got really responsible. It was in New Orleans. I got extremely responsible. Around the horses? Around the horses. No, I called my dad. And he didn't answer. It was like, I was like, how many horses? I'll tell you, they're big everywhere. You know what I'm talking about? Big. Distracting. What's distracting? There it is. Wow. That thing's huge. Yeah. Look at the size of that horse. You're a big dude. Yeah. That's like maybe people need to recognize. How tall are you? I'm 6'3". So he's 6'3", but look how big that horse is. That horse's back is like 5'10". Yeah, that's insane. It's crazy. How much bigger are they than a regular horse? So then after Rogan's done being over the horses, he actually cracks a pretty funny joke. But now that Shane's the company, he didn't like it so much. Why are they so big? I love it now. Yeah, I mean, like, what they must have select breed. That's part of their business is they keep horses. Yeah, they have like a. They didn't shoot any of them after everything went down south. They were shooting the horses. I'm just wondering. That's what happened before. They're shooting horses pretty out there. Dude, not Michael. They fired like a lot of people. Just wondering if they shot him. Right. He's an expensive. Bro, I know it's funny. It's such an expensive joke. Okay, I'm going to come back to why this is a problem for Shane in a moment, but I want to show you guys this next clip first, where Shane gives it back to Rogan when he brings up one of his own. You use a VPN? No, she's. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, she is one. It's a great idea. It's VPN. Easy, yeah. One click. That's a sponsor. Nice to use. Do you think I can use it to bet somewhere else, maybe? Not just. I don't know. I know. Oh, this is your sponsor. I'm going to use it to bet somewhere else. Yeah. No. I've never bet somewhere else. So they obviously just laugh, but Shane was definitely to run after his jab about shooting the horses, and the fact that ExpressVPN was that and Shane just makes the whole thing funnier. But here's the thing, you can probably tell that Shane was low-key getting frustrated, but I don't actually think he was frustrated at Rogan. See, most of these guys have all these sponsors, and they can't keep track of them because they're not really media trained, they're just comedians, right? And I think Shane's quickly realizing that this sponsorship with Bud Light is going to be a little bit different and more difficult than he thought it would. He clearly just wants to drink beer and play Xbox, but now he's got to act like a responsible drinker. He can't take jabs at his corporate partner anymore, and someone like Rogan cracks a joke about them laying off staff and shooting horses to survive. He can't laugh at the joke, but they're paying him to make them good. So, for someone who just wants to hang with his buddies, have a drink, talk trash, do some podcasts, and work on his stand-up comedy, having to bow down to this corporate sponsor like this could become a problem, especially considering how off the cuff these kinds of conversations can be. but I don't necessarily think it's a problem right now. He's obviously still getting used to having such a big brand deal, which I reckon is worth over $10 million in. But obviously, I know nothing. I'm just guessing. However, if he does get another couple of big brands on his side from other industries, that's when I think he could start to really screw himself over. Because all of a sudden, he's creating these black spots that he can't joke about anymore. And tell, just from watching those clips just now, the fact that he's always representing the company now. I mean, he's effectively an ambassador, right? So my view is, I think it's great that Shane's monetized that relationship, given he's a legitimate fan of online. But if he's not careful, he will find himself slowly turning into Tom and Bert, who shield everything under the sun and always have to be in corporate mode. Shane's whole vibe is laid back and carefree, so hopefully he doesn't end up selling out completely and end up like basically clowns on sale. Now, that isn't the source of the growing tension between Rogan and Shane. We saw a little glimpse of it with his joke and the Express VP back a couple of minutes later, but that's mostly just friends joking around and having a laugh. I think there is something a little bit deeper going on here, and I've spoken about it in the past. It's this idea that Shane's profile is growing so quickly at just such extraordinary heights that Rogan almost needs Shane now more than Shane needs Rogan. And I think it's starting to bug Rogan. For some reason, people seem to think that Joe is this really humble guy who's down to earth and in touch with the common man, but nothing could be further from the truth. Joe has an ego the size of an elephant. He just manages to hide it well because he's been sitting at the top of the mountain for over a decade now. Don't get me wrong though, I think he definitely wants his friends to succeed and he helps them out wherever he can. No arguments there, but I've noticed that the way he does it, it's always so they remain under his wing. He wants to be known as the guy who helps out his buddies, just as long as they then kiss the ring. When have you ever seen any of the Brogan comedy brats go on JRE and actually challenge him? Never. They all go on there, they plug their latest grift, they praise Joe for everything he does for the and they pretend he's the smartest guy. Shane threatens that ecosystem because he's now achieved what none of his other guys could. Think about it. None of Rogan's close buddies have hosted SNL. And I'm not talking about Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. I'm talking about Sean, Tom, Bert, and all those guys, that inner comedy brat circle. Shane not only got fired from SNL before he even started, but now he's a couple of weeks away from hosting it. And even SNL are trying to get on his popularity at the moment.
You have a lot of friends who work at Saturday Night Live. Would you ever be interested in hosting the show?
I've said before, I'll play to I have a when we get back, and I'll be a the experience. I'll get some number. They can that I don't care, but like I love the experience. Yes, hosting terrifies me. Hosting terrifies me. That I know you have to do it if they offer it to you, but that terrifies me. I'd rather sharks it over for television than have to deliver. Well, you don't have to pay me. I'll come out one season and get that cast member. And I'll work my ass off and I won't complain. I'll slow down my drinking. I'll pump it up, whatever you want. I can love it.
So in my opinion, that 100% threatens Rogan. You've got to remember, he has an ongoing bitterness towards the establishment turning their backs on him. And even though SNL is based out of New York, they're still part of that same comedy establishment. SNL used to be the top of the comedy food chain. What Rogan has managed to do quite successfully is carve out his own little area in the sandbox. That's what the comedy partnership was about. To be the foundation for an independent comedy scene away from the bright lights of Hollywood, where comedians like Rogan, who were rejected by the establishment, would create their own ecosystem, and he's killing it. There's no doubt that he's successfully challenged the status quo and created something out of nothing. And then you have Shane Gillis, his finger in every comedy pie at the moment. He's back in with SNL, the Netflix deals, he's living in Boston and regularly appears on JRE, and now he's got this new brand deal with a multinational corporation, Bud Light. He is living the dream that Rogan always wanted. Shane is a comedian at the moment, whereas there are still people out there that have no idea that Joe Rogan is actually a comedian. Now, at the beginning of the video, I said I'd show you a clip that proves just how far apart Matt and Shane are, Rogan's other comedy buddies. So let me give you some context mistakes first. The people that are writing them, you get a disproportionate amount of failures. If you try to get like a control study of the population, general population, doing a pharmaceutical study, you have a bunch of old people, young people, different walks of life. You got to do it right. You do a bunch of biological. The variability of people that are wanting to comment negatively online, like you can find those people. You don't have to. They're going with that. It's hard. It's a nonsense way to communicate. You don't know who they are. You don't know what their background is. You don't know whether their opinion is valid. You're accepting negativity, and human beings have a natural propensity to look towards negative things because your brain is programmed to look for intruders, dangerous things.
So with that in mind, let's take a look at how differently Matt and Shane handled the exact same conversation.
Rose the bomb for 10 straight years. That's not good. There's a lot of fighters like that too. That just keep getting out of battle. You should find another thing to do. Or you're just not going to be good at anything. That's also possible. There's certain people that just never get good at anything. They're really good at leaving comments on YouTube.
They actually are good at that. I'll tell you what, those work. Those are effective.
Yeah, those dudes will absolutely try to weak up for it. Yeah. I try to do like the thing where I'm like, I understand your feeling. I'll in my head, I'm like, he just rips. But yeah, okay, you can't get that. Although they're like a part of the whole YouTube ecosystem. Where like you catch enough bad ones times ago. Maybe I can think. Yeah, maybe I haven't. I don't think myself. Or, I don't know. It's tough. So you don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. Right? Sometimes you'll read them and you're like, I don't have to deal with this right now. Because you don't know who you're talking to. You could be talking to the biggest on the works at 7-Eleven. You could be talking to the biggest, of course. And it's just like, you're like, yeah, that's not true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just a waste of time.
Geez, man, what's wrong with working at 7-Eleven? Seriously, Rogan's he's a crapping on working class women, and he's starting to sound more and more like the Hollywood elites that he's been bagging for the last. But did you see how different Matt and Shane influence? See, these guys know, they get it. Matt nailed it when he said that YouTube existed. You see it saying comments over and over again. Maybe you should make it stop. And Shane agreed with that. I've covered in a previous video how Matt and Shane are aware of what happened to Brendan Shaw, but the subreddit dedicated to hating him is a big recap for him.
I watched that whole Excel documentary about
The guy that made that documentary about.
Yeah, so I know exactly what's going on in that subreddit. So I watched that documentary and then I went to the subreddit and I'm like, whoa, it's like a space. It's a whole subculture of these. There's like a small city or 14,000. Yeah, small cities where the people, towns where the people are dedicated towards like watching your every. But for the city they're pushing is taking that like kind of elitist attitude towards his family. He was kind of like, you guys losers, I'm killing it. They're like, dude, this high flying make fun of you. It's like the instantly came. I mean, so I'm like, you guys.
This is the major difference between Matt, Shane, and guys like Tom, Bird, and Schultz. They have this high level awareness of how powerful a backlash can be, and if you don't listen to the feedback, I mean, look at what's happening right now with Tom and Bird's launcher announcement. They must be absolutely stunned by the negative response to their baby, especially after it was supposedly. It's honestly wild how out of touch they are compared to Matt and Shane, who basically put up a clinic on how to do it without coming as arrogant tools. So there's a lot to digest there, but there's just so much going on at the moment. I can't wait for the Super Bowl to see Bud Light put out an ad with Gillett in it. If they do, it's going to be very, very good. Anyway, that's my breakdown of episode 2098. JR, Matt and Shane. I hope you enjoyed it. Big shout out to my regulars. You guys are the best. You guys always turn up for me. So if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board. Get all my uploads right there. That's it from me. Catch you in the next one.
You ever try to make your own pizza? You ever do the pizza oven thing?
I worked at a restaurant. We were doing that. I'm not good at it.
But now you have a nice yard. Like, maybe you get a little pizza oven. Nice.
Guys.
I can see you with the little sauce, throwing the fresh mozzarella, the basil, pushing it in there.
I'm gonna pull it in and play Xbox and DoorDash. And then go to the show.
some right now?
I'm wrong.
He's gonna come get you.
I want that.
You want to start this war, dude?
You're calling her. You're yelling at a cloud.
It wakes me up.
You're yelling at a little.
Look at this minute like a dead corpse. Oh my god. Start a war. I'm not starting a war. Anyway, I didn't see this bad way. Listen, really. I want to tell you, you're on the pot. We can cut it for sure. Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him. And I said,
I'm not talking about you, dude.
go ahead and say it, dude. Go ahead and say what you gotta say to Shane Gillis.
No, we're cutting all that out.
No,
I have control of this podcast. Cut all that out.
Bobby Lee's back at it again, stirring the pot for absolutely no reason at all. But instead of having to wait for someone to send Shane Gillis to clip, this time around, Santino got Shane on the phone straight away and put Bobby on the spot, which was a genius move. The instant karma was strong on this one, and probably not the way you think. And I've got to say, I've been listening to Bad Friends more and more lately, ever since the Joe Rogan experience turned into the Dunning-Kruger experience, and Two Bears, One Cave became a snooze fest. I've been turning to Theo Von, Tim Dillon, and Bobby Santino over the past few months. I only ever really used to watch bits and pieces of those podcasts, mostly clips that came up in my feed, but now that Rogan's gone off the deep end, I find myself tuning into episodes from those guys every week. And can I just say, slightly off topic for a second, have you ever seen a bloated publicity tour? Then Andrew Schultz right now. Mark me dead, the guy has literally done a dozen podcast appearances in the space of 10 days. Every time I open up my YouTube app, my feed is being spammed by his goofy ass face, clipped up from some random podcast he decided to do to promote his latest Netflix special called Life. I said this in my review last week of his special over on Patreon. Never has there been with an ego so big that he decided to do a 1 hour special, him trying to bust it up. The whole thing was literally one long dick joke. He even made an appearance last week on Bad Friends, which ironically was funnier than his Netflix special. But this week, Bobby and Santino had Dan Soder on the podcast. In my opinion, he's probably one of the best and underrated podcast guests going around at the moment. Every time I see his face now, I think about his Matt Williams impression from Tony last year. But for an insecure little Asian boy like Bobby Lee, being around tall, funny comedians like Dan Soder, Shane Gillis, and Joe Rogan triggers him. So his way of coping is to unnecessarily start shit. And we all know Bobby's shit is to project his insecurities onto everybody around him, then complain that everyone hates him, and then wonder why he never gets invited anywhere. So when he had Dan in the studio with Santino, Bobby went into full on.
I have another. Meet a girl, beautiful, right? And you go, hey, you want to? I have a boyfriend, right? And then when you actually meet him, it's like this. Yeah. And I'm like, you're dating this guy for what? That's okay. Like, am I right? Warm. Am I getting warm? Yeah, very warm. Yeah. I understand it now. I know you have a girl. Yeah, I have a fiance. I understand it now. Like I understand Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis with his girl, is related. Yeah. Would have never made sense in any other scenario. Besides what? Besides famous comic. I don't think so. You don't know. You underestimate Shane. I knew him. Oh, so he would be even hot chicks. He got bit by the radioactive spider. Became Shane Man. Okay. He's charming. He's low key. Cutie pie.
Bobby Lee's lack of self-awareness is diabolical, but I think that's kind of a joke. Implying that Shane Gillis has a hot girlfriend only because he's a famous comedian, when Bobby created a whole podcast out of one of the most toxic relationships I've ever seen, is absolutely crazy. But not only that, even after they broke up, the podcast is still going. Even Shane's girlfriend was surprised to hear Bobby talking about her all the time on the podcast.
I was thinking about how Trisha Paytas, literally has manifested everything in her life. And yesterday I was on the train back to New York, and I was half asleep listening to a podcast, and it was Bobby's podcast. And while I'm in and out of sleep, I hear him talking about me. I was like, what is happening? And it's so funny because I've always been really bad friends, just comedy in general. And I feel like I manifested this, obviously dating. And I remember that when I go out to the bars in New York, when me and my friends would play this like just lie to people, or like I don't know, like just go with the story, just go with the bit. And my bit, I always did, was telling people I was a stand-up comedian, which I'm not. I would tell the story so fiercely that I thought I believed it. And my friends were like, but I always said this joke, and like now I'm like, I don't know all these stand-up comedians. It's so weird how that works. So I guess my telling of the story is lie to strangers.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but seeing comedians coping with Shane's rise to fame is becoming premium cringe content, and it's usually the newer ones like Bobby Lee and Bert Kreischer. Whenever someone mentions Gillis's name in front of Bert, he goes straight into a story about how he before he was famous, and how he realized before everyone else how funny he was, and helped him to give him exposure to a blah blah blah. I don't know what's worse, Bert's open therapy sessions or hearing the machine the millionth time. Bobby takes it to a whole new level though, because instead of bragging about knowing Shane was famous, he just straight up shits on his appearance. And I know he's talking shit and breaking his whole shtick is being an insecure little Asian boy who's socially awkward and just wants to sit at home and play video games while eating potato chips in his underwear. Kind of like Shane Gillis, actually. But one thing I've learned about these guys over the years is sometimes it's hard to know when they're just joking around or if there's a hint of seriousness to their tone. Because when you've seen them talking for literally thousands of hours, you realize they're insecure weirdos just like us. And I'm honestly here for it, right? We're all sick of degenerate celebrities feeding us their polished image and holier than thou personas. I'm at the point now where I just want to see self-destructive comedians losing the plot in between ad reads.
You're missing a few key points, by the way. You go to the Midwest, you see beautiful women with big guys.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I used to go with Shane. Shane used to go on the road with me and feature for me, and when we would go to like Austin or something like that, boy, we were both single, boy, would clean up.
Yeah.
Because the ladies would be like, ooh, I want me a pale daddy. Right. And he'd be like, shut up, kid. They'd be like, ooh, I need them freckles. Yeah.
He looks like a white guy that's in water in dead corpse.
Oh my God.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the eyes bulging has been like being on swamp.
I gotta tell you something right now.
I'm wrong.
He's gonna come get you.
You don't want that.
You want to start this war, dude?
You are calling on. You're yelling at a
He
cloud.
wakes me up.
Telling
Like a little boy, and I like it. And we have that relationship, right? You know, Shane, if you're listening right now, or if you get this clip, you will. I give you props all day long. You're one of the funniest comics on planet Earth. You're the king, and you deserve all your success. That's not what I'm saying. I'm thinking of like, in Lord of the Rings, like maybe the second or third movie, right? Remember the Frodo and those guys went to the swamp?
Yeah.
And Gollum's like, go look in the water.
Who's in the water?
There's these dead elves, like thousands of years ago. Oh my God. I mean, that's insane.
You don't look in the water.
We're starting to warp. Yeah, that's starting to warp. Anyway, I didn't see this bad way. Dan Soder's impression of Shane Gillis talking to girls in Boston was absolutely fucking spot on. I just had a thought though. We need an episode of JRE with Bobby Lee, Mark Normand, and Theo Von just to cleanse the air in the studio from all the bullshit stuck to the walls, you know? Theo Von telling Rogan he has the body of a supermarket turkey tied up with a string is still one of my favorite moments in podcasting history, even if Rogan took it as a compliment. But once Bobby started with Gillis, he simply could not stop.
I'm over here saving you from
I'm tired of being bullied by people like you.
I'm saving you from
I try to befriend you at the two.
Yeah.
I'm tired of being bullied by you after you went after him and then Shane Gillis.
Oh, really?
You're bullied. You're bullied.
I'm being honest.
You're mad that the whole thing didn't land, and then you bullied Shane Gillis.
Yeah. You went after my friend.
You're the bully.
That's it. This is a controversial say I want to say. I feel like the bullying that I received was necessary.
When you were a kid.
Yes. You gotta put your head in this toilet. You're not gonna be able to breathe for 2 million. All that.
Never got a swerve in. You never got a swerve.
Oh my God, I was locked in a locker for a hour. No way. Yeah. And one of those half lockers, right? And it's insane.
What grade?
19.
like probably second grade or third grade.
Freshman year sounds like exactly.
And I definitely heard teachers walk by and I was screaming. They didn't.
When you hear just like so.
Yeah. That sort of like made me strong enough to do comedy. Yeah, absolutely. Do you know there's kids that are like they're giving Ozempic to like fat kids now, and you're like, no, you're not gonna have funny people.
Yeah, let them level out.
Right. You let them be fat and weird and awkward. Let everyone be.
I'm doing it again. I don't know why you're doing it.
Honestly, I'm trying to agree.
You know what? I'm trying to bring the king. Wow.
Yeah, I'm willing to do it.
You know, it's hard to bring down the king when you're a rook.
Damn. Did you just write that?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you. The last gig that he did, did you do the show?
The last gig?
The Wiltern one with Bill Burr and Shane Gillis.
I did that show, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't at.
Oh, they had told me why they did that. Because it was a strict timeline they had. Full Bob be on time.
That hurts me so bad, dude. And you would. That's completely hurtful.
That's not true. They didn't ask.
They would never ask. That's my point. Right? So,
This is bull.
It's not.
All right, well,
Welcome
you know
to the
what?
show. Thanks for doing it. Absolutely. I'm in a mood. Honestly, I love it. It's like camping. Sweet. Trying to keep people. That's good. Wait, let's move on.
Shots are fired.
Shots are not fired.
No?
Why? Because I said the Shane Gillis. How is that a shot fired?
That's legitimately a shot fired.
Okay.
Is it not? Am I crazy?
Okay, here we go.
I know, he's almost in SNL.
That doesn't look Shane Gillis.
Oh my god, dude, you're... Yeah, shut up.
Imagine a nudist beach, Shane Gillis at. Bingo.
I will say that. You are my best friend, and I love you so much. I cannot wait for him to come back. Like,
Honestly,
it's gonna be great.
I feel like a fur trapper that's come out of the mountains and told you, like, no, won't do.
Dude, you think that's silly?
I'll give you some Sam Elliott knowledge right now and say, Bobby, sometimes you get there. Sometimes that's not funny. That's not funny.
The way you said it.
Like, stop it.
Thanks for coming.
Oh man, this is the quality podcast slot we've been missing all year. Bobby openly exposing his insecurities over Shane Gillis and his girlfriend, while Santino and Bond and Manzoda sit in the cut chair over in the corner trying to save Bobby from himself. It's like an old episode of Two Bears, One Cave. You know, when Tom was fat and Bert was funny, and the producer pulling up images of bloated bodies to get Bobby going again was a genius move. But speaking of genius moves, the only way this could possibly get any better is if Santino got Gillis on the phone.
Whatever's going on,
So I'm going to say that. I'm fired. I'm going to try to dig my way out. Alright? When that whole thing happened with Shane, I mean, yeah, I was the first one. Number two, the first time I saw him perform, I thought to myself, oh, well, I would never want to follow that. Yeah. He's a beast. Yes, he's an absolute beast. Yeah. He's a absolutely a beautiful run, right? Yes. I know his dad. Love him. Phil's a legend. Great guy, right? I've been really respectful to his family, right? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm moonwalking son of a... I moonwalk, brother. Yeah. I do. I'm right there. I'm going to say... Exactly. You walk. I walk. You walk after that. And I only have the greatest admiration that he's one of the kings of the world right now. The beast. And I discovered this when we did... No, please don't call. You felt that? Is that what you're laughing? Yeah, that's what I laughed at.
Gilly, I want to tell you, you're on the pod, we can cut it for sure. I don't want to track you, but Soder's over here right now. Soder's in the studio. The band, and Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him. And I said,
I'm not talking shit about you, dude.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
I just said that you're one of the top comics on planet Earth. You're one of the kings. You know what else? I know your dad. And I have great respect for you. Is that a slam?
Doesn't sound like that's what you said.
So I'll tell you what I said. I think you both guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes you look bloated. Is that war?
Is it war, Gilly?
No. I ain't got war with fucking Barbie lady, no. Could you just feed me quickly? Yeah, I'm not fucking great, man. I look forward to the special.
See that, dude? He throws you a compliment. You insult
Shane,
my
why are
friend.
you doing this? Oh,
No.
man, I feel so bad.
That's the kind of guy Gillis is. Thank you, Shane. Love you, buddy. Talk to you later.
Hey, good luck, man. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Bobby, keep it up, man. You're hilarious.
I love you, Shane.
That good of comedy and that good of person.
So you get a 2 for 2.
Oh, my God.
You feel it now, huh?
You know what, though? At least you're reflective of it.
That's even better.
And the accountability. I'll tell you another thing, dude.
Bro.
We're cutting all that out.
No,
I have control of this podcast. I'm gonna call that out.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of humility that comes from dating a girl who just broke up with a Navy SEAL. Seeing Bobby throw his headphones down in frustration because Gillis wouldn't fight was the icing on the cake. And we all know what Bobby's like. He's the kind of guy who would complain about not getting invited to a dinner party even after the court case. Or he'd rock up to his own surprise party and complain to everyone that no one told him. He's basically the younger adopted brother of Larry David. By the way, Bobby Lee was actually on an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He played the Korean bookie from season 5, and if you have not seen this, holy shit, some of the worst acting you've ever seen. I love how he turned down Shane Gillis' offer to star in his show Tires because he was playing the Asian stereotype with the heavy accent. But if you watch that episode of Curb, his accent is so bad it will literally make you cringe. So it kind of makes sense why he kept on playing those roles. We honestly need Shane on an episode of Bad Friends. I don't think he's ever been on there before, so it's definitely overdue. Especially now they have podcast beef.
Yeah.
You just texted him.
What do you say?
Tell him it's yeah.
Yeah, let me see.
Oh, yeah.
I hear it. He really did.
That's it for you, buddy.
Oh, well, you know what? It was a good run. I think it's my way to get out.
Good run.
It's a good run. It's my way to get out. I'll get out. That's my way to get out. You know what, man? Honestly, they won't be able to find me in Vermont. Internet. Yeah. I mean, I have a kind of get.
You know what it is? This is like one of those Hollywood stars we're on right now. And this will be a grainy flashback when it all started to plummet.
Yeah, this is when the music changes.
Dude.
This is when the music changes on that.
And the color slowly fades. Green goes black. Punched in on you right now.
Yeah, no, I think if Bobby made it through all those clips of him sexually harassing morning show hosts on live TV, he'll probably make it through his fake beef with Shane Gillis. I will say, though, I have noticed that Shane has been slowing down with his podcast appearances. He's touring more now, so he probably doesn't have as much time as he used to. But I noticed he hasn't been on Flagrant since 2023, and prior to that, he'd been going on there once a year. Even on his own podcast with Matt McCusker, their appearances together have become really patchy for a bit recently. But I actually think it's a good thing, right? I think he's more aware of being overexposed than guys like Bert and Schultz. I mean, the amount of publicity Schultz is doing at the moment to boost his Netflix special into the #1 spot is absolutely insane. He's literally going around having the exact same conversation on multiple podcasts, and he gets roasted in the comment sections in almost every one of them. Shane recently went on SNL for the second time, which I think is really weird. I'm currently working on a video for Patreon of him going on SNL again, so I won't say too much here and spoil it, but I will say this. I do think it's weird that he keeps going back to a show that fired him in the first place, where the audience clearly don't get his style of comedy. As for Bobby, though, he's working on his first special, believe it or not. He's going to be one of the laziest comedians in that whole universe of comedy podcasters. He's basically the complete opposite of Bert when it comes to releasing specials, so there's a lot of pressure on him to deliver. I'll definitely be covering that when it comes out sometime next year, but I definitely think we're reaching the comedy special saturation point. There's so much shit out there on streaming services, and almost all of it is fucking mediocre. It's only a matter of time before that well dries up, and they're all back to self-publishing their specials on YouTube. So you're interested in seeing my detailed breakdowns of everyone's specials with clips and commentary, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description and check it out. I recently covered Schultz's special, and like I said, I'll be covering Shane Gillis' SNL appearance, as well as Bert Kreischer's big special later this month. So make sure you check that out if you're interested. But that's it for now. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I've ever asked you to 5 days.
Wait, why haven't you talked about it?
I'm trying to not.
5 days?
Yeah. So, Jen, if you're listening, don't start a war with me. Yeah, you fucked up. How's your wife's hands doing?
Oh, they're fantastic. I love my wife. You know, we can stand with. Okay, when I walked in the arena, she gave him the finger. Nobody got arrested. That's why this country's great. Kids arrest themselves. People be adults.
Bill Burr's wife, Mia Renee, caused some controversy a couple of weeks ago at UFC 295 when she flipped off Trump as he walked past. Now, at first, there was a divide where some people thought she was flipping off the cameras, and others thought she was actually directing it at Donald Trump himself. But now that Bill Burr has come out and confirmed it actually was for Trump, that debate has now been settled. What I find so interesting about this whole situation is that for some reason, people thought Bill Burr was a conservative, and they were surprised that he wasn't a Trump supporter. Well, his wife at least. I just assumed that it was common knowledge that he identified with the liberal side of politics. He clearly supports gun control and he's pro-choice. Bit of a dead giveaway, huh? But as Jerry Seinfeld would say, not that there's anything wrong with that. Maybe that was in a different context. Anyway, I think the source of this confusion stems from Bill Burr's style of comedy. He's loud, he's aggressive, he's politically incorrect, and he's incredibly cynical and sometimes gets quite dark. And for me personally, he's one of my favorite comedians, as my regular viewers would know by now. There's nothing like sitting back after a long day and listening to Bill Burr roasting fat people, feminists, Hollywood actresses, or even better, the audience themselves. Shout out to anyone from Philly. But here's the thing, there's a growing group of people, myself included, that think he's gone soft over the last decade or so. I've even heard some people claim that ever since he got married back in 2013, he's slowly become more woke and compliant year after year. Now, there's no way of knowing that for sure, but there is something that I can state with a high degree of certainty. Bill Burr is definitely softer than he used to be and doesn't go anywhere near as hard as he used to. You can even tell when he's about to dive into a group of people or political issue, he'll always preface the joke now if he's set up with something like, now I'm not saying yada yada yada, or if that's what you're into, blah blah blah. He's definitely more cautious these days than he used to be. Now that could just simply be a reflection of the times that we're in now and how they're changing. You know, the whole cancellation buzzword floating around like a bad smell. But I also think there's more to it than just that. So we'll come back to all of that shortly because there's something else that occurred to me during the of Donald Trump controversy. Shane Gillis, who's another one of my favorite comedians, well, he ran into the Donald at UFC 290 back in July of this year. It went a little bit differently for him.
But yeah, I got Donald. So how'd you end up getting her? How'd you strike back on?
The Secret Service started to, they're like, all right, dude, we'll get you. We're going to get it done. Find the exact perfect time. That's why they're like, all right, go. Now's your chance. You got to go. I was like, this is it. I don't want to do it. Jamie was like, go. And finally Rogan turned around and was like, you got to go.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Got a quick pick. Got out of there.
Now they need to say he's not letting it.
Yeah, he just said, you look great. How's everybody?
No, I didn't.
My mom's doing good. My mom and dad are in.
And so here we have two big-time comedians, one who's only a couple of years into blowing up, and another who's enjoyed many, many years at the top of the stand-up comedy chain. Both on the opposite ends of the Donald Trump effect.
I didn't even think about posting that picture.
Why?
I don't know. I think some people were mad about it.
Why?
I posted it, and I think people were like, what the? You know,
No way, dude. It was
a couple of people were like, I thought it was clearly
like people in a Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump.
And the responses to both scenarios from Shane Gillis and Bill Burr couldn't have been different. Gillis blew it off and spoke about it casually. It was all just a bit of fun for him, and even though at least Gillis leans more towards the right than the left, he still clearly didn't read into it that much. He saw the Don, he was in a Versace shirt, he went and got a picture, posted it, and thought it was funny. End of story. But for Bill Burr, it was a little bit more complicated. The response to his wife's unkind gesture was scathing, to say the least.
Did you guys see Bill Burr's wife flick off Trump?
Yeah.
We would get home, if that was my wife, Les, you're gonna flip the camera on?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, are you Eminem? And you think,
I thought he was.
I know. My wife, I'm like, all right.
But if you're gonna play him like a ball, they're gonna what are you about?
Yeah. But, I mean, you do it behind his back?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna do it, it's a woman, though. You're gonna do it.
He's walking.
Wait, let's go walk up to him and tap on his shoulder. Hey, you. I mean, you can do it.
He passed. You said it was a coward's bill. Yeah, it's like,
I don't know. Now, let me just say up front, I couldn't care less what Bill Burr, his wife, fans, his neighbours, whoever, I could not care less what they do in their private lives. And I think most of you watching this right now would probably agree. The problem is that what his wife did that night seemed to confirm a long-standing fear many of his fans have, that Bill Burr has become woke over the last 10 years since he got married. And even though Brendan Schaub is a complete tool, I 100% agree with his assessment there. Are your feelings so strongly anti-Trump need to express them in such a way when you know that you're in the spotlight, literally cage side at UFC 295, especially considering that your husband's profile is based around him being anti-woke. Now we have Bill Burr's wife flipping off the most anti-woke, anti-establishment, anti-Hollywood president in history. And whatever you think of Donald Trump, that's really saying something.
That's like those Trump guys. They're always going like, ah, you snowflakes, you F your feelings, and all of that. And you make fun of Trump, and I'm like, oh my God, it's disrespectful. It's like you're saying F Joe Biden. It's like, you can't have it both ways.
how's your wife's
Oh, fantastic. I love my wife. You know, when you stand with her. The guy walked in the arena, everybody cheered. She gave him the finger. Nobody got arrested. That's why this country's great. Everybody expressed themselves. We all get. I don't know about you, but I came there to go to the lights. I didn't know I was going to the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, he definitely rehearsed that 100%. He was trying so hard to turn it into one big joke and hope that it wouldn't stick. And again, let me emphasize, I really don't care what him or his wife think about Donald Trump. I don't think it was disrespectful, and honestly think that Trump is actually the problem was the optics of it all.
Alright, so this is Bill Burr talking to Rich Eisen, I believe, about the whole controversy where Bill Burr's wife was flipping off on camera when Donald Trump was walking down.
Yeah, and I love Bill Burr. If my wife did this, I'm like, hey, left and right, I take it. We don't care who buys it. We like both. We're not picking a side. So that's why I'd be upset. I was like, you just my fan base and so he goes, I love my wife, you know where you stand. You know I was going to Republican National Convention. Yeah, you're allowed to give your opinion about foreign countries. You're allowed to give any of your finger. You're allowed to. That's what's great. Try it in Russia, North Korea, though. Correct. Do it in Ukraine.
Geez, I'm starting to get sick of Bubba and his legit takes. Credit where credit's due. Got a point there. The hands in a half like that with a silly gesture. But let's get back to this fundamental question, which is, has Bill Burr lost his flair? The ruthless comic who absolutely roasted the crowd in Philly back in 2006. For a lot of comedy fans, that Bill Burr was during the traveling virus comedy tour, which was basically the regular comics from the opening show on tour. They were in Philly and the crowd was rowdy, booing off comedians left and right. When it was Bill's minutes backing down, he went on offensive, roasting everything about Philly for a solid 12 minutes. The crowd started turning. By the end, a standing ovation turned turned him into a cult hero, and now the story is stuff legend. Now, if we look at Shane Gillis, who is only 2 comedy specials deep, compared to Bill Burr's dozen or so specials, well, he had a similar but obviously different incident back in 2019 when he was fired from SNL due to supposedly racist homoerotic remarks made in fire, which resurfaced in the wake of his success. Now, we all know the story by now, how it completely backfired and shot his fame as like into the establishment comedy awards and basically went independent. So you can see how Bill Burr and Shane Gillis share a similar kind of idea that so many comedians are now trying to manufacture themselves. I recently covered Matt Rice's main attempt to be Schultz and Tom Segura have both shipped along by releasing specials in Netflix, but then independently releasing jokes that didn't make the cut because they were too controversial. And so Braveheart, get that Netflix money and then pretend to cancel yourself at the same time. I can't decide if you're playing chess or checkers. Maybe checkers. Anyway, throw in as well Bill Burr's latest Netflix movie. That's right, Bill Burr's actually a half-decent actor, and he extended his talents in his latest film called Old Dads, which he wrote, produced, directed, and starred in, alongside Bobby Cannavale and Becky Woodbine. Take a guess what the movie was about. You got it. 3 middle-aged men who find themselves out of step with the modern world. I don't know what you guys think about it. I thought it was pretty lame, but it has some funny incident. Seems to be the way these days are. And so, with all the growing controversy around Bill Burr's flourishing goodness, his movie couldn't have come at a better time. You know, to convince all of us that he's still Bill Burr that we've learned to love. The problem with him is guys like Shane Gillis, who are so far removed from the comedy establishment compared to him, that he's starting to look more like the out-of-step comedian who made the conscious decision to become Hollywood's anti-woke puppet. Oh man, I know that's a big call, but like I said, next to Shane Gillis and even an older generation comic like hey, shut the establishment and you know what, but I'll just do it on my own. Well, I tell you what, it begs the question, is there still room for Bill Burr amongst the anti-woke comedy elites like Shane and Louis? Has his longevity in mainstream stardom come at the ultimate price, becoming just a normal comedian? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm really interested to hear what you guys think about all of this, so make sure you drop a comment below. And if you haven't already subscribed, consider jumping on board so you get my uploads in your feed. I hope you guys had a relaxing Thanksgiving break. Shout out to all my regulars, guys, and I'll catch you in the next one.
By the way, dude, the elk's been delicious. I made this American chop suey with it. My wife gave a bad review, but anybody even everybody just like that. She goes, it looks like hamburger helper. I've been chowing it for like 4 days. Out of respect for that elk that you shot, it's like I'm eating all this. I don't care if it's fat. Does it make you more aggressive? What? No. No, Joe, you lunatic. My God. You gotta be like 3 decades. Like chill, smoke a little, put on your little rascal pants and just chill out. Phil dude I've ever met. That's why I love him. I love him. It's like every guy I met in Boston are welded together. It's crazy. Yeah.
SNL to the afterparty. It was like Shane Gillis.
I think it's good. I think tension's good. I don't see building a tension to release. That's what comedy is. I think it's a little different. Like I think New York City. Only New York City. New York City every single night. leaving good. It's like, dude, I was in the room, and dude, it's being for real. Like, went up and kind of bombed it. Okay, I was in the room. People were having a great time. He kind of crushed.
Yeah, it was great. It seems like controversy is starting to follow Shane Gillis around like a bad smell. It's been a week since his SNL appearance, 5 years after he was fired from the show, due to making inappropriate comments about Asian people. And as you can imagine, every man is a hot take, whether he or if he killed it. Twitter went into overdrive, culture warriors came out in their droves, defending Gillis for exercising his free speech and trashing the libs, attacking NBC, platforming someone who they believe should have remained in SNL exile. So now that the dust has settled and Shane has made a couple of appearances after hosting the show, I'm going to show you guys his response to these supposed controversies, including the red-headed band member behind him who apparently refused to laugh during the monologue, as well as the manufactured tension between Gillis and Bowen Yang, SNL's first Asian American writer, made around the same time Gillis was fired 5 years ago. And then towards the end of this video, I'm going to address the topic of the moment: did Shane Gillis bomb in his opening monologue? Take a look at Tim Dillon's disagreement with Andrew Schultz about this very thing on Instagram last week, and we'll hear from Matt McCusker about what the mood was really like on the night. So stick around, we're talking all things SNL today. If you're enjoying this video, be sure to hit that like button and become a subscriber so you can support the channel and stay up to date with everything happening in the past. Now to start off with, on the night, Sarah sitting directly behind Shane during his opening monologue. I don't really react to his jokes, and she simultaneously became a hero, not like Shane's great material like Shane's takes, and represented everything from SNL that everyone who has stopped watching over the years.
This 5 minutes behind me that won't last.
Why is it everyone doing that?
Turn around and spin your face.
I wish I saw. I wasn't around for that band.
So I watched it, but obviously I wasn't too actually watch it. Then I saw one frame on Twitter, and I'm like, was she actually like stoned out? Because I paid attention to what mattered. I paid attention to what mattered. The black guy in the back who was laughing at every single punch. That was huge. Like the poor drag. I didn't. Yeah. You did. I didn't get it. I understand. The weird. They're like, I'm like, do you not realize this is the mom got mad at?
Oh yeah. Which the flying. That's flying.
Yeah, well, they gotta find something, you know.
So you can tell this really bothered Shane. He even posted on X telling everyone to leave him alone and move on. He said, I didn't bomb and I didn't crush the lips, and the lady in the band not laughing is totally fine. Knock it off. He actually deleted this post shortly after, which I thought was a good idea. I don't think he should have posted it, but I get that he didn't want her to think that he supported the pile-on she was getting on social media, laughing at his jokes. That's probably one of the worst things for a comedian. It reminded me of Whitney Cummings lecturing everyone who doesn't think she's funny because it was somehow offensive to her fans. And so Shane obviously didn't want to create the image that if you don't laugh at his jokes, then you're the enemy. So on the one hand, I get that he didn't want the pile-on to get out of control and intervene, but then on the other hand, it's not really his job to police his fans and tell them what to think, how to act. But she definitely didn't deserve all the attention she got just minding her own business. I think Sam absolutely nailed it in that clip with Shane where he said that it's a bit critical for people to call her out for not reacting to his jokes, but that's exactly what the law did to Shane 5 years ago and got him fired from SNL. You can't have it both ways. You can't bully someone into finding your jokes funny. And speaking of when Shane was fired, for those who don't know the full story, Shane and Matt on their podcast used to say some really controversial stuff that's now been deleted. It's commonly referred to as MSNBC's Old Testament. And the clip in particular that got Shane fired from SNL was the one where he was discussing Chinese people and Chinese food, using racial slurs, etc. And so when all of that happened, SNL actually hired Bowen Yang, marking their first Asian American hire in the show's history. So now that Shane hosted the show, people were anticipating
this tension between Shane and Owen because he's obviously Asian. But at the very end of the show, when they signed off, they shared a hug, and for some people, Owen as a sellout, becoming friends with Shane.
Owen Yang, kind of a, he just get like lumped in like they just kind of made it like he had a problem with that because he was Asian. He never said anything. No, they do it. But he's saying that with him. I don't think he said anything. Never said anything. Yeah. And that stuff is because he was the Asian guy who got hired. Yeah. He got put on it.
It's kind of crazy to think that because Bowen's an Asian American writer, that he should be carrying the flag for the offended when he's probably just a comedian trying to be funny and do his thing. The projection from Shane's haters is pretty wild. It's almost like they're looking for the offended, which got worse when it came to his actual monologue. Now, this is what everyone was anticipating, so let me give you the background for why this was such an emotive moment for him. Shane is not a mainstream comedian, so apart from his Netflix special Beautiful Dogs, he's mostly existed on the periphery of mainstream comedy, making a name for himself through his stand-up comedy and through his JRE appearances. Not to mention his very successful podcast with Matt McCusker. And when you consider that he was fired from SNL 2019, coming back to the show as a host was a big moment for him and his fans, because finally the establishment comedy scene no longer ignore his rising fame. So going into this, a lot of people had already made up their mind, and they were watching it with confirmation bias from either him killing it or him bombing. There was no middle of the road here.
How good did you feel the second we left the movie? It was great. I felt so good the second the monologue was over. Actually, the second the monologue was in the dress rehearsal, I felt really good.
I saw you did one of these.
What was that too? That was to the camera.
Okay.
It's really funny because depending on the publication, it's either Shane Gillis, Big Shane, Return to SNL, or Shane Gillis bombs in effect. I didn't get offended when I watched them. Really possibly did. So I was like, rough monologue, and then it was not a rough monologue. And it's just like, this is weird. Yeah, it was that long. It looked like it was. It's funny though, because I had my phone. You know, distress, and then the car from SNL to the afterparty. Excited. It was like Shane Gillis, bombs, like during the monologue being like, oh, it sucks, I can see all you guys laughing. That's just doing stand-up. Right. So he's bombing.
That's the I've seen the stand-up do that.
Why does I saw an article. Yeah.
Oh, they're out.
It's on the headlines. Yeah. Out their article.
Yeah.
I was in my phone Cleveland, and I went to Yahoo, like, Shane Gillis bombs tomorrow. Watch this. And I was also like, no, I didn't. That was one I was like, I knew I didn't. Yeah. You know, I know what I'm on, and I usually.
Right.
That one.
But here's the thing, right? Shane was definitely nervous, and as much experience as he has doing stand-up, nothing can really prepare him to do it live with so much anticipation. For me personally, the fact that he was so nervous did take away from his delivery, especially at the beginning. It was a little choppy, you could tell he was trying to find his feet, and then after a couple of minutes he relaxed into it and just started with it. But I think people don't fully understand that when he acts like bombing and stuff like, oh, you didn't think that was funny, that's just not in his act. He does that in his pre-recorded specials as well. Now think about it. Why would he keep that in his comedy special when he could easily edit that out or use a clip from one of the recordings that went well and everyone laughed? Well, it's because it's actually part of his act. He has an awkward style of comedy where he's always trying to convince you he's funny, and if you are a fan of his and you've seen a lot of his stuff, it was just business as usual.
Like, not even, like, I was in the room, and dude, it'd be for real, like, went up and kind of bombed, and I was in the room. People were having a great time. He kind of crushed. It was perfect. Exactly. So I was sitting there going like, okay, awesome, great. You don't have to worry about that anymore. They got a guy who there, I'm assuming, was just like, but he said the crowd wasn't having fun. It's like, dude, it's comedic device. Go and take, like, try to get hard. And then back to running hard. But it's funny watching their opinions start to evolve now. Now they're like, headline, maybe he didn't
it's slightly problematic, but also slightly good and fair adoption.
Yeah, like I said, that's just part of Shane's comedy style. He's understated. He doesn't come out with a bunch of confidence, and that's what's made him so popular. He comes off as down to earth. He's self-deprecating. He never pushes down. Always makes sure that he looks at himself, not anybody else. That's why I think so many viewers weren't familiar with him. But that was a part of it because there definitely was some tension in the room when he started talking about Down syndrome and his family, because again, you don't know about his family's connection with it. Just think it was making people laugh, which would obviously be.
Well, the one thing that shot me, because I was, he was in the city working out the monologue. I could see him do the monologue just every time I talked about it. And the Down syndrome part, I thought was the most endearing, hilarious. Like, really, I literally was watching him do it at the start, and I was going, he does stuff, and he does that stuff. Everybody in that building that ever doubted him or wanted the biggest piece of shit. Right? And just the fact, and I thought we were beyond this point of comedy, just the fact that he said Down syndrome, you could feel the audience.
I think that's what was good about it. I actually think that, to me, I watched it, I thought it killed, and I also thought he did great. Well, because here's the deal, that should happen to him. You know what's going on, and then he's so funny, overcomes any of that. I think it's good. I think tension's good. I don't see the building of tension, the releasing of it. That's what comedy is. I think it was.
I think it's a little different. Like, I think
New York City. Only New York City, middle of New York City. People might be a little
we
like,
perform in New York City every single night.
probably the crowd of people might be a little bit more.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't realize that there was still. I thought that we were beyond the point. You can't talk about that, but there's still topics, I guess, maybe inserted areas.
I think we need to be in a place where, and because I think our superpower, if there is a superpower, is making something shouldn't.
Yeah, I like that. But now, and so it's that, to me, that's the most fun time when you can't. I feel like we're in a time where you can say anything. But that was a reminder to me, like, oh, maybe the church is for sure. I really thought that part of it that they initially typed up. Obviously, that went in a moment. Even in that, but I couldn't believe it.
Okay, the joke isn't on Down syndrome people. The joke's on everyone who doesn't realize how cool they are and how they're doing just fine. Now, I think there's a group of people who don't know who Shane is that maybe thought, why is he allowed to joke about disabilities like that without knowing that it comes from a good place and, more importantly, a place of awareness? And that's the tricky line that Shane has to balance on, because if you recall, he opened the monologue by saying, most of you watching probably don't know who I am. So his appearance on SNL was definitely geared toward a more mainstream comedy audience who weren't necessarily aware of his previous work and the background to a lot of his material. For example, Shane studied history and English at college and has an interest in US history. So when he jokes about slavery and the Civil War, he's not trying to be controversial, he's just drawing on his own personal interest to create comedy, and it works. It's original, it's different. Think about the joke he made about his niece who had Down syndrome and had 3 older adopted black siblings. He joked that they would come to her defense if she's ever bullied, and it would be a nice moment for the country. The joke was on people who are in a constant state of being offended and don't realize that they are the ones who are being divisive, not people like Shane. That's how I interpret it, at least. So that's the kind of deep irony in comedy that could easily get lost in a new viewer has no idea who he is. I mean, the way he put his dad there and saying to the audience just to roast him, that's part of an ongoing gag where he makes fun of his dad. Anyway, I could go on and on, but the point is, Shane bombed in his mind. I think Tim Dillon was 100% on the money when he said that sort of tension is comedy, and joking about taboo subjects the way Shane Gillis does is actually refreshing and calls out the people who are so quick to attack him for his material without realizing that they are the joke. That's just my opinion on Shane Gillis, and I also think he could have written some more material for them. Most of it was recycled, but given he only had around a month's notice to prepare it, it's understandable that it would have been difficult to write a fresh monologue, not to mention the fact that he's working on so he's material that it's the whole, even though it didn't break very well compared to other recent episodes of SNL, I still think it did pretty well, and I haven't even mentioned the insurance one was the best one. Look, that's it from me for today. I just wanted to give you guys an update on the the controversy and how it's reflecting on our appearance. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, don't miss out on my uploads. That's it from me. I'll catch you with the next one.
I genuinely felt like everyone was drinking. And it
We're
wasn't,
drinking.
it wasn't like a lot of people like doing like nobody's happy. Great, it's successful. It's a different thing. Like we legitimately are happy for it, and it's everyone felt that it's a different thing. It's just a genuine, incredible dude. That's our game moment. He's ready to chuck this. And he's full of trash.
I didn't even think about posting that picture.
Why?
I think some people were mad about it.
Why?
I posted it, and I think people were like, "What the?" You know, the
No way, dude.
couple people were like, "What?" I was like, I thought it was clearly funny. Like Pete in a Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump.
So there he was, standing side by side with the 45th President of the United States at UFC 290 back in July. And like a lot of my recent videos, I wasn't actually planning on making this video. Now, I know I say that a lot. I mentioned Shane's Versace t-shirt photo with Donald Trump last week as a passing comment. It started a bit of controversy in the comment section. Let's get into this head on, because there seems to be a couple of different camps here when it comes to this stupid shirt. On the one hand, there's those of us who mostly just care less about whether or not Shane Gillis wears an expensive shirt. There are the people who clearly understand that it was a gag and he was just having some fun. So this growing group that Shane is becoming everything we hate about the broken comedy brats. Is Shane Gillis becoming a rich comedian? And if he is, does that matter? I mean, we all know that both Shane and Bert like to have a drink. So does it start with the shirt and then end up with an outfit like Bert? Gee, I hope not. But we'll get to that. First of all, how did our boy Gillis end up at UFC 290 wearing Bert Kreischer's favorite shirt? I guess we should count ourselves lucky that he didn't wear the shorts as well, huh?
I had to put on Versace.
How could you wear anything else?
I'll be honest, man. I bought this as a bit for the UFC fight. I felt like
The whole time?
all night.
I saw the picture. I said, that looks so good on you.
I felt. I mean, now you see it in person. I was like, look,
Great. I think your shirt looks great on you. I think you should wear nothing but Versace. How do you think? Pronounce it. Versace. Versace?
no, I said, I can't even pronounce it.
So is that not Versace?
No, I think it's Versace. But I felt like a real dumb. Well, and I was sitting. So I was dressed.
Did you buy it in a casino or were you out?
There's shops at Caesar's Palace, right? That was.
Okay, so Gillis came out the week after the event on his podcast and cleared everything up. Especially for those of us who are big fans. No one would likely to buy that shirt thinking, yeah, this would look cool. Clearly he knows that it's one of Bert Kreischer's signature outfits, and he bought it as a gag because he had pretty sick tickets with Albert Rogan, and I don't know. I don't think it's that funny, but I definitely understand where he was coming from. But I've also been thinking, like, what if Shane did buy it seriously because he thought that it would look good? And if he bought a fancy watch and some nice cars and all that, where does that leave him in the eyes of his fans? Let's come back to that because I want to get back to this story so we're on the same page and hear how he ended up taking a photo with the Donald and how it ended up all over social media.
But yeah, I got the Donald, dude.
So how'd you end up getting her? How'd you strike back on him?
The Secret Service started to. They're like, all right, dude.
That's good.
Let's get it done. Find the exact perfect time. That's good. Finally, they're like, all right, go. Now's your chance. You gotta go. I was like, that's it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. JV was like, you gotta go. You gotta go. And finally, Roby turned around and was like, you gotta go.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Got a quick pic. Got out of there.
Now they need to say he's coming.
Yeah, he just said, you look great. How's everybody? No, I didn't.
Oh, my mom's so good.
My mom and dad are in.
So there's also a bunch of people on social media ripping into with Donald Trump. And again, apart from the fact that, who cares who he takes photos with, I think most of it's coming from his casual fans that don't really know how much Gillis appreciates history. I mean, the guy did a 4-part series with Louis C.K., literally the presidents, where they go through every US president in history and discuss them in detail. For those of you wondering, Abraham was the best president. So for Shane to be excited to get a photo with the 45th president of the United States, that's not necessarily a ringing endorsement of every single one of Donald Trump's policies. I mean, get a grip, people. He was clearly uncomfortable at the event. We all know that he doesn't like the spotlight. That's kind of what makes all of this so funny. There you go, maybe the gag was funny after all. But what really frustrates me is that he hesitated about posting that photo to his socials. Dude, it's fine. You're fine. Post the stupid photo.
I didn't even think about posting that picture. Why? I think some people were mad about it. Why? I posted it and I think people were like, what the? No way, dude. It was a couple people were like, I thought it was clearly funny. Like, people in Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump. Yeah, it seems like the funniest. Your instincts are correct. I knew it was right. I mean, I didn't even consider it. And I got back and somebody texted me and was like, proud of you, dude. Call that posted. Yeah, I was like, oh shit. Oh, there was like people. Somebody was like privately supporting me. And I was like, I didn't even consider that it was a thing that would matter. Dude, it's not 2016. It's 2023. Yeah. And like, yeah, it's crazy. If someone's hating on you with the 45th president Versace shirt, sounds like a them problem. That's a big problem. That's crazy. Like, well, here's where he went wrong with this. It's like, I don't know. With literally just the last president in a Versace shirt ringside, it's like, oh man, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it was. It's a torture existence though. To just be like, check something and be like, he shouldn't have done that. Yeah, it's insane.
I couldn't agree more with their take on this, and honestly, as a massive Shane Gillis fan myself, I didn't need an explanation. I get why he addressed it on the podcast. I know he's probably not watching this, but on the off chance that he got bored and this video somehow popped up in his feed, bro, you're good. Trust me, it's fine. I don't know, guys. I feel like after watching the whole SNL controversy where they fired him because of supposedly racist remarks he made, that in the back of Shane's mind, he doesn't want to go back there. And so something like this might bring up that bad memory or something like that. But it also reminded me of the whole Tom Segura watch collection and car collection situation earlier this year and last year, where a bunch of his fans, including myself, were getting bored of him and Bert spending so much time talking about all their new shiny stuff that they bought. And I think it's a really important comparison here, particularly for those of you in the camp that are worried Shane's becoming a broken comedy brand.
The podcast with Bert, it was a few weeks ago, and I think I had just seen podcast really don't like talk about like you gotta watch or you guys talk about like any success you've had. I'm having a hard time. Therefore, like to leave somebody going like, hey, you talking about something that's good or a success in life, it makes me feel bad about my life.
Now, I've actually done a whole video on this called Tom Segura Hates. So you can go and check that out if you want the story. But in terms of Shane falling into that same trap, I actually don't think. So let me explain why. Tom was actually being disingenuous there, and every time he brings up this issue, he always mischaracterizes it and embellishes the problem to make it like the victim. I mean, the guy is the biggest snowflake in comedy. Basically, he likes to make it out as if poor people are fat and lazy like he used to be and don't want to put in effort into improving the situation. And so that's why he makes it out as if some of his fans were complaining that it was his fame and money that made them feel sad, make them feel bad. That's just straight up gaslighting. The reality is, there was a bunch of his fans that simply of all the expensive watching stories. We weren't sad, we didn't feel bad, we were just dude, it's boring watching two comedians talk about themselves, how successful they are every week, hours on end. Plain and simple, it's not that hard to understand. So then back to Shane Gillis. Well, what if he were to start buying expensive watches, cars, that sort of stuff? First of all, like I said, that isn't the problem. For me personally, if Shane posted a few photos of a nice watch here and there, maybe a couple of flashy cars, like, man, Shane's killing it. Good for you, bro. Love your work. That's it. End of story. Because we know that it doesn't define him. Just listen to how much of a muppet he felt like sitting cage side in that Versace shirt.
Tell you what I felt like wearing this. Sitting there drinking a beer, looking like an idiot. And people were, because we were sitting, Rogan gave me the seats, he said, like, so I'm right there on the cage, and people are sometimes against where I'm sitting, getting beat out of them. At the beginning, there was a guy looking at me, he was like, a guy was on his back, and, you know, he wasn't distracted, he was not thinking about me, well, what he's doing, but his eyes were just locked on me while he was getting, like, strangled against the cage. I'm just sitting there, like, and I thought of, you know that scene in Apocalypto? When the guy's about to get his arm ripped out, he looks up and just sees a fat kid dressed. He looks up and sees that fat kid. He just felt like the fat baby. Felt terrible.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty funny. I went and found that fat kid he was talking about. Oh, man, that's great. But you can tell that he has that level of self-confidence where he's like, okay, even though I'm wearing this as a joke, I'm still kind of stupid watching two dudes smashing each other in a cage while I'm wearing a Turkish tablecloth. If that was Bert, he would have been cheering and turning to the crowd and doing buttons. You guys know the drill. And I just want to make this completely clear on the record right now. We don't care if rich people buy rich things. Tell me honestly, if you saw Dave Chappelle walk to a cafe or restaurant in his show, of course they wouldn't. What about Jerry Seinfeld and his multi-million-dollar Porsche collection? I mean, the guy's practically a billionaire now from his TV show. Those things don't bother us. But if you think of their body of work, if you think money or not, it doesn't matter. Their contribution to comedy and entertainment is so much bigger than a few cars and Porsches. That's why we don't care. And it's the same with Shane Gillis. He's so much bigger than those material things that he can really afford to buy now. But for guys like Tom and Bert, well, they're fading now. Their comedy has gone downhill. They do too many podcasts every week. It's just too much exposure. And if they spend half the time bragging about their material possessions, it's only a matter of time before their fans will ask the question, what are we still doing here? But anyway, I hope I've cleared that up because when I first mentioned this in passing last week, I said that whether Gillis was being serious just didn't matter to me. But a bunch of you pushed back and pointed out that Shane himself had come out and said it was just a gag. It was pretty serious. So I thought it might be a good idea to put that all the tips for you guys in the future and let you decide. But yeah, like I said, it makes no difference to me wearing the t-shirt seriously or just as a gag. Anyway, that's everything you need to know about Shane Gillis' infamous Versace shirt. I hope you enjoyed it. Drop a comment below and let me know what you guys think about all of this. And if you haven't subscribed, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, how much are we talking? I mean, it's well known that you can get, we paid, I got 8 tickets for like $5,500. Yeah. And then when the argument was down, I looked at everyone around us and I was like, how did you guys?
Okay.
By the way, that's wow. You guys are really, they're having, for you guys to sit here, like, look at that, let's bring it on the walk. That's it. No, I'm not being big. I'm saying jokes here. It's not like,
That's easy.
that's not cool.
You know what's really triggering?
You're making fun of these guys. Townsend, are doing on TikTok.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. It's been a wild 24 hours. I'll tell you what, I haven't had much sleep, but I still managed to crank out a fresh video for you guys. So before we get started, I want to make a massive shout out to my 1,000 subscribers. I've seen your comments, I've seen your emails. You guys are absolute legends. But as you can imagine, I can't say more than that right now. And as frustrating as that is, all I want to do is just get back to making videos. So if you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're pushing for 100 subs. and no one's going to stop. Alright, so with that said, today we're going to go through the transformation of Shane Gillis through his 3 appearances on Flagrant. I've previously covered Shane's most recent appearance on Flagrant in my video titled Funny Cringe, but like I said, this video here is going to look at 3 of his Flagrant appearances. I'm going to show you how Shane turned the table in a short space of only 2 years. What started with this
Newly viral sensation Shane Gillis is in the building.
ended up like this.
Shoulder epiphanies are my favorite.
That's crazy, though.
And so the context here is really back in 2019, Gillis was fired from Saturday Night Live before he had a chance to start working after a couple of videos resurfaced of him making supposedly offensive remarks about Chinese people in his podcast. But it wasn't until almost 2 years later that he appeared for the first time on JRE that he really started to make his way back into the mainstream. While Andrew Schulz had become insanely popular for his pandemic comedy skits in 2020, which ended up on Netflix. So here we have these 2 New York comics. Schultz only 4 years older than Shane, but at the time he released 3 comedy specials and was working on his 4th, whereas Shane had only just dropped his first comedy special 2 months after he was on JRE and 1 month after his first appearance on Flagrant. Now, if we fast track to 2020, Gillis has 2 specials under his belt and Schultz has 4. Except Shane's special went straight to Netflix, whereas Schultz was forced to release his 4th special independently, which I covered in a recent video titled The Comedy Special Scandal was talking about. So, how did the table turn on Schultz in favor of Gillis?
Welcome to Flagrant 2, it's your boy Schultz. I'm here with Akash. Today, we are joined by one of my favorite comics working today. Absolutely hilarious. Newly, I don't want to, you were already famous, but now you're famous for a good reason.
The right reason.
The right reason. Newly viral sensation Shane Gillis is in the building.
We heard this Schultz saying this was Shane's 20th podcast appearance in the past week, and that's because he just released his first special, like I said before, and he was doing the podcast rounds after Rogan anointed him a chosen one earlier that year in July. And so came the accusations from Schultz and his boy band that Gillis was low energy in that podcast, he was being funny, they had to do all the heavy lifting, etc. One of the things you need to know about Shane, which he's quite open about, is that he has some relatives with Down syndrome. And I know that's a random piece of information right now, but he's used it for years as a source of material, even in his latest special, which had a long bit about his uncle. So, this is something that has popped up a couple of times on the Flagrant podcast, starting with his first appearance. They were talking about a couple of Netflix reality TV shows. One of them is called Love on the Spectrum. I've never watched them, it's not really my thing. But here's how it went down.
Mark has been trying to get me to watch this show at least maybe 2 months.
A year.
Okay.
A year. But that show on Netflix.
But here's the thing, with the show, I think if you don't know anybody with Down syndrome, you just feel bad for them. If you don't know people with and then you watch the show, and then the perception is, oh my god, this is tragic, that these parents have to watch it, it's like, oh, they're the most fun ever, everybody enjoys it. I don't want to say golden retriever, but the same energy where it's just like, wait, really?
Yeah, I was doing a joke about people with Downs is like having a dog.
You did a stand up on the spot.
People with autism is like a cat. Like you think they like it. I love cats. Cats are great. They'll have trash and autism. Yeah. But they laugh. They're like a Down syndrome. Yeah. You're like, yo, you want to be like,
all the time. So it's just these weird things, like, because you see people like post them on TikTok, like parents and like brothers, like that will post them on TikTok, and you think they're kind of exploiting them, but I really think they're going, this person brings me so much joy.
yeah.
I need to share the joy of it.
Yes.
So now should we feel way better about watching the videos?
Yeah.
I guess because that's Al's thing.
Yeah. You like watching. You like seeing a guy with.
Yeah. But they're trying to be funny. No, that's true. You like to see.
Yeah.
It has to be. They have to be doing like a song. It has to be like Chris Brown or something like that. Or
Absolutely. Try to dance like a too.
yeah. Show you the dance. That's all you get every time. At the end of it, they just stick the tongue out.
I'm sorry, that's great. Okay, so I gotta watch it. So you can see how pretty playful everyone was having a laugh. Gillis pulled out his impression, which he's become really good at. You can see his feet on his latest special. Okay, cool then. So nothing really to see here, just some dudes sitting around having a laugh. But this will come up again in his second appearance on Flagrant, almost exactly 1 year later, in October 2022, and different. Now, things have already started to change. Even only in the year that has passed, Gillis keeps getting more and more popular, more confident now, especially after having 6 appearances with JRE under his belt. Become a regular on Protect Our Parts with Irish of Fear and Mark. But Schultz's career was doing super well and began independently releasing his own special. It's just not on the same trajectory as Shane. He's short through social media thanks to his instant crowd work. He was one of the first to really capitalize on making short, real, stand-up, dropping it all over the internet and getting himself into people's feed. Whereas Gillis was following more of a conventional route by doing as many podcast appearances as he could and sticking to the regular stand-up comedy gigs, and he also moved to Texas so he could get introduced in comedy scene that Joe Rogan had been brewing since 2020. And for those of you who are regulars on this channel, know just how short when he like it outstroked by a guest. Remember, Schultz is Mr. Funny Man. He was the rise of TikTok and Instagram a year or so before the pretty wedding started to blow. So straight off the bat then, on Shane's second appearance of Flagrant, Schultz is high on energy, trying to control the conversation and assert his dominance over Shane. But like I said, let's starting to come out of his shell and battle. Those of you who remember his first appearance of JRE when he joined will appreciate just how far he'd come by this point. So take a look.
I'm stoked for you, The Daily Show. I think good things will happen. Yeah. Obviously, we just played FIFA. You're feeling pretty good about yourself.
I'm actually still uncomfortable with that.
Why?
I had adrenaline.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it was in front of you. The bros in here actively cheering for you.
Come on, man. They're cheering for you. And you're going to comment about it. Dude, you lost. What happened when, like, you were like changing up your team? Oh, you mixed up. Yeah.
Best game. The mix up.
Don't make about excuses.
Wait, you did? PSG's not good? I thought PSG was really
I didn't pick it.
Stop it. Why would you lie now? Why would you lie now?
You guys, are you on Andrew side? You lie.
No. That's a huge accusation, bro.
You guys always made
What do you mean? And you from PSG.
He was Manchester United. Yeah.
Can we not play a game?
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do? Why are you PSG? My life is so hard. Come in here. I'm so hard going back to Listen, we played a stupid game. You won. I'll give you that.
Yeah, you like you're taking a
Yeah. What was that? Sarcasm? What is that? Sarcasm right there?
Every time I come on this.
Yeah. Actually, this is funny.
That's what I wanted to, by the way. Man, Schultz is all over the place. And I get it, right? He plays it up for the camera. Flagrant is all about the hype, the energy, there's so much going on at once. People talking over each other. Schultz is shouting and he can't see. And look, sometimes it works. We're watching for 30 or 40 minutes. And it's like, that's sometimes.
But there, Schultz was uncomfortable with this podcast. It's almost like he was intimidated by Shane, and he was desperate to come off as the funny guy, just lame thing as they were both accomplished comics. At the time, Schultz was Gillis was 34, and comedian, that's basically just getting started, right? It's pretty rare to see super famous under 35. There are a few exceptions. And so Schultz tries to pull over Gillis by bringing up this random phone call they had before the show where Shane confirmed that the podcast was. And I think the reason may have been that Shane's flagrant are always in October. I actually only noticed that when I was putting this video together. And so I'm thinking that Shane totally flagrant as some sort of gentleman's agreement or something like that. So with that in mind, it kind of makes sense why he would call that to confirm and just to check in before rocking up.
You know, the guys were not the 40th podcast in a row you're doing, so we're going to that was brutal for us.
Yeah, it was a fun episode.
And it was every, you guys did it. But, I was doing that podcast, every podcast, like, first now. I would sit down and they'd be like, I think it probably helps.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving us the energy for the question we can ask.
No, I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
What's this from, dude?
What's going on thing, and they're like, oh, you called me the day of the pod, you're like, oh,
I said, are we doing the pod today?
how often do you call me?
And I wanted to call you. I wanted to
Right before the pod?
Yeah, I was saying,
I don't know context. I told him he was going to call it, let's go for the pod, like, and he goes, so crazy, I took a beer, nothing's happening. I don't know what's happening. She doesn't trust me ever.
With the same energy, you're like, oh, like, all right.
I was pushing. That's crazy. I told you.
You did it.
Okay.
But
And
that was,
you were like, oh yeah, we got the pod today.
hell yeah, the pod.
And I was like, don't you?
Yeah, because that's the only reason you called.
Yeah, I wanted to call to make sure that we were doing the
Yeah,
podcast.
just say, hey, just confirm it. I'm like, oh yeah,
Hey, what's up?
I had a.
Are we doing the podcast?
Yeah.
That's decent. What's insane about it?
No.
Oh yeah, so
Where we were doing that. I'm sorry, I'm the artist. I'm gonna leave this. Yeah. What was it like feeling hair on the back?
I have hair all over the place.
Don't get into that.
Not great.
Yeah.
We're hanging on, huh? Just gonna let it ride.
Okay.
I gotta fix it.
Next time, I'm not gonna play with an American team.
Wow, imagine me being fake by Andrew Schultz. Just let that sink in for a moment. And while that's sinking in, back to Shane's appearance on Flagrant where they were discussing those reality shows featuring Down syndrome. Well, Schultz or his producers or one of the guys there, who knows, they thought it would be funny to bring it up again as some sort of ongoing gag. Except this time it went a little bit differently. Now, I know you guys accused me of reading into stuff too much, but I honestly thought this was so interesting. I think Shane was really for a moment that it started just started to and not about it, but there was just something about his language and mannerism that changed when they put up this video. And, well, take a look for yourselves and we'll pick it up straight after.
Shane actually has been working out.
Hold on. That's crazy. Oh my god. You look good. This from Westport? It actually is. You guys. And you know what? Rival's profile picture. You look great, dog. I don't think that's. But yeah, I see that. I see why. You don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm convinced we'll take a look at this next bit then. Dude, I was watching your TikTok account. What's that? Which one? That's better. Gillian Keeps? No, your personal TikTok. I don't think, I swear to God, I don't have one. Also, you sounded 38 when you said that. That was great. Yeah, I swear to God. Maybe somebody's doing it now with you. What is it? You're doing moves. You're doing dance moves. Are you trying to find a guy with Down syndrome to do a TikTok? How are you trying to do it? I didn't say that. Get the Keeps on TV, dude. There's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot to go through. Down syndrome. By the way, that's why you guys are always, they're having fun. Yeah. For you guys to sit here and be like, wait a minute, let's bring it up and mock them. That's stuff, dude. That's what we're going to do. So, you're insulting them by saying I look like them, but you're insulting me by saying I look like them. This is you back in. No, I'm not being a victim. I'm saying the jokes you're doing is not, it's not like. That's PC? That's not, you know what's really weird? You're making fun of these guys. Putting out TikTok videos. You're punching. But go back to emphasizing the part. That sounds great. And when people are changing into like their interests, like that they're fixing. All right, that's a lot. I'd have to. Oh, I don't care what anyone says. Shane 100% got a note like that. You got to hand it to him. Without laughing at those, but he let it go pretty much straight away. Now, I don't know about you. Some of you accuse me of fangirling over Shane too much, but that right there is the reason why he's my favorite comic at the moment. It's just such a straight up and down and how it is. Get offended, enjoy. I'll stop now. I'm starting to break up. So let's move into. Like I said at the beginning, I covered this episode in a previous conflict description, but this has to be my all-time favorite roast from Shane, where he finally called out Schultz cringy epiphany. For those of you who don't know, Schultz is known for repeating what his guests say while looking up into the air, as if it's just the complex math problem in his head, but it's usually just something completely obvious to everyone else. And so Shane has a Schultz boy band crack up laughing because it's what they've been. But now that someone else brought it up, they have permission to laugh. This super black culture that you guys are having, adapt to teamwork, drinking. Having adapted. You all have your nails painted. Oh my god. Yeah, but y'all got that from white people. You black people just answering. Yeah, but we didn't pioneer it. What an old service that you guys are going to start doing. Got me for black people learning an angsty. It's like a company. Gotcha. Your baseline needs are something anyway. You're like, well, I'm still not happy. Why do we hit on it, bro? Yeah. I've never seen that need. Schultz, what are you talking about? Schultz epiphanies are my favorite. That's great. What's a bit? Nobody's like that. No,
something interesting. And he was like, okay, what? I'm going to get to that interesting thing. I'm curious about it. So I asked him,
You don't learn from anybody who's talking to us something interesting. That's true. That's classic. Now, I'll tell you, if you look at the most recent appearance versus his first one, it's crazy how much Gillis has grown into his fame in just 2 years' time. And the contrast with Schultz is wild. I'm noticing more and more that Schultz is becoming really bitter as years go by. And I think it has a lot to do with where he sits in the Rogan comedy circle. He's still big in New York, whereas guys like Tim Dillon, Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, and of course Shane Gillis have all moved to Austin after Rogan made the move there during the pandemic. So even though Schultz is still close to Rogan and has regular appearances on JRE, Gillis goes up there several times a year. In 2023 alone, Shane had 7 appearances on JRE, whereas Schultz had only 1, and it seems like he's basically just doing 1 per year at the moment. And I mean, that's not the be-all, end-all measurement on comedy scenes, right? There are plenty of successful comedians who have only been on JRE once or twice in total, or even just never. But Shane actually explained this really well, and I covered it in a previous video titled Cat Williams Exposes the Joe Rogan Effect, where he basically outlined how just going on JRE once or twice doesn't give you much of a bump. But when you're appearing on there regularly and getting all that exposure, especially if it's a good appearance and everyone's laughing and having a good time, that's when you start to see the real payoff. Some of those Protect Our Parts episodes go for over 5 hours, so yeah, he's definitely part of the Rogan crew. And it seems like Shane is trying to stick to doing his regular weekly podcast with his buddy Matt McCusker, which is funny because they're absolutely killing it on YouTube and Patreon, where they have almost 80,000 paid members, which is insane. I don't know, that's got to be the record for those comedians in the Broken comedy circle, whereas Flagrant has just over 16,000 paid members, which is also insane, don't get me wrong. But think about how much of a difference there is between the production of Flagrant versus WSP. Matt and Shane are making serious bank, and they pretty much get to keep all of it to themselves instead of having to pay all those overheads and staff and equipment and studio costs that Flagrant would have to pay for. Anyway, it's just an interesting observation. Shane seems like he's cruising and taking it as it comes, whereas Schultz is pushing hard and trying to do everything at once. So that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Andrew Schultz. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed yet, jumping on so you get my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me. Catch you guys in the next one.
only 30.
How old are you guys?
What? 38. Oh, wow. 38, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm old. Yes.
I don't think you do.
You guys, what are you guys? 18?
No, son. Come on.
So now you do, how many milligrams are you doing right now?
This is 6 milligrams.
6 milligrams.
He's got one. Yep.
Hold on.
There's no flex about doing. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is the first video of a series Shane Gillis roasting people. So make sure you're subscribed, otherwise you might miss out on some of my uploads. Quick shout out to my almost 95,000 strong regulars who always turn up for me. Love you guys. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Hi Shane. So there aren't too many instances of Shane and Brendan being in public together, and I think this is really interesting because in terms of the Rogan comedians, these two guys are basically at completely opposite ends of the spectrum. On one hand, we've got Brendan, who left the UFC to become a full-time podcaster and stand-up comedian. Well, he doesn't exactly do comedy, he kind of just stands there and says random words into the mic. So, Shane actually discussed Rogan's media, but I'll get to that a little bit later, because on the other end of the Rogan spectrum, the man himself, Shane Gillis, who looks to be the next big-time comedian. And like I've said in previous videos, I find the dynamic between Shane and the Rogan comedy brats to be really interesting, mostly because I personally believe that Shane only puts up with them because they're buddies with Rogan as well. But if you go back to 2019, when Shane was fired from SNL, he wasn't close to Rogan and the brats yet, so I've managed to find a few clips of him discussing Brendan, especially in relation to how much hate that he gets. So like I said, this was 2 years before Shane made his first appearance on JRE. Even though he's been friends with Rogan for a while, at that time he wasn't part of Rogan's inner circle. Certainly not nowadays, where he's got a regular spot on JRE's Protect Our Pies podcast. So this all started when Shane stumbled upon the Fighter and the Kid subreddit and made an interesting discovery. I was looking at Reddit. I was looking at Fighter and the Kids Reddit. Hilarious. Tough. While I was looking at it, they had a post about us. Shit, shout out the homeless cast. And hell yeah. Hilarious. It is very funny. I was like looking down through the comments and one of them just said, "Hi, Shane." I was just like, "Oh, that's hilarious." It made me laugh, being like, I know you're gonna read this. It's really funny. That's actually cool. Yeah. I always find it funny to hear about other comedians speaking publicly about Brendan and all the hate that he gets, but this was actually a pretty unique situation where Matt and Shane spoke pretty loosely and candidly about the Fighter and the Kids subreddit specifically. And just to give you some context before we go on, this is wild. At the time that this episode was recorded, the subreddit only had 14,000 members, but as of January 25th, 2020, it has 153,000 members, which is crazy. But yeah, like I said, this is a pretty rare find to hear Matt and Shane speaking about this, because they surprisingly understand the details around why the subreddit was created in the first place. So, we'll get to that in a moment, but first, let's hear Matt and Shane's take on the subreddit itself. That could be a horror fan. Let's poach him. You want to poach him? I mean, I would, yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, dude, that whole subreddit is dedicated to just hate on that podcast. I know, I looked into it more. And they're razzing them. There's definitely some real hate. Yeah. But there's also definitely, like, this is funny. It's razz this guy. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily all true. Yeah. But it's pretty much dedicated. I mean, like, yeah. They don't post, like, funny clips. They post just, like, him. Yeah. That's what I was talking about last week. It's funny now that that's a whole thing in of itself. Like, we're going to meet every completely try to tear this shit down. And, you know, it's harassing them. But it's still like, dude, I'm looking at that being like, I would like to think I'd be able to do that day in and day out. But I would pay to the mob. I'd be like, I'll do whatever. Stop making fun of me. Yes. I would best have 15,000 people. There's almost, that's an entire city. Made fun of beast. Yeah, these guys get it. And that's what makes this so interesting to listen to, because again, it's just over 4 years ago, and a lot of things have changed for Shane over that period of time, which I've documented on this channel recently, particularly with regard to Shane's appearances on Flagrant with Rothschild. But we just heard them talking about how if they were in the same position, they would have caved to the mob and begged to be released from their group. And that was only when there were 14,000 members. And in this next bit, that breaks down exactly why this all started in the first place. So let's hear from them first, and then I'll break it down even further. I watched that whole Incel documentary about the guy that made that a documentary about. Yeah, so I know exactly what's going on in that subreddit. So I watched that documentary, and I went to the subreddit, I'm like, whoa, dude. Basically, we just had this whole subculture. There's like a small city where 14,000. Yeah, the small cities where people, like rural towns where people are dedicated towards like watching your every. Yeah. The scene they're punching was taking that like kind of elitist attitude towards his fan base. He was kind of like, you guys are losers, I'm killing it. They're like, dude,
this high-flying thing. It's like the guy instantly came.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm quick, guys.
When I first heard that clip, I thought to myself, finally someone gets it. Now, what I mean by that is, we often hear other comedians talking about the hate that Brendan gets, but they usually just refer to it in general terms, and it's really bad, or that sucks for Brendan. Basically just empty attitude without going into much detail. I think we heard Matt actually acknowledging that it was Brendan who leaned into it, and that's what caused it to grow so quickly. Now, Brendan isn't your average comedian. Well, he's nowhere near average, but what I mean is he's a former football player turned MMA fighter, so he probably doesn't see things the way most normal people do. He feels like he's getting bullied, then he'll take it head on and not back down, because that's just part of his DNA. He's a big dude, strong, he's a fighter. Yeah, I think he does get value. So when some of his fans started calling him out for being an elitist snob, he didn't cave, drop it, or let it go like most comedians would. He didn't even ignore him like Papa Rogan seems to be so good at. No, Brendan went steam ahead, continued to ridicule the growing backlash, kept reminding them how rich and famous he is, and that's what fueled the homeless cats, which he named himself. Add to that the hours of Brendan acting like a tool or saying stupid stuff with his mouth full of nicotine pouches, crater, whatever he chooses to himself on a particular day, like a recipe disaster, which is exactly how it turned out for him. So, to hear Matt and Shane break it down like that and explain how they fully understand what happened and why it happened, that just shows how aware they are of how powerful the internet is. If you push back too hard like the haters, I mean, look what's happening to Tom Segura right now. To the blind eye, everything looks completely fine and normal, but in the background, he and his people are in full damage control. And if you think I'm exaggerating, just think to yourselves, what is of people? Go and delete every tweet from October last year. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just a very brief overview. After Tom's airport meltdown where he went on a 2-day Twitter rant because he had to check his bag himself, he eventually deleted every tweet from that month. Not just the 2 days, the whole month. There was also that awkward moment recently when he refused to say how many cars he owned during an interview. So you can see how even with someone like Tom Segura, who's 100 times funnier than Brendan Schaub will ever be, there still is a line as to how far you can go when giving it back to your audience. Just quietly though, I was thinking about this the other day, and I realized it was a possibility that I never brought up with you guys at the time. I wonder how this, but do you think that maybe American Airlines launched some sort of legal action against Tom, sent him a cease and desist letter or something to that effect, and as part of a confidential agreement, he had to delete all those tweets? Instead, he tried to mask it all behind smoke and mirrors and just deleted them all month, so that people would know exactly which tweet or group of tweets it was. If that's true, that would be pretty wild, huh? Because remember, American Airlines actually replied to his tweet at the time and called him out, but he basically just doubled down and told them to shut up. So, I don't know if that's what's happened. Again, I've got no evidence of this. I'm just speculating out loud with you guys, but I still personally believe it was an internal thing like his PR group that happened in his actual team. Anyway, we've been listening to episode 160 of MSSP, but let's go back to episode 147, which was recorded just over 3 months earlier when Brendan messed up badly by basically saying Rogan and Dana White are two men that he knows who have no trouble reeling in the ladies, even though Papa Rogan is married. Take a look. Shut up, lets it slip that Joe Rogan is cheating on his wife. That can't be real.
What's he say?
I don't know, I haven't watched it.
Dude,
Oh, sorry, Bob.
he's quickly becoming the persona non grata, dude.
Joe said that, I don't know if it's true, he said that he's cheating. What if that is? See?
Play the clip.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it.
Listen, I know some bald dudes are just like out there. We got Dana White, Rogan. That's it. We got Dana White, Rogan. That's it. Leading to his wife. You know what I'm saying?
He's saying, like,
What married guy like that dude explains to his wife alone?
maybe he's
saying he could.
Or you could be talking about stand-up.
But as soon as he said it, you can see his face like,
All you gotta do is say that live. What was your breakfast?
it was the Sting and the, I don't know, Tim and Theo.
Probably, dude. It's probably a live video. I mean, if he might have been talking about stand-up. Sometimes like he's out there slinging his
Dana White. Talking about bald guys that kept.
Dude, this just in.
Well, Rogan, you can deny that. That's easy. Because we don't know.
What the setup is?
That intention. Like Schaub's intention there. Maybe he just meant like if he could get like, you know, maybe he didn't mean like actually.
Also, that's see, how does he know Dana White's like? I mean, I'm sure he's
He just mean oh well, he's UFC.
I party with him.
Yeah, he definitely knows.
Do you mean he has a hog, or is he saying he's getting tons of? You could safely assume anyone who's just
Yes.
That's like a. He really is like
His face is like, oh man, that is classic Bubba. Just saying words without thinking. But the best part of this episode was came after that because Matt and Shane start joking around about how Brendan is Loki trying to get Roman back for screwing him over. This is pretty funny. I'll have a second moment. Let's check it out. And we can break it down afterwards. Destroy it.
Yeah, he was like, don't do a stand-up special, dude. You're not good enough yet.
No, I think just did he say that to him?
Way back when he was like, I'm telling you, man, you don't want to do that. You're not ready.
How are you?
That's why he like could you believe it or basically it's metal like could you
Nobody can stop me.
and he's got a weird hang up on Rogue because Rogue
So when I met UFC and him like talking out of UFC,
oh yeah
that's like hard to watch.
that's what
That's like a meme.
that's what he was saying is like the genesis is stand up. People were like, yeah, you're too funny to be punching it. But Rogue, yeah, you're not. He's like, dude, I'm watching fighters like you don't stand a chance. You get old, you gotta figure. He was basically like something else. You're going to be punching.
I know it was kind of nice. The guy once later is just I don't know. It's like you gotta be close friends to hit him with that, and you don't do it like on air.
Yeah.
Bro, you're washed up. Like that's like or like you're soft. You don't have that fight in you. It's like oh man.
Yeah, but I mean, me and Rogan are artists. That's just how we're I would do the same thing. I'm like, you know, bro, let's fight me. Dude, why do you do this?
Alright, there is so much in there. First of all, the special they were talking about was his first comedy special to You'd Be Surprised, which was recorded in January of 2019 and released later on in May. They were 100% correct. That idea for the title from his infamous dressing down by Rogan way back in 2014.
Yeah, I worry about your commitment to fighting. I worry about where you stand, not your commitment to training. Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to giving your all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking. You disagree? I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you. You can't do this forever. You know, I think that's a very dangerous place to be fighting. I've seen it with a lot of guys. You know, early in their career, they're vulnerable beasts, they're monsters, they're 100% focused. Fighting becomes their life, it becomes their everything. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit strategy? If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will you think you do?
Straight up wrestling?
Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think you'd pick you up. I say that as a friend and a guy who loves you.
So that's where the title You'd Be Surprised came from, and it goes back to what Matt and Shane were saying earlier. Actually, this is a really good example. Brendan has a history of leaning to things that just end up being really cringe. It's obvious that when Rogan said, I think you'd be surprised, that it really stuck with him and he couldn't let it go. So he probably thought it'd be a flex to use that same phrase as his first comedy special title, you know, thinking that everyone would be like, oh bro, that was insane. Instead, it ended up just being a massive cringe fest, and the fact that he tried to give it that title as a flex, but it backfired makes makes it funnier than anything he actually said on stage in the special. That set the tone for the rest of Brendan's career. Everything he's tried to do ends up having the complete opposite effect. After his first special was released as a Showtime comedy special, he got a massive backlash from the comedy community because he was an unproven comic who had his first special released by Showtime when there were way funnier comics who had been grinding it out for years before him who couldn't get anyone to look at their specials. But then 3 years later, after his comedy career continued to nosedive, he, yet again, completely screwed himself by self-publishing his second comedy special, which was only 25 minutes long instead of the usual 1 hour that we're used to, and he titled it Gringo Puppy because I think his wife's Mexican or something. I honestly don't know the full story, but his second special ended up being openly ridiculed by his comedy buddies, and nothing comes quite close to this next clip. I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is probably in my top 5 favorite clips that I've ever played on this channel. It gets me every time I play it. Oh, jeez, here we go.
In the Arlington where Gringo Poppy was filmed? Wait, is that where that was filmed? Is it? Dallas and Arlington? So, yeah, it's where Gringo Poppy was filmed. The fact that oh, man, how do you know that? I was fascinated by that. I even know where construction came from. Funny. All our work. I mean, just like, I'm particularly close to that because of for other things coming. Like, first special on Showtime, and the second special on your own. Yeah, interesting. Like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something like that.
Oh, I just had a mad idea for Bubba. He should call his next comedy special Death by 1,000 Cuts. I'm telling you, I'm onto something. And so here we are. Those clips from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast are absolute gems because you'll never hear them say stuff like that. Shane close to those guys now, and he's spoken about that in a previous interview with one of the Barstool podcasts. I can't remember which one. I'll screen covered it in a previous video. Basically, he said that before he joined the program, they were tools, but when he got in with them, he started to loosen up and accept the LA comics as his buddies and all that warm and fuzzy stuff. And I stand by what I've said previously. I think deep down Shane thinks they're all snowflakes, especially Brendan and Bert Kreischer. I just can't see how Shane's personality gels with those guys. And I remember Shane put me on the Fighter and the podcast months back in 2021, a couple of months after he went on JRE for the first time. Apart from the fact that the Fighter and the King is basically dead podcast at this point, I think that says a lot. Shane only goes on JRE regularly because that's the top of the food chain, so he doesn't need to mix in with all the other broken comedy brats, apart from his yearly appearance on Flagrant in October. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Brendan Shaw. I'll be making videos like this where I dig into history and like the first bits of Matt and Shane roasting people. I've already got a few in the pipeline that I'm working on for you guys, so they're going to be pretty funny. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out. Jump on board so you get my uploads right there in your feed. Shout out to all my regulars. You guys are the best. I'll catch you in the next one.
And your stand-up is good.
Yes.
And it's been working at it. And your stand-up is good.
Yes.
And your stand-up is good.
Yes. I think you'd be surprised. I really do.
The amount of hate I get is so intense, and I never acknowledge it. I never talk about it. It's a lot of emotion. I never process all that, because I think people think my life is so easy or something. and then I have like money or whatever, so they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's close. We get paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid and their hobby is to trash the people that are trying to spread joy, it's like it sucks a little bit. Then I go like, what do I do?
Guys, how did we get here? I mean, what exactly is going on? We're 5 minutes into the new year. Cat Williams called out Joe Rogan and said the quiet bit out loud. Tom Segura cancelled Dr. Drew. Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais dropped comedy specials that couldn't be further apart. And Stephen Hawking has been accused of defying physics.
That's how it was for blue comedy. You were a comedian because you were ridiculed by the mainstream comedy. Like, you know, Joe got but that's really how it is.
This is probably the single greatest moment in the short history of this channel. Just like that, Cat Williams said what we've all been thinking all along, and don't let the significance go over your head. I don't think there's ever been a comedian at that level explicitly and undeniably called out Rogan like that. But Rogan replied to Cat on Twitter saying, I love Cat, he's one of my favorite comics, and I'd love to have him on. We talk about him all the time. He's down, I'll make it happen. I've seen the tweet replies and a few commentary channels that covered this drama so far. Looking praising Rogan for taking ownership of what Cat said, backing down, etc., etc. I actually don't agree with that. Rogan didn't have a choice. This is new territory for Rogan. Rarely has he called out like this from and all of this couldn't have come at a better time. The comedy brats who Cat was referring to are starting to grow. So I'm not show you just how toxic this so-called Rogan really is, and how Joe is more interested in satisfying his own ego rather than actually helping out his buddies. This actually happened to Mr. Beast as well, but more on that in a little bit. I'll take you through those details because there are two comedians who are beating the Rogan effect for different reasons. Now, once you understand the power of breaking free from Rogan and still being able to make it on your own, you quickly realize who the real ones are. The last men standing.
Alright, this guy bringing on stage so funny. He got kicked. Beginning of his career. My comments brief. Hey, you what's the joke that I love? I hate making requests. I saw you do a joke about Donald Trump getting shot. Alright. Try to remember. Albert. Yeah. I don't know if he dies. No. Presidents, it's fair to say, Donald Trump would be the funniest one. Shot. Because he'd be in the middle of the speech. You're gay. Would be funny. As soon as he got hit. I think Biden's the first president who punch his ass. Having comedy request and joke and proceed to literally spin around and laugh. Oh man, that is different. But before I move into the Rogan effect and the disaster that has become, say a few words about Dave Chappelle's latest comedy special, The Dreamer, which I watched 3 times this week, and it made me go back and rewatch
Ricky Gervais' special called Armageddon, which I reviewed last week. And I also rewatched Shane Gillis' most recent special called for the 50th time, which is only special, mind you. So then I've watched a few comedy specials this week. Here's what I noticed. Chappelle and Gillis both look like they were just having fun. Sure, they're at opposite their careers, but you can't fake that sort of genuine happiness just to be on stage holding a mic telling jokes. Contrast that with Ricky Gervais, whose special was okay, far from his best work, but he just continued rage baiting snowflakes to calling him out. It's like he had a list of people he wanted to offend and then went to work. Interestingly, though, I caught an interview he did in Oxford 6 years ago, where he basically outlined his path back into stand-up comedy after taking a long break to pursue his dreams.
But now, I don't know why, but one of now give up TV to just do stand-up. Or then I don't know why. That's what it is. It's sort of a last bastion of self-censorship. The novel, what you say is what I hear. There's no one in time really stand.
Now, as you guys know, I'm not one to read too much into it, I say, right? But that last little bit seems a little sinister. I think it's not a business opportunity in re-entering the stand-up comedy scene, knowing that the West was becoming increasingly divided and equal. Now, you guys know I'm a big Ricky T fan, but I call it as I said. I mean, the guy literally pulls his phone out on stage and reads from his Twitter replies. Then he'll go over to beer and read from his notes. Like, seriously, dude, you're a comedy veteran and you can't remember your 15-minute set? Chappelle went for over 6 hours once with nothing but a mic, a stool, and a packet of smokes, and he didn't even end up humping the stool. And so creativity in comedy specials has become a thing of the past. Now it's one big race to offend. TikTok comedian Matt Rife rage-baited female journalists into getting his latest special pre-publicity. Bert Kreischer grabbed his pants off stage and wiped it with a light t-shirt, and then held it up for everyone to see. And Tom Segura made a documentary about himself which featured his personal trainer because he couldn't put into words just how much he
Working with Tom is, I mean, you really can't ask for anything better. Can't, man. I mean, it's, I can't.
Now, just to be completely clear, that wasn't his agent, that wasn't his manager, it wasn't even a fellow comedian. That was his fitness trainer. Guys, this is the state of comedy in 2024. A bunch of narcissistic, self-congratulatory egomaniacs used to trash Hollywood only to become a living embodiment of Hollywood 2.0. So that's why when Chappelle dropped his latest special, I watched it again and again and again. Even though it wasn't his best work, you could see him working with the audience. It was a nice, intimate setting recorded at the Lincoln Center in Washington, D.C. You could see the crowd clearly laughing in the back. Like Ricky Gervais' special, that one sounded like it had a long track and you could explain what actually. As for Chappelle's special, though, I couldn't tell it changed around in the front rows because it would have been recorded over several nights and edited together. But you honestly have to be looking for it, and it doesn't really impact the show, right? And the last 20 minutes was one long story. It made it feel like he just rocked up to his local club to work on some material. I absolutely loved it. Even though he got preachy, it was still funny as hell. Shout out to the and the way Shane Gillis is developing is wild. The best comedians know how to use silence to their advantage, and tell Shane's becoming letting his jokes just for a moment. I noticed that straight away. People complain about this. I actually like the way he laughs at his own jokes. You know the way he'll have a little chuckle here and there. It makes it feel more conversational and shows he's having a good time. And straight away, as he walked out, you could see people in the crowd. In contrast with Ricky Gervais. Also, just from a production perspective, the lighting was great. His outfit was nice and simple, and it suited his personality. Little bits and pieces easier to watch and focus on his comedy. Now, Shane's very good at tackling political issues without taking a side, and I think he is self-deprecating. Whenever he punches down, he always sees himself in underneath, and he's not afraid to laugh at himself. But Shane Gillis' impression of Trump is so good that it feels like Trump is now impersonating Gillis, and his podcast is pretty brutal.
Very rude. I only had one negative experience while I was there. I got made fun of public by a cop. They still have cops. Full-on, like, black eye. Give him credit. That's the reason he was making fun of me. Because I was wearing a bucket hat. I had never done that. That was I know you.
Shane is legitimately scared of him. Thank God I live on an island. Anyway, don't worry about that, because like I said at the beginning, I'm going to focus on what Cat Williams said about Rogan pushing unfunny hack comics into the stratosphere and explore the damage that Rogan has done under the guise of helping out his buddies. Shane Gillis went on Buzz with the Boys in November of 2022, and they started talking about the Rogan bump, which is how much of a boost you get when you go on JRE as a guest. Now, this is something that has been speculated on, articles have been written about it, studies have been done. By far the best explanation I've found was from Gillis in this interview. So, like I said, this was recorded at the end of 2022 after Shane had been on JRE 5 times that year. And what I found interesting about Shane's response was that he claimed he didn't get much of a bump that first appearance. Remember this?
Alright, here, whatever. I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week and I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No? What? I was like, I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be fine. Well, it could have been funny. Yeah, I was booked up though. No, it was fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? In Lauren Michael's office in the That's hilarious.
Now, just before I go ahead, I'm not going to actually play this clip for you guys because people are really aggressive with their copyright claims and I just fight back. But I never used the clip, so it's not really worth the time, money, and effort just for this money. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of like a commercial decision. But I'll put a link in the description for you because it's actually really interesting in the Rogan bump. However, I do have a transcript, and so this is how Shane explains it. He said, I did Rogan once and the episode was not great. I was nervous. We talked about SNL. I was just nervous. I never met him release. It was just a one-on-one. Like, it was bad. And this is where it got interesting. He went on to say, if you have a bad episode, you don't see it. I mean, you're going to bump like 10,000 followers or something like that. But then we started doing me, Ari, and it's party. So that makes sense, right? I've probably said this myself in the past, and I've definitely had this opinion. But the idea that just going JRE once is going to blow you up overnight, whilst it has happened that way in the past, that's certainly the case of Shane. Come back to that because he wanted to say something that caught my eye as well. He was asked about little cliques in the comedy world, sort of like little comedy groups, almost like Mean Girls, and his response was, I was with the guys I'm with now, so like Rogan and all those LA comics that were like good and Bird and Sarah and all these guys. When I met them, I was an open micer in Philly. I'd be sitting there like, screw those guys, they're not that good, they suck. And then they're like, hey, you're pretty good. Like, dude, you guys are the best. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. Okay, so I completely get what he meant there, right? He even elaborated a little bit, explaining that, you know, he was a little salty. Those guys are successful. He had a bit of arrogance, but they got famous. But here's the and let me know if you guys think I'm on the right track or not with this take. I think a little bit of Shane still thinks all those LA comics like Rogan, Bird, and Superbro are kind of cringy. Sure, he's buddies with them and they all hang out, but for me, Shane is how awkward it gets when he's on flagrant with Schultz and the Toy Story boys. Granted, they're not LA comics, they're New York comics, which is where Shane. But don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to tell Shane should be friends with him. If he's happy, he's happy, right? Good luck to him. He deserves everything he's getting right now. But there's no doubt in my mind that he sometimes thinks to himself, what am I doing hanging out with these clowns? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. What are you going to do? But there was one thing he did mention in that interview, which I've heard a dozen times from various people, including Rogan himself. Shane's Joe Rogan's like the man at like helping. If he thinks you're funny, he'll help you. There's a lot of guys that are like big and famous that would be like, yeah, trying to keep the new guys down. Yeah, I can't let you get too big. He's one that's delighted at going with the people. See, he's helping these comics. He thinks he's doing good for them. Hey, you're funny. You should quit your job and time comedian and start a podcast. And it sounds like a nice thing to do, right? You're pumping somebody up to achieve their life goals. But the reality is you're setting them up for failure because it's not real. It's you holding their hand and taking them to the big stage, and then when Papa Rogan lets go and they have to swim in the deep end on their own, they inevitably sink. This is how we end up with all of these public meltdowns and podcast therapy sessions that are so difficult to watch without cringing. I mean, if you can make it through this coping montage I put together for you guys with a straight face, let me know in the comments below so I can personally congratulate you for valor, stoicism, and
I just had a 50th birthday party. There was like 50 people at the party. You come to night. You could have extended it. Yeah, we could have really blown it out. But we have spent on something like that. But you spent on a nice little 50th birthday. It's not 10 G's. Like you just spent a little 50th birthday. I'm not pricing. He's not comfortable.
he said, okay, I can't do stand-up, but this is stand-up, so I shouldn't stand up like no audience. So the key to this, he figured out, like the key to this is you gotta, the punchlines have to come one after the other, it's gonna be fast-paced images. So like he would use all these visuals while punchline after punchline. He figured out a new way to do comedy. He figured out a way to do internet, Instagram, 10-minute comedy.
That's like you say, that's no, like this thing that you're describing. God bless him.
Yeah.
That's not what I do.
Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
I'll copy and paste tour dates in the comment section and be like, pull up. Like, I'm waiting to fight somebody out of it. I can't wait. Stand up. You gotta let that go. I know that's me being 27 and egotistical, but it's just, I can't. I threatened to pull somebody's grandma.
Alright, see, I don't want to even tell you. That's when the camera's on. When we leave, I don't want to tell you what's on my birthday party. But I know what I spent on my wedding. I don't care. You do it.
Out there in Arizona, we're talking about pool. All of a sudden, people start hitting me up. They're like, yo, Chappelle's on Rogan. He's a hate on you, bro. He's throwing shade at you, right? Joe was describing this like kind of YouTuber, Instagram comedy. And you know how we all are. The second you tell me about like a funny YouTuber or a funny Instagrammer, yeah, we're like, I don't know what that shit is. Not showing us stand-up. Yeah, we're stand-up. So it's just like, I understand the person's reaction, right?
Amount of shit like hate I get is so intense, and I never acknowledge it. I never talk about it, but like I think every now and then, I think when I'm around people, like I love it. Like I know won't like judge me or like make fun of me. Like there's a lot of emotion that I never like process. Because it's like
Why are you so affected by something that's saying that's said to you online?
I don't check it a lot. I think
What is it? Do you want to talk about what it is?
Sure.
You just be. Like, I can't just be. I can just enjoy the day.
Yeah, it's like the other day, she was telling me, read a book about me. You want me to read my book about me? I'll do that. Am I in Tom's book? I'll read his book. I'm going to sit there and read a hawk.
Yeah.
I was like,
Then when Joe's like, no, he's just stand-up, it's different, and he found a way to evolve within the times. And then I think he was a little bit dismissive to it, and he was like, that's not my type of comedy, that's not what I do. But I guess the only pushback I would get there is like, he was a household name entertain, not because of stand-up, but because of a different type of comedy.
Like, I think people think my life is, like, so easy or something, and that I have, like, money or whatever, so they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's related to the roast. We get paid to try to entertain people, so when people are not getting paid and their hobby is just to trash the people that are trying to spread joy, it's like, it sucks a little bit, because then I go, like, why
Well, you're doing it for all the people that love it, need it, and get a laugh and a smile, but the truth of the matter is...
Like, who's mean to a clown? I'm a clown. We're clowns. Like, I'm a clown. I don't think they're mean.
When I say this, that's not about, I would love your pace of life. No, but like, hang on. Okay, so like, perfect example. I signed up for the craziest tour, but my tour's as crazy, and I fly to Austin once a month to do a podcast, and and you're right, I overpack my schedule. Yeah, like we all have a crazy tour. I wish I didn't know if you were flying. I wish I was.
I'm so confrontational as a person, like it drives me insane. I can't beat the fuck out of these people. Yeah, but then you have to sit back and go, well, to determine how I feel throughout my day. You gotta, it's pathetic. Exactly. Like you're literally living your dream. I understand. It's like you can't let someone's bitterness or negativity suck that joy out of you.
And let me just explain something. Comedy, by virtue of what comedy is, the comedy only comes from negativity. It is only negative. That's why comedy and tragedy is together. You're laughing at a clown falling down in the circus. You're laughing at the misfortune of somebody you don't know. You're laughing at somebody getting a pie in the face because just the average joke of two guys walking to a bar, it's not going to be a joke unless something awkward or embarrassing happens to one of them. That's why we laugh. I think the takeaway from this is I'm not going to get a shit change anytime soon. And I can live with that. I think I'll be okay. If Dave wants to rethink it, we can have that discussion.
The nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is then the second nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is you don't deserve to be famous. Watching that edit is like watching a bunch of children who were told by their parents that they're the greatest thing ever, invested everything, they're going to cruise through life because everyone will love you. And then they become adults and go into the real world only to realize from one shock to another that they're just ordinary, average people like you. But in this case, they've been like Joe Rogan, whichever other rich and famous comedian they know, that they're funny. So as a result, they go on social media, they have a bunch of fans who send them nothing but love, and then the reach starts to grow through the Rogan up and social media algorithms. Now they're reaching a large audience who don't think they're as smart, funny, and good-looking as they thought they were. And they tell them. They start getting all of the hate. Seriously, go and read the comment sections of any upload from Tom, Brendan Shaw, Whitney Cummings. Overwhelming negative. There's comedy in the comment section than the video itself. So that's when it dawns on them that maybe this whole thing was based on the false premise that I'm something I'm not. This is what we see in Whitney Cummings' meltdowns. It's honestly hard to watch, and I don't even hate these guys. I really do feel them in a way because they kept end up saying, I want Papa Rogan help me on stage. And when they reach the big time, it slowly turns into a hate fest. Because we're getting sick and tired, told by the elite class who should make us laugh, we should buy tickets to see, and which podcast we should be listening to. People have had enough. And it all started with that highly sought after Rogan button. Let me give you just one more example from a different universe that will make it crystal clear before I tie this up and get back to Cat Williams. Mr. Beast has been known to shout out other YouTubers from some sort of challenge. It's just being nice to pull your channel out of the names on it to help out all the smaller channels. One of those channels was Amelia and Cody, who were just over 400 subscribers when Mr. Beast changed their lives. Almost overnight, their channel jumped from, get this, only 400 subs to over 100,000. That's insane, right? Just imagine that. So why did they end up deleting the channel? And what about another channel called Altitude? He just had under 1,500 subscribers when Mr. Beast gave his channel a shout out, which went up to almost 50,000. stop uploading videos 18 months later. And then there's Zayan Osman, who had less than 250 subs, Mr. Beast shouted him out, skyrocketing to almost 200,000 in 24 hours. But yeah, he disappeared completely as well. Now, these are pretty extreme examples, right? But the concept is the same for the Rogan. His buddies got his attention, particularly during the pandemic when everyone was glued to their screens, but now that traffic is falling off. I called this less than 2 weeks ago when I said that Tom Segura would need to start downsizing IMH because they lost around 2/3 of their views throughout 2023 and their ad revenue is in free fall. And what do you know? Dr. Drew is the first one on the chopping block for 2020. The same thing is happening to Bern Schultz and of course the worst of the Brogan comedy grads, Brendan Shaw. Shane Gillis, see, he's part of the Brogan bubble, but he's got his own audience outside of Rogan's audience. That's the key to surviving the Rogan effect. Dave Chappelle is even further removed, similar to Bill Burr and Louis C.K. Those guys worked hard for years to build up their audiences, and they never needed Rogan in the first place. So Wildcat Williams absolutely nailed it in calling out Rogan for pushing hack comics on JRE. Not all sunshine and rainbows for those guys. And that's how Chappelle and Gillis beat Rogan. I wouldn't be surprised if Shane ditches all those guys in the next few years. I mean, just look at his podcast numbers. 364,000 subs and almost every episode gets more than that in views within 7 days of uploading. Now that's sustainable. Anyway, I wonder if Cat will actually go on JRE after Rogan gets COVID. On one hand, I can see Cat rejecting it and just but I can also imagine him going on there and just speaking his mind, and you just know what Rogan will say, right? Comedy subjective, he might not find my buddies funny, but I think they are, blah, blah, blah. And then he'll just went up to Cat and tell a bunch of stories about how cool he is, and yeah, you get the idea. So that's my breakdown of this whole situation. It sounds like 2024 is going to be a pretty big turning point for the Rogan comedy grads. But let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board and get my upload. But there you be. That's it from me, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hi with you guys. Meet you. Finally. That's right. We meet you because we're friends with Joe Rogan. It's the story of our careers. We didn't have to try out for a team. Our dad owns league. We didn't do anything during this. It's like those F1 drivers and their dad. That was amazing. Hilarious. What are you? Are you here today? No. What? That was I have CDA for sure. I got a little of that.
Yeah. Welcome back to another video. This is such a big week. I've got a bunch of videos coming to you guys. And today Shane Gillis made his 13th appearance on JRE, which was recorded just over a week ago on Tuesday, December 5th. Now, for those of you who don't know who he is, basically Shane is probably the best up-and-coming comic at the moment. And when I say up-and-coming, I mean compared to the comedy greats. So that says a lot. He's got 2 comedy specials under his belt, and he hosts a podcast, which I'll play a clip from later. But the thing to know about Shane is this. In 2019, he was hired as a featured cast member at SNL, but literally within hours of the announcement, several clips from his podcast suddenly resurfaced, where he used supposedly ethnic and gay slurs, which prompted SNL to fire him a few years later, though he apologized that same day the clips resurfaced and disturbed. So then fast forward to July of 2020, Shane made his first appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience, which we'll take a look at towards the end of this video. But here's the thing, right? Gillis is probably one of the least offensive, funniest comedians going around today. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is probably one of the most famous comedians in history, next to Bert Kreischer and Brendan Shaw, obviously 2 of his creations. So when Shane first went on JRE, he completely misread his style, and it made for an incredibly awkward but entertaining episode. Now, as for today's show, you can really see how far both Shane and Rogan have come together. If you're a JRE listener, you'll have noticed a few things that have been getting worse over the course of this year. For example, Rogan's incessant rants about the importance of ice baths, sorbets, vitamins, and So now that Shane Gillis is the card-carrying member of the Rogan universe, Joe's got him into working out at his studio with a few other less talented hack comedian buddies of his. Regular. They even got The Rock in on the action a couple of weeks ago. And so this episode with Shane started the same boring conversation about working out, taking vitamins and eating healthy. But now that Shane's settled in a little bit more, he's becoming a pro at steering the conversation in the right direction, effortlessly dropping zings here and there to stop Rogan from going into autopilot. Check it out.
How fun are these workouts? Changes your day, right?
Yeah, it makes the day better. I mean, I literally don't know how you you're like, oh, it's gonna, you can feel so good, dude. You're like, oh, man, I fall asleep.
You guys are taking vitamins.
I did take some vitamins.
Did you take it?
Vitamin B. Yeah.
Okay.
D. Okay. C. Okay. Take some zinc.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
What, did you get like a multivitamin?
Yeah, whatever the CVS thing is.
Oh, okay.
Those yellow,
You know what I'm talking about.
it's probably been on the shelf since the 70s. Yeah. I don't think they're doing anything. I heard zinc makes you smarter.
I haven't noticed a big zinc is difficult to get into your blood. You need ion.
Take zinc. So, important to I'm not close to worrying about like that. Like red.
Red's brilliant.
I'll worry about ion.
So after Rogan got through Rogan talking points that we've times to his latest obsession, protein waffles.
I did find some protein waffles. What are they called? Is it Viking waffles?
And so after Jamie received his instructions and pulled it up, Rogan shared his passion for protein waffles. I can't say without laughing. As you can imagine, Shane was completely uninterested in Rogan's waffles and took the conversation in a slightly different direction.
21 grams of protein, 3 grams of sugar, 5 grams of carbs, 200 calories.
Look at that.
And they're good. It can taste like a real waffle.
People love like
Who doesn't love Vikings?
Irish people that
We're at the store for 500. They're waiting forever. Yeah. The reason why the people in Iceland are so good is strongman confidence.
you know, those guys like the guy in the mountain from Game of Thrones. Yeah, freaks.
I think that those genes come from.
They need an eruption. We need to get rid of these guys. We can't have these guys. This is my Irish ancestry coming through.
Now, just before we go on, there's something else you should know about Shane Gillis. Don't be deceived by his big dorky appearance. He's a massive worm who loves to study history and point out all the funny contradictions from wars and various moments throughout history. So when Rogan started talking about Vikings, Shane couldn't help but comment out on something that Rogan has been peddling, which turns out to be almost completely false.
That show Viking, you ever watch that?
No, I heard it's great.
Great.
I was afraid it was going to be like, because they did like women.
Well, they tell everybody.
Alright, good. Everybody. No, I mean like the badass woman characters. Do they have that?
They have a couple.
That usually takes me out of it.
No, they're realistic.
Okay.
I mean, they're not like,
Yeah. The old Conor McGregor woman.
I don't love it. The girl, they said, oh, it's natural.
And the armor takes me out of it. It's a little too Game of Thrones, you know? Show what a real Viking looked like.
What did they really look like?
Actually, that dude. They were like 5'6". They were not these giant.
Well, where does the mountain come from? Where does he come from then?
They just didn't wear like real good shirts. They looked like they look like hobbits, dude. That's not them. That's
Amount of times I've had Rogan wax lyrical about these ancient giant Vikings with supernatural strength and how they have superior genetics and must mean something or whatever. Well, it turns out that it was just a myth and stuff of legend. And when Jamie started pulling up facts, Rogan was very happy that his bubble had been burst. I mean, what's next? Santa is real. Shh, don't tell him.
As for the male warrior caricature, historians doubt they actually wore cartoonish horned helmets, and it all come down. In fact, one of the wars
preserved Viking helmet has materialized in Scandinavia. It was horn-free. Only one appeared with the sole surviving helmet. One suit of chainmail and one helmet. This was likely worn exclusively by elites and professional warriors despite its common appearance in mainstream traditions. But what I really want to emphasize here for you guys is how far Shane Gillis has come in his appearances on JRE and how he's well and truly developed into an elite cast guest. Now, if you think that sounds cringy, let me explain. As all my regulars already know, the whole Rogan podcast universe is one big circle jerk. They go around having the same conversations with each other's podcasts so they can throw in 200 ad reads in every single episode and get their bag. So when someone like Shane came along, he became somewhat of a statistical anomaly on the podcast circuit. Not only is he a completely normal, unpretentious dude, but he's also deceivingly intelligent. Watch how he continues to steer the conversation in the right direction through his witty sense of humor and saves us from long, out dribble. Oh, that's good.
They just keep making them so cool.
Yeah, they make them real cool.
And they're a bunch of murderers. You like them? Yeah, I don't cheer for them. No, I don't like the Vikings because of the culture. Because my culture right now, they're just, I think it's overrated. Yeah. Oh, for real. Everything about them, rumors, they're like, oh, they discovered America first. Like, I think, yeah, dude, you gotta get Columbus. Columbus kids, no, everybody hates Columbus. He's a big sucker.
Bro, did you read that one? What? He did even. He lived in Columbus.
That's crazy. He did that.
Did you ever hear that one? There's one priest that traveled with Columbus who wrote those horrific stories of what he did to the Native Americans.
Snitch.
I should say, I'm actually a big fan of Podcast Joe, but after over 5,000 hours of podcasting for more than a decade, he's starting to get a little stale and repetitive. But to give him credit, in his latest episode with Shane Gillis, you can tell he's a lot lighter, he seems happier and easygoing, and I'm glad that Shane's able to bring that out of him, which made for a pretty decent episode. I mean, I really enjoyed it. They spoke about everything from gypsies to Viking to athletes, he's a lot of the universe, and heaps of wacky stories. This was my kind of podcast. And then they got to the phenomenon of Taylor Swift, which led them into Kanye.
Is there a male act that's even close?
Yeah. Kanye probably before all that shit went down.
But I don't think he
No, he's not that big, no. But she wasn't that big back then either, right?
Yeah.
Like when
But
he
he
was
made
coming.
him big. Oh my god.
I made him famous.
Yeah.
He did. He does rule. He does rule. Says a lot.
He's having fun.
I hope so. Well, no. I bet his new album's gonna be a bang.
Yeah.
He push that dude in the corner. I bet he comes out swinging. I bet this dude. Bang.
Yeah, he's the best.
Isn't he like Saudi Arabia or something recording it?
He was, I know he was definitely in Italy because I saw him on the phone for a little.
And then, but then he was in Japan. He didn't part of
He
it.
might be Tasuki there or whatever that guy's name was. I think Japan.
Alright, I just had flashbacks to this.
Get fired here, whatever. I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week. I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No.
What?
I was like, oh, I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be funny.
Well, it could have been funny.
Yeah.
I was booked up though.
No, that's fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had.
Really?
Even with Michael's almost in the middle of it.
That's hilarious. So that clip from Shane's first JRE appearance went absolutely viral in months. I'll come back to that and give you the full context in a moment. But that little jab that Shane threw about Kanye getting a miss up Nicki on a Italy went straight over Rogan's head. A couple of months ago, Kanye and his Aussie girlfriend Bianca were busted by paparazzi after she was photographed giving him a mother on a boat in Venice. They actually ended up getting banned from the boat rental company, and the photos of her giving mouth to South Resuscitation made it all over the world. But it was just funny that Rogan had no idea what he was talking about and brushed it off with his signature style. When this happened the first time on their first podcast together, it really bothered Shane, himself up about it so bad, and he actually brought it up twice after it happened in the podcast. Those of you who don't know, Shane was joking about when he was fired by SNL, like I said at the beginning, saying it didn't matter if he'd just go on JRE and get that Rogan off, which would effectively save his comedy career. In hindsight, he needed, but like we saw before, it didn't click for Joe, and he left Shane hanging. Super. But like I said, Shane brought it up twice after that, just before the first hour, then again after the second hour. Clearly, it was bothering him all and more.
After that, said I was going to do a podcast joke. Oh, but that one guy, they went in my head for 5 minutes or however long it's been. You know, same with Robert Ryan when he gets the ring in his ears.
I thought there was more to it. I was like, letting it hear in the ear.
I like felt my face. Like, oh, I blew it.
Go back and watch the tape on that. That's going to be rough.
Sorry, I didn't give you.
No, I just thought. Six drinks. Blew it, dude.
Yeah, I'll get confident. The last thing this podcast needs. You're not confident yet?
Should be getting there. I'm pretty good.
Should be.
Confident. I really do want to. I mean, that part, that SNL part was great. There's one moment I was like, and then I was like, I'll just go on Joe Rogan. And you're like, what?
I was waiting for more.
I know, but it helps, dude. It was me and my face. Like,
That was my failure as much as yours. I thought about having you on, and I thought about like he's gonna. This guy's just gonna go through. And so even after he kept bringing it up, and Reagan apologized, and bombed out that he didn't give what he did straight away, Shane brought it up and tried to clear the air again on his own podcast afterwards, and had a good little laugh about it.
There we go. That's actually great. I'm gonna try it.
Man, that was bad. That was kind of. I wish someone would come right then.
And that was early.
I was Jamie.
What was that? 30 minutes in.
Fred Felix just like, what?
Doesn't he still not get the coach? He gets it out.
Yeah, he understood that. He thought, I mean, there is a part of the joke where there's something underlying. If it was about you, you'd be like, you're accusing me of not helping. That's the part he took from it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The joke was, I was arrogant, stupid. It's like, I'll just go on Rogan. He's definitely going to have me on. But, who are you?
Look, I actually liked the fact that Shane was so hung up on that whole episode. For most of us watching, we could see that he was just trying to have a laugh or whatever, you know, say something funny. And the fact that he felt so stupid afterwards just goes to show how down to earth. I mean, that's the collection of stupid things that Bert Kreischer had said on JRE, but just in general. And I know I sing Shane's praise, but I really think one of the podcasting universe at the moment, in a similar way to how Theo Von and Tim Dillon carried the space for so long. You can already see how all the broken comedy brats are latching on to Shane Gillis, getting him their podcast as often as possible. And I know this is a big call, so wait for it. At this point, I think Rogan needs Gillis more than Gillis needs Rogan. Ooh, here we go. Let me explain. I've said this before about Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, and there are a few other guests as well in this category, but particularly those two comedians, whenever they go on JRE, it's an open and relaxed discussion, and Rogan opens up and he seems to have a good time, and the best episode. But I think the reason is that Rogan respects those guys because they give him comedy legitimacy, and that's what Rogan's about these days. He's got the comedy club, he's putting on comedians onto JRE, he's moving into legacy mode, and it seems like stand-up comedy is where his heart lies. So for me, I kind of feel like Gillis is turning into a Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle style of comedian guest that gives Rogan legitimacy. And the dead giveaway is the way that they don't always agree with him on everything, and they can push back comfortably, kind of like a real conversation between two people. You know, compare that
to say Brendan Shaw, for example, who will say one thing, and then when Rogan disagrees, I will immediately agree with Rogan 100%. So that's what I mean when I say Rogan needs Gillis, but Gillis needs him. Because Shane's profile is rising so quickly that it almost makes up for the Rogan comedy race that we've had to put up with, and I think Rogan knows that. But anyway, I know it seems like I've been fangirling over Gillis lately, but I think that's just more of a reflection of how bad podcasting has become when a funny, down-to-earth comedian becomes such a hot property. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Drop a comment below. Let me know what you think about all of this. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all of my uploads right there in your feed. Thanks for joining me, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. We got beers? Yeah. Well, we should probably wrap this up. Gotta get back. All right. Whatever you're done. This show's not about you. The show's not about you. As long as you've ever spoken, I'll do it. I've never. He went on. Let's protect our parks, James. Just don't do that. You know, you guys are turning nasty. Obviously, you guys are running out of booze. You guys start to act like rotten. And that's fine. It's a rare occasion to see Joe Rogan's side piece, young Jamie, piping up on the podcast. But last week on Protect Our Parks, Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis' bullshit and decided to set the record straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he owes money from a night out at the casino, where Shane spotted Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead up to the Ohio State versus Notre Dame championship game that just finished, where Jamie ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shane sticks to the deal and pays up and puts the t-shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter, except for the part where Jamie actually gets annoyed with Shane lying and calls him out for it. Because for the most part, Shane and Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together, but things started to get a little bit then it came down to their full rivalry. Whenever their teams are about to play, they both turn into nasty bitches on Protect Our Parks. All the way. You want to go pee with me more? No, I'm here. I'm good. I'm very comfortable. You would. Clip it. You know what's fun? And I was a Joe Rogan. Standing there with Jamie. Jamie's. Yeah, he was so mad. Jamie felt. I know. Jamie, you went home and jacked off to the couple. Jamie, how much did you jack off to? 7 to 10. Just last night. Just last night. Jamie. Look me. Actually, I was going to tell you too. Jamie. You see that? Shut up, man. You're Dr. Gay. Bullying. No, I don't bully you. He's your friend. He tried to bully me. He bullied me earlier. Jamie's a... No, we were just supporting Jama. Real nasty. Shane was a... Jama, I was not... Shane, John Thomas and others a lot. Quite often nasty. Do you think YouTube would allow us to show this on YouTube? Okay, just before we go any further, can we all just agree that Ari Shafir is the most disgusting JRE guest in history? If you didn't catch it there, Rogan was talking about the bottle of piss that Ari was waving around in the beginning of that clip when Rogan offered Mark Norman a shot and walked into the bathroom. Like, the guy is an absolute menace. He apparently took a shit on stage at Skankfest and also Tony, you know, because edgy comedian. Ari's equivalent to Bert Kreischer taking shirt is getting his junk out in front of a live audience. And the amount of times he just couldn't be bothered going to the bathroom like a normal person while in Rogan's studio, so he just starts pissing in beer cans under the table, and gets everywhere. I mean, he was basically doing it on every episode until Shane called him out for it, picked up March 13, and told him to get new material. So on episode 14, he managed to walk himself through like a big boy, which seemed like progress, I guess. But getting back to Shane Gillis bullying young Jamie, last week in the lead up to the game, they were looking for an opportunity to G each other up, and then Papa Rogan jumped in and proposed they make a bet so Shane could win the money back that Jamie supposedly owed him.
In a cowboy hat. I know you had a very disgusting style. That it was the idea of like these things keep accelerating, more and more deviant. They try to Jamie horny ass dude. It's championship week. You guys are at each other's throats.
Win your money back they stole from me.
Money from Shane. Cut.
Give me a cut.
Really? Yeah, you went out of the win.
It would have been classic.
You gotta give him a gap. You know what a gap is? Let's say if you and Shane are playing gambling, you don't have any money, they can give you I give you $100 and $300 off Shane. Throw me a gap or give me a little. Gave you the $100, you get an action. So even though you technically you owe me $100, if you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gapper. So you owe $50.
I do have an important question. I think it's crazy that Rogan doesn't actually know the full story about what happened after all this time. Jamie's been keeping his mouth shut for over 3 years now, and you could see that how Shane tried to change the subject by bringing up a question that he had for the podcast, which was about Ohio State's shady business dealings with one of his associates, which I'll play for you in just a minute. But after that, Jamie hits back with an allegation of his own about Notre Dame paying over $20 million for their team, and it basically just became tit for tat. And the funniest part is how they both clearly prepared material to sledge each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State song ready to go whenever Shane started talking about the game. But then finally, Jamie put up the money that Shane still owes him from that night at the casino, and thank God, because without him, we wouldn't be able to fully understand the magnitude of what was going on in that studio. His custom library of art and sounds and one-liners always helps to navigate the degree of bullshit swirling around in that room at any one time. So if you can just wait for the noise.
350.
Then I've got a question for the podcast.
Jamie, who's the FC that paid for Ohio State's roster this year?
This is information I mentioned to you before, so I'm not that it's even true.
Jamie, this is the establishment. I'm a character. That's it. What did he do for your entire roster?
He donated a lot of money.
Yeah, what did he do though? That's not disgusting.
2015. I have no idea what he did. I don't know either.
Google, want to go on Reddit? Just Google, see what Jeffrey Epstein worked for. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your roster.
Not so much money on your team.
Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard in eye-opening take. Wow. It's nothing. This is called little fake news. What is this from? Texas was right. Yeah. What is this from? Jamie nuts. Jamie. Check Jamie. Jamie. Are you gonna be sad on Tuesday? No. Am I gonna be sad if Notre Dame loses to Notre Dame? I'll tell you this. I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna take my dad and say, I love Notre Dame.
We'll rub it in. I'll say that one.
You will. What if you have to wear a shirt with a cap? How about I'll do whatever it takes. You know, okay? I'll just throw that money down. I'll do the t-shirt. I'm afraid to do the money down. Wear a nice t-shirt. $1,000 even wear a Notre Dame shirt. No matter. Jamie, $1,000 even up. Okay, we got it. That's it. Incredible man for Jamie. Incredible. Shirts. Do something in the shirts.
T-shirts. Only a couple thousand.
I paid. Yeah, Mark Coleman's that guy in every group that always gets you into fights but seems to disappear when shit actually goes down. Then he rocks up at the end and says, "What the fuck happened to you guys? I went to get a drink and you disappeared." Meanwhile, he was the one who told the other guys that his buddies been railing one of their girlfriends just because he was bored and wanted to see what would happen. But the thing that's been really bothering Jamie was Shane's appearance on Flagrant back in 2023. This is where Andy and his den of dick riders brought up the night at the casino and asked what really happened to Jamie at the blackjack table. And this isn't the first time that Schultz has conspired to talk shit. Nobody punches down quite like Andy Schultz does. Remember that time when Tom Segura told him about Bert's phobia of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to hire a clown and with balloons when Bert came in for an episode of Flagrant. Yep, that was the first time in my life where I felt a little empathy about boy Bert. He really didn't deserve that. Fucking maybe he did. Anyway, so when Shane was on there in September 2023, Schultz brought up the casino story and asked Shane to explain exactly
Jamie is such a bitch about this. I knew it was Jamie, dude. He's such a bitch about this.
So bring that up, Jamie. The legend. We pulled him in. Pulled up Jamie for some down. We're in Austin, and Jamie's like, "Listen, yeah, the last Protect Our Parks, I was going to bring a story up with me and Shane." You set it up the way that you know, because I only know Jamie's about.
This was after a show at a casino.
What'd you win?
With Rogan, also with the boys. Trump was just there.
So you guys are charged up.
Yeah, and Dana and Taylor were betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like per hand. But then we're at the other, like a side table. We're playing a little bit of money. Play blackjack. Jamie gets an ace, gets another ace, splits it. Now he's out of money. He needs somebody's help. I gotta get help. I'll play that. I'll play that card. Play that. Play that. And another one in only 4 aces. And I ended up paying for 3 of the aces. He paid for the first one. And then they all won. And I think we should have split the whole winnings.
Evenly?
That's it, pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question. It seems...
I need to pull in Dominican. I kept like doing that like passage where you like have that class. You should have more.
75%.
I did get more. Eventually, I did get more. He was I guess in poker and gambling, if somebody backs your bets, you just pay back what they gave you.
And then I'm winning. No, you get a little bit. You have to give.
I should have gotten all my winnings. That's what I got.
Yeah, you won that one. But I think his thing was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what if I lose. So he has no risk.
But it was the risk, though. No, that was the risk. If it was he lost, I lost those chips.
Oh, he was gonna pay back. That was the risk.
Yeah, so he paid for it.
If you took the risk, you took the most sports.
I agree.
Because after you won, I'm gonna pay it back no matter what. After one. Rules for degenerate gambling addicts that were like, "What? You pay for me, and then if I win, it's my money, and you get your money back." Stop my. You're the one's out of money. You need mine.
Exactly.
I won you money.
Yeah.
I'm on your side.
I couldn't agree more about JV. I did start bullying him a little into giving me more and more and more. And I was hearing enough to just take. How much was the winning? No, I don't know. I forget. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly.
Yeah, I know. Jamie knows. It's in the board, I think. Or maybe I got a little more there. Which one should you give?
75%.
Not 70. We love to take Jamie's hand. I'm taking. I invited him to Ohio State the other day. I was going to get him his tickets, but he wants to be a.
He's an Ohio State.
Of course, Schultz's entitled brat side piece Akash Singh thinks that Shane got 75% of the winnings. But Shane actually did admit that Jamie gave him half the winnings, which is what actually happened. They're obviously friends, and Shane just trolling Jamie the whole time by dragging out the story and making him out to be a lying bitch. The reality was that Jamie did offer Shane half the money straight after it happened. And like I said earlier, it's crazy how no one actually knew the story, including Rogan. there at the time, which makes it so much funnier. Jamie's been sitting there the whole time with his mouth shut while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years since it happened. So finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging in, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all.
What happened? He didn't throw him a gapper. I'd be like, I didn't have any money because sweet Jamie in the mood. I gave him half the winnings. I gave him half the winnings. He should not have given that much money. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I was giving the money back. I was gonna think. No, he was so you're wrong. Shit. All right. He gave you more than a gap.
It wasn't just one gap. What should I put up on my face? You paid for
The second time Aces came out, I didn't have enough to cover that one. I had 400. I borrowed 600 from James. Fourth time, it happened again. And then we won all 4 games. Wow! And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos. I said, that's where I was going. How much money do I get? And I gave him a stack of chips. I said, not good enough. Then he turns into shit. He goes, I don't know. What do you get? So it was a 5K though. We only won 8,500, so I think I ended up giving him like 4,200.
I was just making fun.
Yeah, and then it was other shit. He was lying. I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed too. I gave you more than he gave you.
You got the story wrong. Said it, and I sat back and let you say it.
That's what CNN does. I did you worse. Wow. Jamie wins, and I feel like he's gonna win some bet too. I feel like he's getting $1,000.
Mark Norman said it earlier. I've never heard Jamie piping up so much during a podcast before. There was that time when he got his knickers in a knot when the moon landing conspiracy expert Bart Sorrell was on the podcast, and he threw a tantrum because no one was listening to him. But he really went for it in this episode, and it was good to see Rogan let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupting him or talking too much on the podcast. Joe likes his side pieces to keep real quiet and do as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. You know deep down that Shane's gonna hate it. He even looked kind of embarrassed admitting that he went along with Rogan's story the whole time and never thought to correct the record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's been sitting there putting up with everyone's bullshit for years, and finally he just says, yeah, nah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan pays Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now. And judging by Rogan's response, I actually think Jamie gets paid a lot more than we initially thought. Mark asked if Jamie gets paid more than Redman did, to which Rogan said, yeah, he gets paid a lot more than he did, and he gets paid quite well. Now, I'm not sure what that quite well actually means according to Rogan's standards. It could be $200K a year, it could even be up to $1 million. Who knows, but it wouldn't be that crazy if it was, seeing as Rogan makes over $100 million a year just from podcasting, and Jamie's obviously a super important part of the show. So if you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Redman with Jamie, I did a video about it a while ago over on my Patreon, so go and check out the link in the description if you're interested in signing up. There's plenty of other stuff about JRE and Kill Cody as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you end up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Have that little dude. Started an all new. Oh, Jamie. Get this one out. Let that happen again. Take it to the commercial break.
As soon as I got in the club, I was like, I need security footage. And then he was like, oh, no, everyone's going to see me fall. And I was like, I'm doing Rogan. And he was like, oh.
Shane Gillis made his 15th appearance on JRE this week with his partner in crime, Matt McCusker, and like his appearances on Papa Rogan's podcast, it was an absolute banger. And it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. He's got a lot going on this month, which is what we're going to cover in today's video. His recent highlights shift to the Roman Super Bowl at this weekend, and don't forget he's hosting SNL on the 24th. 5 years after they sacked him, which helped to elevate his profile even further. But here's the thing, Shane owes a lot to Joe Rogan. Like I said, his 15th appearance on the podcast in just 2.5 years. That's right, it took Rogan 2 years after Shane's SNL sacking to have him on JRE, and since then Shane has become a regular. And there's an unfolding tension brewing between the two of them, which I first noticed in his last appearance from episode 27. Just recently, December. So I'm going to break it all down as usual. I'll play you some clips from the podcast and explain my thoughts and opinions along the way. And I'm going to play you guys one clip in particular that shows just how different Shane is to Rogan and comedy brats. So make sure you stick around for that one towards the end. But just before we get into all of that, if you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out. Get on board. We're pushing for 110,000 subs. I drop a few videos per week, keeping you updated on everything happening in the podcast universe. A massive shout out to my regulars who always turn up and help the channel. You guys are the best.
Bears in the forest. Certain parts of Europe I know for sure. I know they have brown bears out there. But there's definitely some Russia has been racist in my brain. I was like, I'm tired, like, you drink enough to remembering Spanish. So, for a bear, it might be a bear. It is. Nice. Yeah. Oh, really? Who's bear? It's Bert's bear. I'm a bear on the line. That's called also? Oh, what a great name. Perfect.
So Tom and Bert aren't the only ones with a drink to sell you. Shane Gillis recently signed a sponsorship deal with Bud Light and went for a tour at their facility in New Orleans. And the narrative being thrown around is that Shane saved Bud Light after the train wreck of an attempt to appeal to the LGBT plus community with their Dylan Mulvaney partnership last year. As a result of the controversy, Bud Light went into damage control as they desperately sought to win back their base, even though they clearly had forgotten who their base was, or maybe just fell asleep at the wheel. Either way, they needed to clean up their image as a blue-collar working American brand, instead of a bunch of suits virtue signaling to a community that never cared about them in the first place. So it started with a massive multi-year deal with the UFC, valued at over $100 million per year, and then a sponsorship with Shane Gillis, which people are speculating starring in commercial week. And oh my god, if we see Shane in a Super Bowl ad, that would be absolute wild. I mean, just imagine the headlines from all the suspects. Bud Light uses transphobic, homophobic, something else phobic comedian Super Bowl ad, and then Matt and Shane on the couch doing their MSS podcast about how angry all of them are. And speaking of Matt and Shane's podcast, if you missed it 2 weeks ago, they had Cole Beasley on towards the end of the episode. Cole asked Shane about what kind of money he made podcast company, but then brought up that he saw Shane wearing a Bud Light beanie and asked what was going on with all that, to which Shane responded with his signature style.
This podcast gig like that. What's this? Yeah, how's it? It's pretty fun. You get it. I mean, what's the money like? You getting off of it somehow? Some way? How's that work? We get like $1 million because still solid money. No, it's true. I'm not saying it's not. He's my no. Yeah. Tell you after. Alright. Actually, comedy money. That's about it. That's about it. That's big. Comedy money's good. Yeah. Working out. Money is good. I saw you with Bud Light. I didn't take you for one of those, but brother, let's go ahead and do that. Bud Light rules. Bud Light's back. Is it back? How's it back? I'll tell you after. Alright, that's enough.
So that was from 2 weeks ago, don't forget, but there's definitely still some tension there. Not everyone's convinced. Even on Shane's Instagram, where he announced his partnership after a tour of Bud Light's facilities, not everyone was happy. Along with the message of support, thought in a few cracker jokes, people were saying stuff like Bud Light trying so hard not to be gay, they think Shane Gillis is trans. But just a reminder, folks, everyone is sale. Shane like that. Hey, it doesn't come from their sin. They're sellout. Glad I had no idea who you were and wasted a bit of my life watching you. Wow. So some people have already made up their mind about Bud Light and cannot be swayed otherwise. But this was easily my favorite reply. Where'd you get that Bud Light, Daddy? That cracks me up every time. Honestly, I'd rather a grilled cheese sandwich than a Bud Light. But anyway, on this week's appearance of JRE, Shane's new Bud Light came up a few times, and it was literally very interesting that they discussed. Oh, I understand. I've never seen anyone appear and tribute. I came all the way back. You know, Shane Gillis. Let's go. I mean, that's a good move. That guy that we met at the video, yeah, he's got it together. Yeah, he gets it. Like, you're in the video now. I don't just think we're I'm so happy. Like, it wouldn't happen without this. Listen, I'm so happy. So happy. It just made so much sense. You never let them go. You never. So a couple of interesting things there in the first 2 minutes of the podcast. Obviously, Rodney for Shane is a massive payday for everybody, and following Shane for 5 minutes, which is light and ambassador. But I found it curious that Rogan said the CEO as well, and then Shane said presumably in reference to Joe's podcast. I think either Rogan go through the UFC partnership, should broker the deal and get Shane. And I think Shane and Joe, by saying his podcast played a massive part, means that obviously likes the fact that Shane drinks 20 of the Protect Our Parts episodes. Maybe that's how he discovered that Shane was a white guy. By the way, it's clear that Joe played a role in Shane's sponsorship, which again, I think is fantastic. Good for him, he deserves it. But then it kept coming up again and again and again. And I started to get the sense that there's a bit of competition going on. Let me show you what I mean, okay? Almost an hour into the podcast, Shane tells the story of how he buys facilities and he brings up the beast horses, Clydesdales. Animal lover that he is quickly became just how big they are. And you please hand me that. Absolute responsibility. Absolutely. Wow. What a beer, dude. I met the Clydesdales. Did you really? You had to meet horses. I had to meet some horses. I got really responsible in New Orleans. I got extremely responsible around the horses. I called my dad. He didn't answer. It was late. I was like, man, horses. They're big everywhere. You know what I'm talking about? What's distracting? Here it is. Wow. That thing's huge. Yeah. Like the size of that horse. You're a big dude. Yeah, that's like maybe people need to recognize it. How tall are you? 6'3". He's 6'3". Look how big that horse is. That horse's back is like 5'10". Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy. How much bigger than a regular? So then Rogan being over the horse, he actually cracks a pretty funny joke. But now that Shane's a company man, he didn't like it so much. Why did he say it? I love it. Yeah, I mean, like, what they must have selected freedom. That's part of their business is they keep horses. Yeah, they have like a shoot any of them after everything that happens. I don't think I ever shoot a horse. I'm just quiet. That's what happens. Shoot. Like a lot of people just wanted to show you. It's such an expensive joke. Okay, I'm going to come back to why this is Shane in a moment, but I'm going to show you guys this next clip first, where Shane gives it back to Rogan when he brings up what he knows. answer. Do you think I can use it to bet somewhere else, maybe? I don't know. I know. Oh, this is your sponsors. I'm going to use it to bet. Yeah, I love it. So then, Shane to run out of shoot back at his press. Shane just makes the whole. Here's the you could probably tell that Shane is working frustrated, but I don't actually think he's frustrated at all. See, most of these guys have all these sponsors and they can't keep track of them because they're not really media trained, they're just comedians, right? And I think Shane's quickly realizing that this sponsorship with online is going to be a little bit different and more difficult than he thought it would. He clearly just wants to drink beer and play it. But now he's got to act like a responsible drinker. He can't James at his corporate partner anymore, and it's someone like Rogan cracks a joke about them playing on stuff and shooting to survive. He can't enjoy it because they're paying him to make them good. So, for someone who just wants to hang with his buddies, have a drink, talk trash, do some podcasts, work on his stand-up comedy, having to bow down to his corporate sponsor like this could become a problem, especially considering how off the cuff these kind of conversations be. But I don't necessarily think right now he's obviously still to have such a big brand deal, which I reckon is probably worth over $10 million a year. But obviously, I know nothing, I'm just guessing. However, if he does get another couple of big brands on his side from other industries, that's when I think he'll start to screw himself over. Because all of a sudden, he's creating this black spot that he can't joke about anymore. And you can tell, just from watching those clips just now, he hates the fact that he's representing the company. I mean, he's effectively passive and right. So my view, I think it's great that Shane monetized that relationship given his of life. But if he's not careful, he could find himself slowly turning into Thomas Burke, who shields everything under the sun and always have to be in corporate mode. Shane's whole vibe is laid back and carefree, so hopefully he doesn't end up selling out completely. But he's basically announced sale. Now, that isn't the source of the growing tension between Rogan and Shane. We saw a little glimpse of it with joke and Express VP come back a couple of minutes later, but that's mostly just friends joking around and having a laugh. I think there is something a little bit deeper going on here, and I've spoken about it in the past. It's this idea that Shane's profile is growing so quickly and just such extraordinary heights that Rogan just Shane now more than Shane Rogan. And I think it's starting to bother Rogan. For some reason, people seem to think that Joe is a really humble guy who's down to earth, in touch with the man, but nothing could be further from the truth. Joe has an ego the size of an elephant. He just manages to hide it well because he's been sitting at the top of the mountain for over a decade now. Don't get me wrong though, I think he definitely wants his friends to succeed and he helps them out wherever he can. No arguments there, but I've noticed that the way he does it wants to remain undeniable. He wants to be known as the guy who helps out his buddy, just as long as they then kiss the ring. When have you seen any of the Rogan comedy brats go to JRE actually challenge? Never. They all go on, they plug their latest grift, they praise Joe for everything he does for the community, and they pretend he's not. No. Shane threatens that ecosystem because he's now achieving what none of those other guys could. Think about it. None of Rogan's close buddies have hosted SNL. And I'm not talking about Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. I'm talking about Sean, Tom, and those guys, that inner comedy circle. Shane not only got fired from SNL when he started, but now he's a couple of weeks away from hosting it. Even SNL are trying to get on his popularity at the moment. You have a lot of friends who work at Saturday Night Live. Would you ever be interested in hosting the show? I was work. I have a TV show that you get back to experience. I'll get there, but like love the experience. Guest hosting, terrifying. Hosting is terrifying. I wouldn't have to do it if they offered to, but that's terrifying. I'd rather vision have to do
one season, I'll work my ass off, and I won't complain. Slow down my drinking. Whatever you want.
So in my opinion, that 100% threatens. You've got to remember, he has an ongoing business establishment turning backs on him, and even though SNL is based out of, they're still part of that same comedy establishment. SNL used to be the top of the comedy chain. What Rogan has managed to do quite successfully is carve out his own little area in the sandbox. That's what the comedy mothership was always about. It was meant to be the foundation for an independent comedy scene, away from bright lights of Hollywood where comedians like Rogan, rejected by the establishment, would create their own ecosystem. And he's killing it. There's no doubt that he successfully challenged the status quo and created something out of nothing. And then we have Shane Gillis. He's got his finger in every comedy pie at the moment. He's back in with SNL, Netflix deals, living in Boston and regularly appears on JRE. And now he's a new brand deal with a multinational corporation in online. He is living the dream that Rogan always wanted. Shane is the comedian at the moment, whereas there are still people out there that have no idea that Joe Rogan is actually a comedian. Now, at the beginning of the video, I said I'd show you a clip that proves just how far apart Matt and Shane are. Rogan's other comedy buddies. So let me give you some context first.
The people that are writing, you get a disproportionate amount of failure. If you try to get like a control study of population, general population, if you do a critical study, you have a bunch of old people, a bunch of young people, different walks of life. You do it right. You do a bunch of biological variables. The variability of people that are wanting to comment negatively online, like you can find those people. So you don't have this together. They're
Remember what it is.
some of them are kids. It's a nonsense way to communicate. It is nonsense. You don't know who they are. You don't know what their background is. You don't know whether their opinion is valid. You're accepting negativity, and human beings have a natural propensity to look towards negative things because your brain is programmed to look for intruders and dangerous things.
So with that in mind, let's take a look at how differently Matt and Shane handled the exact same conversation.
Rosenbaum, Penn Street. That's not good. There's a lot of fighters like that too. They just always get knocked out. You should find another thing to do, or you're just not going to be good at anything. That's all. There's certain people that just never get good at anything. They're really good at leaving comments on YouTube.
They actually are good at that. I'll tell you what, those are effective.
And those dudes will absolutely try weak up. Yeah. I try to do like a thing where I'm like, I understand my handle being just ripped and handle it. Well, they're part of the little YouTube ecosystem. Or like you catch up bad ones sometimes you go, yeah, maybe I haven't. Oh, or I don't know, it's tough. So you don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. Right? Sometimes you'll read them and you're like, I don't have to deal with this right now. The thing is, you don't know who you're talking to. You talk to the biggest we talk to the biggest, of course, and it's just like, you're like, that's not true. Yeah, it's just a waste of time.
Jeez, man, what's wrong with working at 7-Eleven? Seriously, Rogan's got to be careful. He's obsessed with crapping on working class people. And he's starting to sound more and more like the elites that he's bagging for the last 12 years. But did you see how different Matt and Shane's take on negative comments? See, these guys know, they get it. Matt nailed it when he said that it's part of the YouTube ecosystem. And you see a few same negative comments over and over again. Maybe it should make him stop and think. And Shane agreed with it. I covered in a previous video how Matt and Shane are aware of what happened to Brendan Shaw subreddit dedicated. Here's a really quick recap for you.
I watched that Witzel documentary about
The guy that made that, a documentary about.
yeah, I know exactly what's going on in that stuff. So I watched that documentary. It's like a subculture of these people. There's like a small city where it's 14,000. Yeah, a small city where the people, where the people are dedicated towards like watching your every move. Yeah, but with the city watching was taking that like kind of elitist attitude towards his fan base. He was kind of like, you guys, I'm yelling it, and they're like, dude, just high flying. It's like the instantly.
Yeah.
Like so,
of how powerful the backlash can be, and if you don't listen to the feedback, look at what's happening right now with Tom and Roger announcement video. They must be absolutely gutted by the negative response to their baby, especially after it was supposedly taken. It's honestly wild how out of touch they are compared to Matt and Shane, who basically opened up and got how to without coming off as arrogant tools. So there's a lot to digest there, but there's just so much going on at the moment. I can't wait for the Super Bowl and also to see if Bud Light put an ad with Johnson in it. If they do, he's going to be a very, very busy man. Anyway, that's my breakdown of episode 29 of JR Reed, Matt and Shane. I hope you enjoyed it. Big shout out to my regulars, you guys always turn up for me. So if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board to get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
You ever try to make your own pizza or do the oven thing? I worked at a restaurant. We were doing that. I'm not good at it. But now you have a nice yard. Like maybe you get a little more pizza oven. Nice. Yeah. I'm not doing it. I can see the little sauce. I got all the French mozzarella. Basil. I'm accepting who I am. I'm gonna play Xbox and DoorDash. Then go to the show. Wow, that's how I go every day. That's how the show's 8 hours. So soon. I have to get those doing nothing.
I gotta tell you something right now.
I'm on.
He's gonna come get you.
You don't want that.
You want to start this war, dude?
You are calling on. You're yelling at me. It wakes me up. You're yelling at me. I got this bit underwater. Like a dead corpse.
Oh my God. Starting a war.
I'm not starting a war. Anyway, I didn't mean it in a bad way. Listen,
Billy, I want to tell you, you're on the pod. We can cut it for sure. Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him. And I said,
I'm not talking about you, dude.
Go ahead and say it, dude. Go ahead and say we gotta say it, Shane. Say it.
No, we're cutting all that out. No, I have control of this podcast. We're gonna cut all that out.
Bobby Lee's back at it again, stirring the pot for absolutely no reason at all. But instead of having to wait for someone to send Shane Gillis the clip, this time around, Santino got Shane on the phone straight away and Bobby on the spot, which was a genius move. The instant karma was strong in this one, and probably not the way you think. And I've got to say, I've been listening to Bad Friends ever since the Joe Rogan experience turned into the Dunning-Kruger experience, and Two Bears, One Cave became a snooze fest. I've been turning to Tim Dillon and Bobby and Santino over the last few months. I only ever really used to watch bits of those podcasts, mostly clips that came up in my feed, but now that Rogan's gone off the deep end, I find myself tuning into episodes from those guys every week. And can I just say, slightly off topic for a second, have you ever seen a bloated publicity tour than Andrew Schultz right now? Mark me there, the guy has literally done a dozen podcast appearances in the space of 10 days. Every time I open up my YouTube app, my feed is being spammed by his goofy ass face, clipped up from some random podcast he decided to do to promote his latest Netflix special called Life. I said this in my review last week of his special over on Patreon. Never has there been a comedian with an ego so big that he decided to dedicate a full 1 hour special to him trying to bust a nut. The whole thing was literally one long dick joke. He even made an appearance last week on Bad Friends, which ironically was funnier than his Netflix special. But this week, Bobby and Santino had Dan Soder on the podcast. In my opinion, he's probably one of the best and underrated podcast guests going around at the moment. Every time I see his face now, I think about his Cat Williams impression from Kill Tony last year. But for an insecure little Asian boy like Bobby Lee, being around tall, funny comedians like Dan Soder, Shane Gillis, and Joe Rogan triggers him. So his way of coping is to unnecessarily start shit. And we all know Bobby's shtick is to project his insecurities onto everybody around him, then complain that everyone hates him, and then wonder why he never gets invited anywhere. So when he had Dan in the studio with Santino, Bobby went into full flight.
Meet a girl. A beautiful girl. And you go, hey, you want to go next? I have a boyfriend, right? And then when you actually meet, it's like him. Yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck are you dating this guy for? That's okay. Like, am I right? Am I getting warm? Yeah. Very warm. Yeah. I understand it now. I know you have a girlfriend. Oh, I have a fiance. Yeah. I understand it now, like I understand Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis with his girl, it's related, would have never made sense to any other sense
Besides what?
besides the famous comic.
I don't think so.
You don't know.
You underestimate Shane. I knew him before. I knew him.
Oh, so he was deep in hot chicks before?
He got bit by the radioactive spider, and he became Shane Man.
Okay.
He's charming. He's low-key.
Bobby Lee's lack of self-awareness is diabolical, but I think that's kind of the joke. Implying that Shane Gillis has a hot girlfriend only because he's a famous comedian when he created the whole podcast out of one of the most toxic relationships I've ever seen is absolutely fucking crazy. But not only that, even after they broke up, the podcast is still going. Even Shane's girlfriend was surprised to hear Bobby talking about her all the time on the podcast.
I was thinking about how Trisha Paytas, literally has manifested everything in her life. And yesterday I was on the train back to New York, and I was half asleep listening to a podcast. And it was on this podcast, and while I'm in and out of sleep, I hear him talking about me. I was like, what is he? And it's so funny because I've always been really big fan of Bad Friends, just comedy in general, and I feel like I manifested this obviously. And I remember that when I got to bars in New York, when me and my friends would play this game where we would just lie to people, or I don't know, just come up with a story and just go with a bit. And my bit I always did was telling people I was a stand-up comedian, which I'm not. I would tell the story so fiercely that I thought I believed it in that moment, and my friends were like, "You're really crazy." But I always said this joke, and now I'm now I know all these stand-up comedians. It's so weird how that works. So I guess my telling of the story is lie to strangers.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but seeing comedians coping with Shane's rise to fame is becoming premium cringe content, and it's usually the more insecure ones like Bobby Lee and Bert Kreischer. Whenever someone mentions Gillis' name in front of Bert, he goes straight into a story about how famous and how he realized before everyone else how funny he was and helped him to give him exposure on his blah, blah, blah. I don't know what's worse. Bert's open therapy sessions, hearing the machine story for the millionth time. Bobby takes it to a though, because instead of bragging about knowing Shane was famous, he just straight up shits on his appearance. And I know he's shit at breaking. Whole shit is an insecure little boy who's socially awkward and just wants to sit at home and play video games while eating potato chips in his underwear. Kind of like Shane Gillis, actually. But one thing I've learned about these guys over the years is sometimes it's hard to know just joking around. There's a hint of seriousness in their tone, because when you've seen them for literally thousands of hours, you realize they're insecure weirdos just like us. And I'm honestly here for it. We're sick of degenerate celebrities feeding us their image. Now, I'm at the point now where I just want to spend some constructive in between ad reads.
You're missing two people, by the way. You go to the Midwest, you see beautiful women, big guys.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, we go with Shane used to go on the road with me in Future 4, and when we would go to Boston or something like that, boy, we're both single, boy, would clean up. Because the ladies would be like, "Oh, I want to be a pale man," and he'd go, "Shut up." Yeah.
Like a dead. Oh my God. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the eyes of Baltic has been in a swamp. I gotta tell you something right now. He's gonna come get you. You want to start this war, dude?
You're yelling at a cloud.
Makes me hungry.
Coming at the little boy.
And I like it. We have that relationship, right? I'm not, Shane, if you're listening right now, if you get this clip, I give you all day long. You were the funniest on planet Earth. You're the king. You deserve all your success. That's what I'm saying. I just think you're in Lord of the Rings, maybe the second or third movie, right? Frodo and those guys, the swamp. And golf, like, look in the water. Who's in the water? These dead elves from like thousands of years ago. Oh my God, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Just don't look in the water. Start the war. Yeah, I'm not starting a war. Anyway, I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Dan Soder's impression of Shane Gillis talking to girls in Boston was absolutely. I just had a thought. We need an episode of JRE with Bobby Lee, Mark Norman, and Theo Von just to clear the air in the studio from all the bullshit stuck to the walls, you know? Theo Von telling Rogan he has the body of a supermarket turkey tied up with a string is still one of my favorite moments in podcasting history, even if Rogan took it as a compliment. But once Bobby started with Gillis, he simply could not stop.
Look here, keep doing it. I'm over here saving you from. I'm tired of being bullied by people like you. I'm saving you from. I befriend you at the tour. See what he's doing? Yeah, I'm tired of being bullied by you. You just went after him and then Shane Gillis. Oh, really? You're bullied? You're bullied. You're 100% bullied. I'm being. You're mad that the simple thing gets planned and then you bullied Shane Gillis. You went after my friend. You're the. That's a really controversial thing I want to say. Is I feel like the bullying that I received was necessary. Yes. When you were a kid. Yes. Come put your head in this toilet. You're never able to breathe for 2 minutes. I'll never got to swerve. I got to swerve. I was like in a locker for 4 hours. No way. Yeah. In a little half locker. So I had to. Insane. We're great. 90. No, even younger, like probably second grade or third grade. Freshman year sounds like exactly what happened. I definitely heard teachers walk by. I was screaming. They didn't even help me. When you hear teachers like, that's so funny. Yeah. Really, that sort of like made me strong enough to do comedy. Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's kids that are giving Ozempic, like kids now, and you're like, no. You're not gonna have funny people. Yeah, let them level out. Right. You let them be fat and weird and awkward. Dude, you want that? Do it again. I don't know why you're doing. Honestly, I'm trying to agree. You know what? I'm trying to bring down the king. Yeah, I'm willing to do it. You know, it's hard to bring down the king when you're. Damn, did you just write that? Yeah. Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. The last gig, did you do the show? The last gig? The Will Turn one with Bill Shake. I did that show, yeah. I wasn't asked. Oh, they had told me why they didn't ask. Because it was a strict timeline they had to keep, and they were like, we'll not be on time. That hurts me so bad. That you would. That's not true. They didn't ask. But he would never ask. That is my point. This is bull. Is that? All right, welcome to the show. Thanks for doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in a mood. Honestly, I love it. It's like a cabin. Exactly. That's sweet. That's good. That's trying to keep you away from the problem. That's good. That's good. Let's move on. Shots are fired. Shots are not fired. No. Why? Because I see the Shane Gillis is good looking. How is that a shot fired? That's legitimately a shot fired. Is it not? Am I crazy? Okay, here we go. I know, he's almost in SNL. That doesn't look Shane Gillis. Oh my God, dude, you're. Yeah, shut up. Imagine a nudist beach and Shane Gillis at it. Bingo. I will say this. You were my best friend, and I love you so much. I cannot wait for it. Honestly, it's gonna be great. I feel like a fur trapper that's come out of the mountains and told you, like, you don't want them. Dude, you think that's Gilly? I'll give you some Sam Elliott knowledge right now. Sam Bobby, sometimes you eat there. Sometimes where it's here. That's not funny. That's not funny. Yeah, but you said it. Like, stop it. Thanks for coming.
Oh man, this is the quality podcast slot we've been missing all year. Bobby openly exposing his insecurities over Shane Gillis' and his girlfriend, while Santino eggs him on, and Dan Soda sits in the cut chair over in the corner trying to save Bobby from himself. It's like an old episode of Two Bears, One Cave. You know, when Tom was fat and Bert was funny, and the producer pulling up images of bloated bodies to get Bobby going again was a genius move. But speaking of genius moves, the only way this could possibly get any better is if Santino got Gillis on the phone. Whatever's going on, I'm going to say that. Humming hot. Well, fuck.
I'm going to try to dig my way out. Right. When that whole thing happened with Shane, everything. Yeah, I was the first one to catch that back. Number two, the first time I saw him perform, I thought to myself, oh, well, I would never want to follow that. Yeah. He's a beast. Yes. He's an absolute beast. I mean, he's at the top of his game. Absolutely. He had a beautiful run. Right? Yes. I know his dad. I love him. He's a legend. Great guy. Right? Yeah. I've been only respectful to his family. I did a little thing. I'm going to tell you right now, you fucking son of a... Oh, I love my brother. Yeah. I do. That right there, that might have saved you. Exactly. I walk you walk the point for that. And I only have the greatest admiration. He's one of the kings of right now. The beast. And I discovered this when we did the musical. You felt that? He's like, oh, you laugh. Yeah, that's how I laughed. That made me laugh. I want to tell you, you're on the pod, we can cut it for sure, because I don't want to trap you, but Soder's over here right now. Soder's in studio. The man, and Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him, and I said, I'm not talking shit about you, dude. Go ahead and say it, dude. Go ahead and say what we got to say to Shane Gillis. Say it. I just said that you were the comics on planet Earth. You were the king. What else? I know your dad. I have great respect for you. Is that a slam? Doesn't sound like that's what you said. So I'll tell you what I said. I think you have bulgy eyes. Yeah. And sometimes you look bloated. Alright. Is it war? Is it war against No. Maybe you're war fucking Bobby Lee. No. Could you defeat me quickly? Yeah, I think you're great. That looks forward to the special. See that, dude? He throws you a compliment. You insult my friends. No, I feel so bad. That's the kind of guy Gillis is. Thank you, Shane. Love you, buddy. Talk to you later. Hey, good luck, man. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Bobby, keep it up, man. See you later. I love you, Shane. Dude, that good of comedy and that good of person. So you got a 2 for 2. Oh, my God. You feel it now? You know what, though? This is reflective of it. And the accountability. I'll tell you another thing, bro. We're cutting all that out. No, I have control of this podcast.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of humility that comes from dating a girl who just broke up with a Navy SEAL. Seeing Bobby throw his headphones down in frustration because Gillis wouldn't fight was the icing on the cake. And we all know what Bobby's like. He's the kind of guy who would complain about not getting invited to a dinner party even after the court case. Or he'd rock up to his own surprise party and complain to everyone that no one told him. He's basically the younger adopted brother of Larry David. By the way, Bobby Lee was actually on an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He played the Korean bookie from season 5, and if you have not seen this, holy shit, some of the worst acting ever seen. I love how he turned down Shane Gillis' offer to star in his show Tires because he was sick of playing the Asian stereotype with the heavy accent. But if you watch that episode of Curb, his accent is so bad it will literally make you cringe. So it kind of makes sense why he came up with playing those roles. But we honestly need Shane on an episode of Bad Friends. I don't think he's ever been on there before, so it's definitely overdue. Especially now they have podcast beef.
Yeah. He just texted him. What do you say? Tell him he's dead. Yeah, but is he? Dead. That's it for you, buddy. That's it. Well, you know what? I think it's my way to get out. It's a good run. It's my way to get out. I'll get out. That's my way to get out. You know what, man? Honestly, they won't be able to find me over there. I stay off the internet. Yeah. I mean, I must say, it's kind of good. You know what it is? This is like one of those third right now. And this will be a grainy flashback to all started format. Yeah, this is when the music changes. Dude. So the music changes. The color slowly fades. It goes black. Just in on you right now.
Yeah, no, I think if Bobby made it through all those clips of him sexually harassing show hosts on live TV, he'll probably make it through his fake beef with Shane Gillis. I will say, though, I have noticed that Shane has
podcast appearances. He's touring more now, so he probably doesn't have as much time as he used to. But I noticed he hasn't been on flagrant since 2023, and prior to that, he'd been going on there once a year. Even on his own podcast with Matt McCusker, their appearances together have become really patchy for a bit recently. But I actually think it's a good thing, right? I think he's more aware of being overexposed than guys like Schultz. I mean, the amount of publicity Schultz is doing at the moment to boost his Netflix special into the #1 spot is absolutely insane. He's literally going around having the exact same conversation on the podcast, and he gets roasted in the comment section in almost every one. Shane roasted on SNL for the second time, which I currently working on Patreon of him on SNL against. I won't say too much here and spoil it, but I do think it's good that he keeps going back to a show that fired him in the first place, where the audience really don't get his style of comedy. As for Bobby, though, he's working on his special, believe it or not. He's going to be one of the laziest comedians in that universe. He's basically the complete opposite of Bert when it comes to releasing specials, so there's a lot of pressure on him. I'll definitely be covering that when it comes out sometime next year, but I definitely think we're reaching the comedy special saturation point. So much shit out there on streaming services, and almost all of it is mediocre. It's only a matter of time before that well blows up, and they're all back to self-publishing their specials. So if you're interested in seeing my detailed breakdowns of everyone's specials, commentary, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description and check it out. I recently covered Schultz's special, and like I said, I'll be covering Shane Gillis' SNL appearance, as well as Bert Kreischer's big special later this month. So make sure you check that out if you're interested. But that's it for now. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And I'm asking in 5 days. Why have you come 5 days? I'm trying to 5 days? Yeah. Shane, if you're listening, don't start a war with me. How's your wife's hands doing? Oh, they're fantastic. I love my wife. You know when you stand with her. I walked in the she gave him the finger. Nobody got arrested. That's why this country's great. They express themselves.
So Bill Burr's wife, Renee Hill, caused some controversy a couple of weeks ago at UFC 295, when she flipped off President Trump as he passed them. Now, at first, there was a divide where some people thought she was flipping off the cameras, and others thought she was actually directing it at Trump himself. But now that Bill Burr has come out and confirmed it actually was for Trump, that debate has now been settled. What I find so interesting about this whole situation is that for some reason, people thought Bill Burr was a conservative, surprised that he wasn't a Trump supporter. Well, his wife at least. I just assumed that it was common knowledge that he identified with the liberal side of politics, he clearly supports gun control, choice, bit of a dead giveaway, huh? But as Jerry Seinfeld would say, not that there's anything wrong with that. Maybe that was in a different context. Anyway, I think the source of this confusion stems from Bill Burr's style of comedy. He's loud, he's aggressive, he's politically incorrect, and he's incredibly cynical and sometimes gets on the dark. And for me personally, he's one of my favorite comedians, as I really know by now. There's nothing like sitting back after a long day and listening to Bill Burr roasting fat people, or feminists, or Hollywood actresses, or even better, the audience themselves. Shout out to him. But here's the thing, there's a growing group of people, myself included, that think he's gone soft over the last decade or so. I've even heard some people claim that ever since he got married back in 2013, he's slowly become more woke and compliant year after year. Now, there's no way of knowing that for sure, but there is something that I can state with a high degree of certainty. Bill Burr is definitely softer than he used to be and doesn't go anywhere near as hard as he used to. You can even tell when he's about to dive into a group of people or political issue. He'll always preface the joke now in his setup with something like, now, I'm not saying yada yada yada, or if that's what you're into, blah blah blah. He's definitely more cautious these days than he used to be, that could just simply be a reflection of the times that we're in now and how they're changing, with the whole cancellation buzzword floating around like a bad smell. But I also think there's more to it than just that. So we'll come back to all of that shortly because there's something else that occurred to me during the whole thing of Donald Trump controversy. Shane Gillis, who's another one of my favorite comedians, well, he ran into the Donald at UFC 290 back in July of this year, except it went a little bit differently for him.
But yeah, I got the Donald, dude. So how'd you end up getting her? How'd you strike back on her? Secret Service started to, they're like, all right, dude, we'll get you. We're gonna get it done. Find the exact perfect time. That's gonna find. They're like, all right, go. Now's your chance. You gotta go. I was like, all right, this is it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Jamie was like, you gotta go. You had to go. And then finally, Rogan turned around and was like, you gotta go. Yeah. That's awesome. Got a quick pick. Got out of there. Now I need to say he's complimenting. Yeah, he just said, you look great. How's everybody? No, I didn't. I'm so good. Mom and Dad are at home.
And so here we have two big-time comedians, one who's only a couple of years into blowing up, and another who's enjoyed many years at the top of the stand-up comedy chain. Both opposite ends of the Donald Trump effect.
I didn't even think about posting that picture. Why? I don't know. I think some people were mad about it. Why? I posted it and I think people were like, what the? There's a couple of people like, I was like, I thought it was clearly like Pete Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump.
And the responses to both scenarios from Shane Gillis and Bill Burr couldn't have been different. Gillis blew it off and spoke about it casually. It was just a bit of fun for him. And even though, in my opinion at least, Gillis leans more towards the right than the left, he still clearly didn't read into it that much. He saw the Don, he was in a Versace shirt, he took a picture, posted it, and thought it was funny. End of story. But for Bill Burr, it was a little bit complicated. The response to his wife's unkind gesture was scathing, to say the least.
I see Bill Burr's wife in the car. Yeah. We would get all, if that was my wife, you're gonna flip the camera on?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, are you Eminem?
I thought it was.
I know. I'm like, all right.
I don't know, man.
I don't like politics. I don't like what it's about. Yeah. But I mean, do it behind his back? I mean, well, if you're gonna do it, it's a woman. If you're gonna do it, you walk to my channel and start you. I mean, you can do it as he asked. You said it was a coward. Yeah, that's all. I don't really.
Now, let me just say up front, I couldn't care less what Bill Burr, his wife, pets, his neighbours, whoever, I could not care less what they do in their private lives. And I think most of you watching this right now would probably agree. The problem is that what his wife did that night seemed to confirm a long-standing fear that many of us have, that Bill Burr has become woke over the last 10 years since he was married. And even though Brendan Schaub is a complete tool, I 100% agree with his assessment there. I also feel so strongly anti-Trump need to express in such a way when you know that you're in the spotlight, literally cage side at UFC 295, especially considering that your husband's comedy profile is based around him being anti-woke. Now we have Bill Burr's wife flipping off the most anti-woke, anti-establishment, anti-Hollywood president in history. And whatever you think of Donald Trump, that's really saying something.
It's like those Trump guys. They're always going like, oh, you snowflakes, you feelings, and all of that. And then Trump, they're like, it's like you're saying Joe Biden. It's like you can't have it both ways.
How's your wife's answer?
Oh, they're fantastic. I love my wife. You know where you stand with her. I walked in the arena, everybody cheered. She gave him the finger, but he got arrested. That's why this country's great. I don't know about you. I was going to the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, he definitely rehearsed that 100%. He was trying so hard to turn it into one big joke and let me emphasize, I really don't care what him or his wife think about Trump. And honestly, Trump himself actually, the problem was the optics of it all.
Alright, so this is Bill Burr talking to Rich Eisen, I believe, about the whole controversy where Bill Burr's wife was flipping off on camera when Donald Trump was walking down.
Yeah, and I love Bill Burr. My wife did this. I'm like, hey, left and right buy a ticket. We don't care who buys it. We're like both. We're not picking a side. That's why I'd be upset. It's like, you got my family to that.
So he goes,
His wife. I love my wife. You know where you stand. You know I was going to a Republican national convention. But you're allowed to give your respect for our country. You're allowed to say that's what's great. Right in Russia, North Korea. Right. That's right. Do it in Ukraine.
Jeez, I'm starting to get sick of Bubba and his legit takes. But credit where credit's due, he's got a point there. I split the husband's audience in half like that for a silly gesture. Let's get back to this fundamental question here, which is, has Bill Burr lost his flair? Is he still the ruthless comic who absolutely roasted the crowd in Philly back in 2000? Comedy fans, that Bill Burr, it was during the Traveling Virus Comedy Tour, which was basically the regular comics from the Anthony show on tour. They were in Philly and the crowd was rowdy, booing on comedians left and right. When it was Bill's turn, instead of backing down, he went on the offensive, roasting everything about Philly for a solid 12 minutes. The crowd started turning, and by the end, he got a standing ovation, turned him into a cult hero, and now the legend. Now, if we look at Shane Gillis, who is only 2 comedy specials deep, compared to Bill Burr's dozen specials, well, he had a similar, but obviously different incident back in 2019 when he was fired from SNL due to supposedly racist and homoerotic remarks. Anyway, that he made in years prior, which resurfaced in the... Now, we all know the story by now, how it completely backfired and shot him to fame as a comedian who went against the grain, stuck into the establishment, and basically went in. So you can see how Bill Burr and Shane Gillis share a similar kind of variety that so many comedians are now trying to manufacture themselves. I recently covered Matt Rapp's main attempt to be controversial, and Schultz and Tom Segura have both leaned the bundle by releasing specials through Netflix, but then independently releasing jokes that didn't make the cut because they were too controversial. And so studying it, get that Netflix money and then pretend to cancer yourself at the same time. I can't decide if they're just chicken. Anyway, throw in as well Bill Burr's latest Netflix movie. That's right, Bill Burr's actually a half-decent actor, and he extended his talents in his latest film, Dad, which he wrote, produced, directed, and starred in, alongside Bobby Cannavale and became Woodbine. Here's what the movie was about. You got it. 3 middle-aged men who find themselves out of step with the modern moving world. I don't know what you guys think about it. I thought it was pretty lame, but it had some funny concern. Seems to be the way these days are. And so, with all the growing controversy around Bill Burr's flourishing wokeness, his movie couldn't have come at a better time. You know, to convince all of us that he's still the old-school Bill Burr that we learned to love. The problem for him is guys like Shane Gillis, who are removed from the comedy establishment compared to him, that he's starting to look out of the comedian, make conscious decision to become Hollywood's anti-woke puppet. Oh man, I know that's a big call, but like I said, next to Shane Gillis and even an older generation comic like Louis C.K., shunned by the establishment and said, you know what, screw it, I'll just do it on my own. Well, I tell you what, begs the question, is there still room for Bill Burr amongst the anti-woke comedy elites like Shane and Louis? Or has his longevity in mainstream stardom come at the ultimate price, becoming just a normal comedian? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm really interested to hear what you guys think about all this, so make sure you drop a comment below. And if you haven't already subscribed, consider dropping a comment so you get my uploads in your feed. I hope you guys had a relaxing Thanksgiving break. Shout out to all my regulars. Love you guys, and I'll catch you in the next one.
By the way, dude, the Elks are delicious. I made this American chop suey with it, and my wife gave a fucking bad review before anybody even tasted it. Everybody just said like this. She goes, "It looks like hamburger helper." I've been chowing it for like 4 days. Out of respect for that healthy shots, like I'm eating all this. I don't care if it's fat.
Does it make you more aggressive?
But
No.
no, Joe, you lunatic. You had to beat the fuck out of people for like 3 decades, but you could like chill, smoke a little, put on your little rascal's hat, and just chill out. No food I've ever met. That's why I love him. He's like every guy I met in Boston are welded together. It's crazy. Yeah.
The car from SNL to the after. See what everyone's saying. It was like Shane Gillis. It's like,
I think it's good. I think tension's good. I don't see the building of tension, the releasing of it. That's what comedy is. I think it was.
I think it's a little different. Like I
It's
think
New York City. Only New York City, middle of New York City. I do.
I go to New York City every single night.
no, I know what I'm on, and I usually hate myself.
Right.
That one, I was like, that one as well as
Like he's not even good. It's like
I was in the room,
and dude, it's being for real. Like I don't think kind of bombed it. Okay.
I was in the room.
People were having a great time. He got it crushed.
It seems like controversy is starting to follow Shane Gillis around like a bad smell. It's been a week since his SNL appearance, 5 years after he was fired from the show, due to making inappropriate comments about Asian people. And as you can imagine, every man in his dog has a hot take, whether he killed it. Twitter went into overdrive, or culture warriors came out of their droves, defending Gillis for exercising his free speech and trashing the libs, attacking NBC for platforming someone who they believe should have remained in SNL exile. So now that the dust has settled and Shane has made a couple of appearances after hosting the show, I'm going to show you guys his response to these supposed controversies, including the redhead band member behind him who apparently refused to laugh during the monologue, as well as the manufactured tension between Gillis and Bowen Yang, who was SNL's first Asian American writer, fired around the same time Gillis was fired 5 years ago. And then towards the end of this video, I'm going to address the topic. Did Shane Gillis bomb in his opening monologue? Take a look at Tim Dillon's disagreement with Andrew Schultz about this very thing on Flagrant last week, and we'll hear from Matt McCusker about what the mood was really like on the night. So, stick around, we're talking all things SNL today. If you're new here and are enjoying this video, be sure to hit that like button and become a subscriber so you can support the channel and stay up to date with everything happening in the podcast world. Now, to start off with, if you missed it on the night, there was a guitarist sitting directly behind Shane during his opening monologue, wasn't really reacting to his jokes, and she simultaneously became a hero, not laughing at Shane's politically incorrect material by Shane's haters, and represented everything wrong with SNL for everyone who stopped watching.
don't say I am when it's behind me that won't laugh.
It's great. Why is everyone doing that?
Redhead behind me. Right here, wouldn't laugh, I would turn around and spin her face. See that? That's how you react.
I was like,
It wasn't down there. That was bad. It was
See, I watched it. Obviously, I wasn't paying attention. Actually, I watched it, and then I saw one right on Twitter. I'm like, was she actually like stoned?
I paid attention to what mattered. I paid attention to what mattered. The black guy in the back who was laughing at every single person. That was huge. Reds, whole thing.
I didn't like the people in that one behind.
I didn't get it. I don't understand that.
It's just like a weird. People get like they love I'm like, do you not realize this is the mob got mad at?
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point.
It's mental.
Yeah, well, they gotta find stuff, you know. So you can tell this really bothered Shane. He even posted on X telling everyone to leave him alone. He said, I didn't bomb and I didn't crush the lips, and the lady in the band not laughing is totally fine. Knock it off. He actually deleted this post shortly after, which I thought was a good idea. I don't think he should have posted it, but I get that he didn't want her to think that he supported the pylon she was on social media and not laughing at his jokes. That's probably one of the worst looks for a comedian. It reminded me of Whitney Cummings lecturing everyone who doesn't think she's funny because it was somehow offensive to her fans. And so Shane obviously didn't want to create the image that if you don't laugh at his jokes, then you're the enemy. So on the one hand, I get that he didn't want the pylon to get out of control and intervene. But then on the other hand, it's not really his job to police his fans and tell them what to think and how to act. But she definitely didn't deserve all the attention she got for just sitting there minding her own business. I think Sam absolutely nailed it in that clip with Shane where he said that it's critical for people to call her out for not reacting to his jokes, when that's exactly what the mob did to Shane 5 years ago and got him fired from SNL. You can't have it both ways. You can't bully someone into finding your jokes funny. And speaking of when Shane was fired, for those of you who don't know the full story, Shane and Matt on their podcast used to say some really controversial stuff that's now been deleted, commonly referred to as MSSP's Old Testament. And the clip in particular that got Shane fired from SNL was the one where he was discussing Chinese people and Chinese food, using racial slurs, etc. And so when all of that happened, SNL actually hired Bowen Yang, the first Asian American at the show. So now that Shane hosted the show, we're anticipating this tension between Shane and Bowen because he's obviously Asian. But at the very end of the show, when they signed off, they shared a hug, and for some people, they went as a setup for becoming friends with Shane.
Bowen Yang, kind of a, did he just get like lumped in like they just kind of made it like he had a problem with that because he was the Asian guy? Did he ever say anything? No, they do it. I keep saying everything. I don't think he said anything. I think he never said anything. Yeah. And that's not the same. Because he was the Asian guy who got hired. Yeah. Put all.
It's kind of crazy to think that because Bowen's an Asian American writer at SNL, that he should be carrying the flag when he's probably just a comedian trying to be funny and do his thing. The projection from Shane's haters is getting pretty wild. It's almost like they're looking for ways to be offended, which got even worse when it came to his actual monologue. Now, this is what everyone was anticipating, so let me give you the background for why this was such an important moment. Shane is not a mainstream comedian, so apart from his Netflix special Beautiful Dogs, he's mostly existed on the periphery of mainstream comedy, making a name for himself through his stand-up comedy and through his JRE appearances, not to mention his very successful podcast with Matt Mikowska. And when you consider that he was fired from SNL in 2019, coming back to the show as a host was a big moment for him and his fans. It was finally the establishment comedy scene no longer ignore his rising fame. So going into this, a lot of people had already made up their mind, and they were watching it with confirmation bias from killing it, him bombing. There was no middle of the road here.
How good did you feel the second? It was great. I felt so good the second the monologue. Actually, the second the monologue was over in the dress rehearsal. Yeah, I felt really good.
I saw you did one of these.
What
was that too?
That was to the camera.
Okay.
It's really funny, depending on the publication, either Shane Gillis makes sure we return to SNL, or Shane Gillis bombs and offends everyone. When I watched those, I was like, rough monologue, and then, and it's just weird. Yeah, it was fun. It's funny though, because I had my phone. Yeah, I was stressed, and then the car from SNL to the after party. Let's see what everyone's saying. It was like Shane Gillis. Being like, yeah, it sucks. I can see all you guys not laughing. It's just doing stand up. Right, he's bomb.
That's the I've seen the stand up dude.
I saw a lot of articles.
There was
I saw a lot of headlines. Dude, the only reason for the article
something like Shane Gill's Box Ronald. I'm like, watching this thing.
And I was also like, no, I didn't. That was one I was like, I knew I didn't.
Yeah.
Because I know what I'm on, and I usually hate myself. Right. That one, I was like, that went well. So here's the thing, right? Shane was definitely nervous, and as much experience as he has doing stand-up, I think can really prepare you to do it live with so much anticipation. Me personally, the fact that he was so nervous did take away from his delivery, especially at the beginning. It was a little choppy, you could tell he was trying to find his feet, and then after a couple of minutes he relaxed into it and just started talking with it. But I think people don't fully understand that when he acts like he's doing and says stuff like, oh, you didn't think that was funny, that's funny. That's just part of his act. He does that in his pre-recorded specials as well. Now, think about it. Why would he keep that in his comedy special when he could easily edit that out or use a clip from one of the recordings that went well and everyone laughed? Well, it's because it's actually part of his act. He has an awkward style of comedy where he's always trying to convince you he's funny, and if you are a fan of his and you've seen a lot of his stuff, it was just business as usual.
Like, not even good. Like, I was in the room. And, dude, it's being for real. Like, kind of bombed it. I was in the room. People were having a great time. He kind of crushed.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Exactly. I was sitting there going like, okay, awesome, great. You don't have to worry about that anymore. There's a guy who was there, I'm assuming. But he said the crowd was honest. Dude, it's a comedic device. Get with it. Go take this dude. Like, try to get hard. And then go back to running harder. But it's funny watching their opinions start to eat. Now they're like, headline. He didn't bomb and like did pretty good, but it's slightly problematic, but also slightly good and paired down.
Yeah, like I said, that's just part of Shane's comedy style. He's understated, he doesn't come out with a bunch of confidence, and that's what's made him so popular. He comes off as down to earth, he's self-deprecating, he never punches down, and he always makes sure that he himself before anybody else. And that's why I think so many viewers weren't familiar with him thought he bombed. But that was only part of it, because there definitely was some tension in the room when he started talking about Down syndrome and his family, because again, if you don't know about his family's connection with it, you just think he was making it all up for a laugh, which would obviously be awkward.
One thing that shocked me, because I was, he was he worked out the model. I see the model just push every side and Down syndrome part, I thought was the most endearing, hilarious. Like, really, I literally was watching him do it, and he does now. That's how anybody in that building that ever doubted him or piece of shit. Right? And just the fact, and I thought we were beyond this point of comedy, just the fact that he's Down syndrome, you can see the audience. And that's what was good about it. To me, I watched him get killed, and I also thought he did great. Well, here's the thing. That should happen. Should know what's going on, and then he's so funny, he overcomes any of that. I think it's good. The tension's good. I don't see the building of tension, the releasing of it. That's what comedy is. I think it's a little different. Like, I think New York City. I visited New York City. I'm like, New York City every single night. I think it might be a little bit more sensitive. That's what I'm saying. I didn't realize that there was. I thought that would be on. You can't talk about. There's topics, I guess, maybe in certain areas. But you need to be in a place where if there is a superpower, is making something funny that shouldn't. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Now, so it's that to me, that's the most fun time when you can't say anything. It's fun time to do comedy. I do feel like time where you can say, that was like, I really thought that they actually touched, obviously, when in a moment. Even in that, but I couldn't believe it.
Okay, here's the thing. The joke isn't on Down syndrome people. The joke's on everyone who doesn't realize how cool they are and how they're doing just fine. Now, I think there's a group of people who don't know who Shane is that maybe thought, why is he allowed to joke about disabilities like that without knowing that it comes from a good place, and more importantly, a place of awareness. And that's the tricky line that Shane had to balance on, because if you recall, he opened the mic by saying, most of you watching probably don't know who I am. So his appearance on SNL was definitely geared toward a mainstream comedy audience.
weren't necessarily aware of his previous work and the background to a lot of his material. For example, Shane studied history in English at college and has an interest in US history. So when he jokes about slavery and the Civil War, he's not trying to be controversial, he's just drawing his own interest to create comedy, and it works. It's original, it's different. Think about the joke he made about his niece who has Down syndrome and her 3 adopted black siblings. He joked that they would come to her defense if she's ever bullied, and it would be a nice moment for the whole country. The joke was on people who are in a constant state of being offended and don't realize that they are the ones who are being divisive, not people like Shane. That's how I interpret it, at least. So that's the kind of deep irony in his comedy that could easily get lost in a new viewer who has no idea who he is. I mean, even the way he brought his dad there and sat in the audience just to roast him, that's part of an ongoing gag where he makes fun of his Fox News dad. Anyway, I could go on and on, but the point is, Shane far from bombed in his monologue. I think Tim Dillon was 100% on the money when he said that sort of tension is part of comedy, and joking about taboo subjects the way Shane Gillis does is actually refreshing and pulls out the people who are so quick to attack him for his material without realizing that they are the joke. But that's just my opinion on Shane Gillis as a fan. I also think he could have done some material for the book. Most of it was recycled, but given he only had around a month's notice to prepare for it, it's understandable that it would have been difficult to write a fresh monologue. Not to mention the fact that he's working on a Netflix special, so he's probably saving material that is there. All in all, even though it didn't rate very well compared to other recent episodes of SNL, I still think he did pretty well, and I haven't even mentioned all of the skits he was involved in. The EU insurance one was the best one. Look, that's it from me for today. I just wanted to give you guys an update on what the man himself was saying about the controversies and how he's reflecting on his SNL appearance. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on so you don't miss out on any of my uploads. That's it from me. Catch you in the next one.
Different. I genuinely felt like everyone is truly happy. And it wasn't like a lot of people like do, like nobody's happy. Great, successful. It's a different thing. Like we legitimately are happy for it, and everyone knows that it's a different thing. And you're genuine, incredible dude. The effort game comment. You guys ready to chug this? Trash. Really loves you.
I didn't even think about posting that picture. Why? I think some people were mad about it. Why? I posted it and I think people were like, what the? You know, no way, dude. It was a couple people were like, what? I thought it was clearly funny. Like people in a Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump.
So there he was, standing side by side with the 45th President of the United States at UFC 290 back in July. And like a lot of my recent videos, I wasn't actually planning on making this video. Now, I know I say that a lot, but when I mentioned Shane's Versace t-shirt photo with Donald Trump last week as a passing comment, it started a bit of controversy in the comment section. So let's get into this head on, because there seems to be a couple of different camps here when it comes to this stupid shirt. On the one hand, there's those of us who honestly just could not care less about whether or not Shane Gillis wears an expensive shirt. And then there are the people who clearly understand that it was a gag and he was just having some fun. Then there's also this growing group who are worried that Shane is becoming everything we hate about the broken comedy brats. Is Shane Gillis becoming a rich comedian? And if he is, does that matter? I mean, we all know that both Shane and Bert like to have a treat. So does it start with a shirt and then end up with like viral? Gee, I hope not. But we'll get to that. First of all, how did our boy Gillis end up at UFC 290 wearing Bert Kreischer's favorite shirt? I guess we should count ourselves lucky that he didn't wear the shorts as well.
And Versace. How could you wear anything else? I'll be honest, man. I bought this as a bit before the UFC fight. Yeah, I felt like the whole time, all night. I saw the picture. I said that looks so good on it. I felt. I mean, now you see it in person. Great. I think the shirt looks great on you. I think you should wear nothing but Versace. How do you pronounce it? Versace. No, I said. I can't even pronounce nothing.
So it's actually Mercedes.
No, I think it's Versace. But I felt like a real dumb. Well, then I was sitting, because I was dressed.
Was you right in a casino or you out?
There's shops at Caesar's Palace, right? That was okay. So Gillis came out the week after the event on his podcast and cleared everything up. Obviously, for those of us who are big fans of his, we know it would be unlikely to buy that shirt thinking this would look cool. Clearly, he knows that it's one of Bert Kreischer's signature outfits, and he bought it as a gag because he had sick tickets with Papa Rogan, and I don't know. I don't think it's that funny, but I definitely understand where he was coming from. But I've also been thinking, like, what if Shane did buy it seriously because he thought that it would? And if he bought a fancy watch and some nice cars and all, where does that leave him in the eyes of his fans? Let's come back to that because I want to get back to this story so we're all on the same page and hear how he ended up taking a photo with the Donald and how it ended up all over social media.
Yeah, I got Donald, dude. So how'd you end up getting her? How'd you strike back on?
Secret Service started to, they're like, all right, we're gonna get it done. We'll find the exact perfect time. That's gonna lie. They're like, all right, go. Now's your chance. You gotta go. I was like, all right, let's do it. I don't want to do it. And Jamie, like, you gotta go.
You had to.
Finally, Rogan turned around. I was like, you gotta go.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Got a quick pic. Got out of there.
Now I need to say he's not.
Yeah, he just said, you look great. How's everybody? No, I didn't.
My mom's doing good.
My mom and dad are at home. So there's also a bunch of people on social media ripping into Gillis for taking a picture with Donald Trump. And again, apart from the fact that, who cares who he takes photos with, I think most of it's coming from his casual fans that don't really know how much Gillis appreciates history. I mean, the guy did a 4-part series with WCK, literally called The Presidents, where they go through every US president in history and discuss them in detail. For those of you wondering, he thinks Abraham Lincoln was the best president. So for Shane to be excited to get a photo with the 45th president of the United States, that's not necessarily a ringing endorsement of every single one of Donald Trump's policies. I mean, get a grip, people. He was clearly uncomfortable at the whole event. We all know that he doesn't like the spotlight. That's kind of what makes all of this so funny. There you go. Maybe the gag was funny after all. But what really frustrates me is that he hesitated about posting that photo to his socials. Dude, it's fine. You're fine. Post the stupid photo.
No, I didn't even think about
Posting that picture.
why.
I don't know. I think some people were mad about it.
Why?
I posted it and I think people were like, what the?
Wait, dude.
A couple of people were like, what? Like, I thought it was clearly funny.
Like people
In a
with
Versace t-shirt with Donald Trump. Seems like the funniest.
your instincts are correct.
I knew it was right.
I mean, dude.
I like didn't even consider it. And then I got back and somebody texted me and was like, proud of you, dude. All that posted. Yeah, I was like, oh shit.
Oh, there was like people being.
Somebody was like privately supporting me. I was like, I didn't even consider that it was a thing that would matter.
Dude, it's not 2016. It's 2023. And like, it's crazy. Someone's hating on you with the 45th president of Versace shirt. Sounds like a them problem, bro.
That's a big
It's a big problem.
That's crazy.
That's funny to see that. Here's where he went wrong with this. I don't know. With literally just the last president in a Versace shirt ringside, it's like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. It
Also,
was,
that is a tortured existence, though, to just be like, check something and be like, he shouldn't have done that.
yeah. I couldn't agree more with their take on this, and honestly, as a massive Shane Gillis fan myself, I didn't need an explanation. I get why he addressed it on the podcast, but I know he's probably not watching this, but on the off chance that he got put in this video somehow up in his feed, bro, you're good. Trust me, it's fine. I don't know, guys. I feel like after watching the whole SNL controversy where they find him some supposed racist remarks that in the back of Shane's mind, he doesn't go back there. And so something like this might bring up that bad memory, something like that. But it also reminds me of the whole Tom Segura watch collection and car collection situation from earlier this year and last year, where a bunch of his fans, including myself, were getting bored of him and spending so much time talking about the shiny stuff that they bought. And I think it's a really important comparison here, particularly for those of you that can. Great Shane becoming a proud.
much for you guys will talk about like any success you've had. I'm having a hard time. Therefore, like to read somebody going like, hey, you talking about something that's good or a success in your life, it makes me feel bad about my life. I've actually done a whole video on this called Tom Segura Hates People. So you can go and check that out if you want the full story. But in terms of Shane falling into that same trap, I actually don't think it's possible. So let me explain why. Tom was actually being disingenuous there, and every time he brings up this issue, he always mischaracterizes it and embellishes the problem to make him like the victim. I mean, the guy is the biggest snowflake in comedy. Basically, he likes to make it out as if poor people are fat and lazy like he used to be, and don't want to put the effort into improving their situation. And so that's why he makes it out as if some of his fans were complaining that it was his fame and money that make them feel sad. But that's just straight up gaslighting. The reality is there was a bunch of his fans that simply thought of all the expensive watch and car stories. They weren't sad, didn't feel bad, but just, dude, it's boring watching two comedians talk about themselves, how successful they are every week, and hours on end. Plain and simple, it's not that hard to understand. So then, back to Shane Gillis, well, what if he were to start buying expensive watches, cars, all that sort of stuff? First of all, like I said, that isn't the problem. For me personally, if Shane posted a few photos of a nice watch here and there, flashy cars he's into, I'd be like, man, Shane's killing it. Good for you, bro. Love your work. That's it. End of story. Because we know that it doesn't define him. Just listen to how much of a muppet he felt like sitting cage side in that Versace shirt.
It would have felt like wearing it. Sitting there drinking a beer, looking like an idiot. And people were, because we were sitting, I was in, Rogan gave me the CT sit, like, so I'm right there on the cage, and people are sometimes against me where I'm sitting, getting beat out of them. At the beginning, there was a guy looking at me, he was like, a guy was on his back. And then, he was distracted, he's not thinking about me, he's what he's doing, but his eyes were just locked on me while he was getting, like, strangled in the cage. And I thought, that's good enough, Uncle Lito. When the guy's about to get his heart ripped out, he looks up and just sees a fat kid dressed in I feel like the fat baby. Felt terrible.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty funny. I went and found that fat kid he was talking about. But you can tell that he has that level of self-awareness where he's like, even though I'm wearing this as a joke, I still feel kind of stupid watching two dudes smashing each other in a cage while I'm wearing a Turkish tablecloth. If that was Bert, he would have been cheering and turning to the crowd and doing buttons. You guys know the drill. And I just want to make this completely clear on the record right here, right now. We don't care if rich people buy rich things. Tell me honestly, if you saw Dave Chappelle walk to a cafe or restaurant in Asia, that would bother you? Of course it would. What about Jerry Seinfeld and his multi-million-dollar Porsche collection? I mean, the guy's practically a billionaire now from his TV show. Those things don't bother us. But if you think of their body of work, you think they're funny or not, it doesn't matter. Their contribution to comedy and entertainment is so much bigger than a few pictures. That's why. And it's the same with Shane. He's so much bigger than the material things that he can afford to buy now. It's like Thomas. Well, they're fading now. Their comedy has gone downhill. They do too many podcasts every week. There's just too much exposure. And if they spend half the time bragging about their material possessions, it's only a matter of time before their fans start asking the question, what are we still doing here? But anyway, I hope I've cleared that up because when I first mentioned this in passing last week, I said that when Gillis was being serious just didn't matter to me. But a bunch of you pushed back and pointed out that Shane himself had come out and said it was just a gag. Serious. So I thought it might be a good idea to pull that all together for you guys and give you the full picture and let you decide what you think. But yeah, like I said, it makes no difference to me if he was wearing the t-shirt seriously or just as a gag. Anyway, that's everything you need to know about Shane Gillis's infamous Versace shirt. I hope you enjoyed it. Drop a comment below all of this, and if you haven't subscribed, consider jumping on so you get all my uploads in your feed. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, how much of a Italian ticket? Well, I mean, it's well known. We paid, I got 8 tickets for like $500. Yeah. And when the morning was great, I looked at everyone around us and I was like, how'd you?
Okay.
By the way, these guys are awesome. Yeah. They're having fun. Yeah. You guys sit here and be like, let's bring it on the farm club. That's dude, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah. No, I'm not being a victim. I'm saying the jokes you're doing is not, it's not like, it's not cool. You know what's really triggering? You're making fun of these downstairs people now TikTok.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. It's been a wild 24 hours. I'll tell you, I haven't had much sleep, but I still managed to crank out a fresh video for you guys. So before we get started, I want to make a massive shout out to my 75,000 subscribers. I've seen your comments, I've received your emails. You guys are absolute legends. But as you can imagine, I can't say that right now. And as frustrating as that is, all I want to do is just get back to making videos. So if you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're pushing for 100k subs and no one's going to stop us. Alright, so with that said, today we're going to go through the transformation of Shane Gillis through his 3 appearances on Flagrant and Crucial. I've previously covered Shane's most recent appearance on Flagrant and cringe, but like I said, this video here is going to look at 3 of his Flagrant appearances and I'm going to show you how Shane turned the table on Crucial in the short space of only 2 years. Started with this.
Newly viral sensation Shane Gillis is in the building.
Ended up like this.
Schultz epiphanies are my favorite. He repeats his statement.
That's crazy.
So the context here is really back in 2019, Gillis was fired from Saturday Night Live. He had a chance to start working after a couple of videos researched of him making some offensive remarks about Chinese people on his podcast. But it wasn't until almost 2 years later that he appeared for the first time on JRE and he really started to make his way back into the mainstream. Meanwhile, Andrew Schultz had become insanely popular during this pandemic skits in 2020, which ended up on Netflix. So here we have the 2 New York comics. Schultz only 4 years older than Shane, but at the time he released 3 comedy specials and whereas Shane had only just dropped his first comedy special 2 months after on JRE and 1 month from his first appearance on Flagrant. Now, fast track to 2024. Gillis has 2 specials under his belt and Schultz has 4. Except Shane's second special went straight to Netflix, whereas Schultz was forced to release his special independently, which I covered in a recent video titled "The Special Scam Nobody's Talking About." So, how did the tables turn on Schultz in favor of Gillis?
Welcome to Flagrant 2. It's your boy Schultz. I'm here with Akash. Today, we are joined by one of my favorite comics working today. Absolutely hilarious. Newly, I don't want to, you were already famous, but now you're famous for a good reason. The right reason. The right reason. Newly viral sensation Shane Gillis is in the building.
The Schultz saying this was Shane's 20th podcast appearance in the past week, and that's because he just released his first special, like I said, and he was doing the podcast rounds after and he chosen one earlier that year in July. The accusations from Schultz and his boy band that he was energy in that podcast, he was funny, had to do with heavy lifting, etc. Things you need to know about Shane, which is quite open about, that he has some relatives Down syndrome. And I know that's a random piece of information right now, but he's used it for years as a source of material, even in his latest special where he no longer bit about his mum. So, this is something that has popped up a couple of times on the Flagrant podcast, starting with his first appearance. They were talking about a couple of Netflix reality TV shows. I think one of them is on the spectrum. I watched them, it's not really my thing. But here's how it went down.
Mark has been trying to get me to watch this show for at least maybe 2 months.
A year.
Okay.
A year. Literally.
But here's the thing with the show. I think if you don't know anybody with Down syndrome, you just feel bad for them.
No, you don't.
If you don't know, and then you watch the show, and like the perception is, oh my god, it's so tragic. The parents have to raise. You watch it, it's like, oh, they're the most fun. Everybody.
Yes.
I don't want to say golden retriever and like the same energy where it's just like positive. Wait, really?
Yeah, so I was doing a joke about people with Down, just like how a dog.
Gonna stand up on the spot.
People with autism is like a cat. But like, you think they like it. I love cats. Great, I'm not trash on autism. But it laughed, they're like a.
So it's just weird things because you see people like post them on TikTok, like parents or like moms like that will post on TikTok, and you think they're kind of exploiting them, but I really think they're going, this person brings me so much joy. I need to share the joy of it.
Yes.
So now should we feel way better about watching the videos?
Yeah.
I guess that's Al's thing.
Yeah. You like watching? You like seeing a guy with.
But they're trying to be funny. No, that's true. You like to see.
Yeah.
It has to be. They have to be doing like a song. It has to be like Chris Brown or something like that.
Absolutely. Trying to dance like him too. I had to see him. That's great. I gotta watch it now. So you can see how pretty playful everyone was having a laugh. Gillis pulled out his impression, which he's become really good at. You can see he's been on his latest special, Beautiful Dogs. Okay, cool then. So nothing really to see here, just some dudes sitting around having a laugh. But this will come up again in his second appearance on Flagrant almost exactly 1 year later in October of 2022, and things will be different. Now, things have already started to change. Even only in the year that has passed, Gillis keeps getting more and more popular. He's a lot more confident now, especially after having 6 appearances in JRE under his belt. He's become a regular on Protect Our Parts with Irish Affair and Punk Movement. But Schultz's comedy career, while still doing super well and being able to sell tickets and independently release his own special, it's just not on the same trajectory as Shane's. See Schultz on through social media thanks to decent crowd work. He was one of the first to really capitalize on making shorts and reels, his stand-up, dropping it all over the internet and getting himself into people's feet. Whereas Gillis was following more of a conventional route by doing as many past appearances as he could and sticking to the regular stand-up comedy gigs. And he also moved to Texas to get in with the Austin comedy scene that Joe Rogan has been running since 2020. And for those of you who are regulars on this channel, just Schultz when he feels like he's being outstroked by a gift. Remember, Schultz is Mr. Funny Man. He was the mad right on TikTok and Instagram a year or so before the pretty himself started to blow up. So straight off the bat then, on Shane's second appearance on Flagrant, Schultz is high on energy, trying to control the conversation and assert his dominance over Shane, except like I said, he was starting to come out of his shell and wasn't afraid of battle. Those of you who remember his first appearance on JRE when he choked will appreciate just how far he's come by this point. So take a look.
Listen, I'm stoked for you, The Daily Show. I think good things will happen. Yeah, obviously, we just played FIFA. You're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Max was still uncomfortable. I had adrenaline.
Really?
Yeah. The bros in here actively cheering for you.
Come on, I'm cheering for you, asshole. And you're gonna comment. Like you were like your team and you were oh you made dubs, yeah. You took it really serious. So is that an excuse?
No,
so many times it's not excuses.
Wait, PSG's not good? I thought PSG was really.
Stop it. Why would you lie now? Why would you lie now?
You guys, you want to injure guys? You lied.
I'm not neutral. That's a huge accusation, bro.
He lied. He knows I was bad.
What do you mean? And you. PSG.
each other. Schultz is shouting, he can't sit still. And look, sometimes it works. We're watching for 30 minutes, and it feels like only 5 minutes have passed. But man, Schultz was uncomfortable with this whole podcast. It was almost like he was intimidated by Shane, and he was desperate to come off as the funnier guy, which is lame seeing as they were both accomplished comics. At the time, Schultz was 34. I think comedian years, that's basically just getting started, right? It's pretty rare to see a super famous comedian under the age of 35, even though there are a few exceptions. And so Schultz tries to pull over gears by bringing up this random phone call they had before the show where Shane that the podcast was still on. And I think the reason may have been that Shane's appearances on Flagrant are always in October. I actually only noticed that when I was putting this video together, and so I'm thinking that Shane had an October appearance on Flagrant as some sort of gentleman's agreement. So with that in mind, it kind of makes sense why he would call that morning to confirm on and just to check in.
You know, the guys were not the 40th podcast in a row you're doing. So that was brutal for us.
And it was every, you guys did it. But I was doing that podcast thing, and every podcast was like, first now. I would sit down and they'd be like, I think it probably helped you.
Yeah.
You know? All right.
Thank you for giving us the energy that we're so nice.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
What's this? Dude.
You make the whole I don't know what's going on thing, and they're like, oh, you did. Hopefully, the day of the pod, you're like, oh, yeah,
I said, we don't want to today. And I wanted to call you. I wanted to talk to you.
yeah, right before the pod.
Yeah, I was saying,
I don't know context.
He goes,
So crazy. I took a beer. Comedian.
You called me, but you don't call me AM. You called me at 11 a.m. You're like, hey, what's up, bro? I'm like, what's up, bro? And then I'm like,
we doing the podcast.
yeah.
You said,
No, you said, oh, happy morning. Oh, we doing the podcast? I was like,
I know, I see it.
No, I didn't. No,
Don't say hello, just say yo.
I literally called and said, are we doing the podcast? I didn't say, no, I said, what's up? You said, that's what I said. And then you didn't respond with the same energy. You're like, what's up? I was like, all right.
I was pushing.
That's crazy.
I told you I was doing
You did admit that.
okay.
But that was,
You were like, oh, yeah, we got the pod today.
hell yeah.
And I was like, don't.
Yeah, because that's all the reason you called.
Yeah, I wanted to call to make sure that we were doing the
Yeah, just
podcast.
say, hey, just confirm it. I'm like, oh,
I
yeah,
said,
hey.
hey, what's up?
I had a
Yeah.
Are we doing the podcast?
Yeah.
What's decent? What's insane about it?
No, oh, yeah, so we're I'm sorry, I'm the artist. I was your thing there. Yeah, maybe I'll run my before podcast. And it's something you need to too.
Yeah, what's up with that? You guys live in half past an outfit. He's talking about it like, yeah,
You got a nice head. What's wrong with that? You got a nice head.
yeah. What was it like doing hair?
I have hair all over the back.
Don't get
The top's not great. We're hanging it on though. Just gonna let it ride.
Okay. Next time, I'm not going to play with an American.
Wow, imagine being accused of being fake by Andrew Schultz. Just let that sink in for a moment. And while that's sinking in, think back to Shane's first appearance on Flagrant where they were discussing those reality shows featuring people with Down syndrome. Well, Schultz or his producers or one of the guys there who knows, they wanted to bring it up again as some sort of gag. Except this time it went down a little bit differently. Now, I know you guys accuse me of reading into stuff too much, but I honestly thought this was so interesting. I think Shane was really torn for a moment, and seeing him let it slide and just decided to go along with it and not, too sensitive about it. But there was just something about his body language and mannerisms that changed
this video, and we'll take a look for yourselves and pick it up straight after.
Bro, Shane actually has been working out. Hold on. That's crazy. Oh my god. You look good. Is this from West Point?
It actually is. You guys, and you know what?
It's his rival profile picture. Shane, you look great, dog.
I don't think this one.
But, yeah, I see that. I see why.
You don't get it?
Yeah.
If Insta, take a look at this next bit.
Dude, I was watching your TikTok account. That,
What's that? Which one?
that's better.
The Gillian Keith?
No, your personal TikTok.
I don't think, I swear to God, I don't have one.
You sounded 30 when you said that. That was great.
I swear to God, I don't.
Somebody out with TikTok.
Is it? Are you doing moves?
You do dance moves.
Are you trying to find a guy with Down syndrome? No, you couldn't do it.
I didn't say that at all. TV, dude. There's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot of TV.
That's what I get. By the way, yeah, these guys are awesome.
Yeah.
They're having fun. For you guys to sit here and be like,
Wait a minute.
let's bring it on and farm them. No, dude, that's a whole thing. Yeah. You're insulting them by saying I look like them. You're insulting me by saying I look like them. No, I'm not being a victim. Saying the jokes you're doing is not, it's not like, that's not cool.
No, it's really triggering.
You're making fun of these guys. Put down TikTok videos.
You're punching. I'm sorry. Go back to analyzing fun. That sounds great. Hey, wait. But like, all right, let's put president.
You want to know? No, I don't know.
That's a lot.
I'd have to. I don't care what anyone says. Shane 100% got annoyed by that. Got a hand. He called them out for laughing at those videos, but he let it go pretty much straight away. And now, I don't know about you guys. Some of you accuse me of fangirling over Shane too much, but that right there is one of the reasons why he's my favorite comic at the moment. He's just such a straight up and down dude. How it is. He's offended. He's wrong. I'll stop now. It's rigged up. So, posting his appearance on the flagrant. Like I said at the beginning, I covered this episode in detail in a previous I've linked to you in the description, but this has to be my all-time favorite post from Shane when he finally called out Schultz cringy epiphanies. For those of you who don't know, Schultz is known for repeating what his guests say while looking up into the air as if he's just the complex math in his head, but it's usually just something completely obvious to everyone else. And so Shane has admitted he imitates and all of Schultz's boy band crack up laughing because it's what they've been thinking. But now that someone else brought it up, they have permission to laugh.
Nah, it's super black culture that you guys haven't adapted. Well, drink a few weeks ago. There we go. We'll all have your nails painted.
Yeah, but John got that from Mike.
But Jesse entered their
but it all circles back around, and then you're going to start doing
Happy for black people to get angsty. This is a new thing. This is like an equality thing. Y'all just got the ability to have angst. Your baseline needs are finally getting met, and you're like, well, I'm still not happy. Why are you working on that, bro? Yeah, I have everything I need, and I'm not happy. Whoa.
Shoulder epiphanies are my favorite.
That's crazy to know.
We works like that.
No, like what? Like wanting to learn?
Yeah.
I think but also my dad. The way that my dad interacted with people, and I'm just like literally mirroring him, is like anybody he was talking to, there was something interesting, and he was like, okay, what? I'm gonna get to that interesting thing. I'm curious about it. So I am curious.
You can all learn from anybody you're talking to as something interesting. Yeah, that's look at the most recent appearance versus it's crazy how much Gillis has grown into his fame in just 2 years' time. And the contrast with Schultz is wild. I'm noticing more and more that Schultz is becoming really bitter as the years go by, and I think it has a lot to do with where he sits in the Rogan comedy circle. He's still living in New York, whereas guys like Tim Dillon, Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, and of course Shane Gillis have all moved to Austin after Rogan made the move during the pandemic. So even though Schultz is still close to Rogan and has regular appearances on JRE, Gillis goes up there several times a year. In 2023 alone, Shane had 7 appearances on JRE, whereas Schultz had only 1, and it seems like he's basically just doing 1 per year at the moment. And I mean, that's not the be-all end-all measurement of comedy scene, right? There are plenty of successful comedians who have only been on JRE once or twice in total, or even just never at all. But Shane actually explained this really well, and I covered it in a previous video titled Cat Williams Exposes the Joe Rogan Effect, where he basically outlined how just going on JRE once or twice doesn't give you much of a bump, but when you're appearing on there regularly and getting that exposure, especially if it's a good appearance and everyone's happy at the time, that's when you start to see the real payoff. Some of those Protect Our Parts episodes go for over 5 hours, so he's definitely and it seems like Shane is trying to stick to doing his regular podcast with buddy Matt McCusker, which is funny because they're absolutely killing it on YouTube and Patreon, where they have almost 8,000 paid members, which is insane. I don't know, that's got to be the record for all those comedians in the circle. Whereas Flagrant has just over 16,000 paid members, which is also insane, don't get me wrong. But think about how much of a difference there is between the production quality of Flagrant versus MSSP. Matt and Shane are making serious bank, and they pretty much get to keep more to themselves instead of having to pay all the overheads, staff, and equipment and studio costs that Flagrant would have to pay. Anyway, it's just an interesting observation. Shane seems like he's cruising, and it doesn't come. Whereas Schultz is pushing hard and trying to do everything at once. So that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Andrew Schultz. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get my uploads right there. That's it from me. Catch you guys next one.
So 38. Oh, 38. Yeah.
I look old.
I don't think you do.
You guys act young. You guys, what are you guys, 18?
So you do, how many milligrams are you doing right now?
This is 6 milligrams.
6 milligrams?
He's got one. Yep.
Now, hold on.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. This is the first video as part of the series on making Shane Gillis roast people. So make sure to subscribe, otherwise you might miss out on some of my uploads. Quick shout out to my almost 95,000 strong fans who always turn up for me. Love you guys. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot. Hi Shane. So there aren't too many instances of Shane and Brendan being in public together, and I I think this is really interesting because in terms of the Brogan comedians, these two guys are basically at completely opposite ends of the spectrum. On one hand, we've got Brendan, who left the UFC to become a full-time podcaster and stand-up comedian. Well, he doesn't exactly do comedy, he kind of just stands there and says random words into the mic. And Shane actually discussed media to the media time, but I'll get to that a little bit later. On the other end of the Brogan spectrum, we've got the man himself, Shane Gillis, who looks to be the next big-time comedian. And like I've said in previous videos, I find the dynamic between Shane and the Brogan comedy grudge to be really interesting, mostly because I personally believe that Shane only hooked up with them because they're buddies with Brogan as well. Go back to 2019 when Shane was fired from SNL. He wasn't super close to Rogan and the Brats yet, so I've managed to find a few clips discussing Brendan, especially in relation to how much hate he gets. So like I said, this was 2 years before Shane made his first appearance on JRA. Even though he's been friends with Rogan for a while, at that time he wasn't part of Rogan's inner circle. Certainly not compared to nowadays where he's got a regular spot on JRA's Protect Our Parts. So it all started when Shane stumbled on the fighter in the kids subreddit and made an interesting discovery.
I was looking at Reddit. I was looking at the fighter in the kids Reddit. Dude, there's tough stuff. While I was looking at it, they had a post about us. Real shit, yeah, dude. Shout out to Homeless Cats. And hell yeah, dude. Hilarious. It is very funny. And I was like looking down through the comments and one of them said, "Hi, Shane." It's just like, oh, that's hilarious. It made me laugh. Being like, I know he's gonna read this. It's really fun.
Yes. I always find it funny to hear about other comedians speaking publicly about Brendan and all the hate that he gets, but this was actually a pretty unique situation where Matt and Shane spoke pretty clearly about the firing the subreddits. Just to give you some context as we go on. While at the time that this was recorded, the subreddit only had 14,000 members, but as of January 2020, 153,000 members, which is crazy. But yeah, like I said, this is a pretty rare find to see Matt and Shane speaking about this. I think understand the details around why the subreddit was created in the first place. So I'll get to that in a moment, but first, let's hear Matt and Shane's take on the subreddit itself.
That could be our fan base. That's spoken. I mean, I would, yeah, you know, hey, dude, that whole subreddit is dedicated to hate. I know I've looked into them. They're razzing them. There's definitely some real hate. Yeah. But there's also definitely, this is funny. This razzing guy. Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily all true. Yeah. But it's pretty much dedicated towards, I mean, like, they don't post, like, funny clips. They post just, like, him up. Yeah. But that's what I was talking about last week. I was funny now that's all speaking of itself. Like, we're going to beat every week, try to tear this shit down. You know, there's the razzing. But it's still like, dude, I'm looking at that being like, I would like to think I'd be able to take that day in and day out. I would bang to the mob. I'd be like, I'll do whatever. Stop making fun of me. I would never. There was our homeless cats. The entire city, you know, they made fun of guys. I'm a beast, dude. I'm all in.
Yeah, these guys get it. And that's what makes this so interesting to listen to because, again, this was over years ago and a lot of things have changed for Shane over that period of time, which I've documented on this channel recently, particularly with regard to Shane's appearances on Flagrant with Schultz. But we just heard them talking about how they would be in the same position, they would cave to the mob and beg to be released from their grip, and that was only when there were 15,000 members. And in this next video, that breaks down exactly why this started. So let's hear from them first, and I'll break it down even further.
I watched that whole Incel documentary about
the guy that made that a documentary about.
Yeah, so I know exactly what's going on. So I watched that documentary, and I went to the subreddit. I'm like,
Culture of these.
There's like a small city, 14,000. Yeah, small cities where people
rural towns where dedicated to like watching your the scene they're punching is taking that like kind of elitist attitude towards his fans. He was kind of like, you guys losers, I'm yelling at it. They're like, dude, high five. It's like the silly game.
Yeah.
I'm excited. You guys.
When I first heard that clip, I thought to myself, finally someone gets it. Now, what I mean by that is, we often hear other comedians talking about the hate that Brendan gets, but they usually just refer to it in general terms and how it's really bad or that sucks for Brendan. Basically, just empty platitudes without going into much detail. And Matt actually that it was Brendan who leaned into it, and that's what caused it to grow so quickly. Now, Brendan isn't your average comedian. Well, he's nowhere near average, but what I mean is he's a player to MMA fighter. He doesn't see things the way most people do. He feels like he's getting bullied, then he'll take it head on and not back down because that's just part of his DNA. He's a big dude, he's strong, he's a fighter. Yeah, I think that's okay. So when some of his fans started calling him out for being an elitist snob, he didn't cave in, drop it, or let it go like most comedians. Even ignore it like Rogan seems to be so good at. No, Brendan went steam ahead, continued to ridicule the growing backlash, kept reminding how rich and famous he is, and that's what the homeless cats, which he named himself. Add to that the hours upon hours of Brendan acting like a tool, saying stupid stuff with his mouth, nicotine pouches, kratom, or whatever he chooses to stuff himself with on a particular day, and you got a recipe disaster, which is exactly how it turned out for him. So, to hear Shane break it down like that and explain how they fully understand that just shows that they are powerful internet. If you bad too hard on your haters, what's happening to Thompson now? To the blind eye, everything looks completely fine and normal, but in the background, he and his are in damage control. And if you think I'm exaggerating, just think to yourselves, how would a comedian people go and delete every tweet from October last year? If you don't know what I'm talking about, just a very brief overview. After Thompson meltdown when he went on a 2-day Twitter rant, he had to check his bag himself. He eventually deleted every tweet from that month, not just the 2 days, the whole month. There was also that awkward moment recently when he refused to say how many cars he owned during an interview. You can see how someone like Sarah is 100 times funnier than Brendan Shaw will ever be. There still is a line as to how far you can go when giving it back to your haters. Just quietly though, I was thinking about this the other day, and I realized it was something that I never brought up with you guys at the time. I don't know how I mixed this up. Do you think that maybe American Airlines some sort of legal action against Tom Intimacy, Slither, or something to that effect, and as part of a confidential agreement, he had to delete all those tweets, but instead he tried to mask it behind smoke and mirrors and just delete the whole month, so that people would know exactly which tweet or group of tweets it was. If that's true, that would be pretty wild, huh? Because remember, American Airlines actually replied to his tweet at the time and called him out, but he basically just doubled down and told them to shut up. So, I don't know if that's what happened. Again, I've got no evidence of this. I'm just speculating out loud with you guys. But I still personally believe it was an internal thing like our group that happened within his actual team. Anyway, we've been listening to episode 160 of SSP, but let's go back to episode 147, which was recorded just over 3 months earlier, when Brendan messed up badly by basically saying Rogan and Dana White are two that he knows who have no trouble reeling in the ladies, even though Rogan is married. Take a look. Sharp, I just slept that Joe Rogan is cheating on his wife. Keep it real.
You say? I don't know. I haven't watched it.
Sort of,
He's quickly becoming the persona non grata.
Sharp said that, I don't know if it's true, he said that he's cheating.
And play the clip.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it.
I said, how's some bold dudes are slinging out there? Like a Dana White, Rogan, that's it. White, Rogan,
He's like,
what was he doing live?
it was the Sting and the, I don't know, him and Fibber.
Probably, dude. It's probably a live video. I mean, he might have been about stand-up. Sometimes like he's out there slaying
Dana White. Talk about ball guys that get them.
Oh. Dude, this just in.
Well, Rogies, you can deny that. That's an easy one.
That's what
Because we don't know. But,
what the setup is.
That intention, like Schaub's intention there, maybe he just meant like it could get like, you know, maybe he didn't mean slinging like actually.
Also, how does he know Dana White's?
I mean, exactly. I think he just mean, oh well, because he's go sick.
Right, the party goes.
Yeah, he definitely knows.
Does he mean he has a hog, or is he saying he's getting tons of money? Yeah, basically anyone who's making $1,000,000 is. That's like he really is like,
His face is like, oh man, that is classic Papa. Just saying words without thinking. But the best part of this episode came after that, because Matt and Shane start joking around about how Brendan is trying to get Rogan back for screwing him over. This is pretty funny. I'll have a bit to say in a moment, but check it out first. Break it down after. Hoagie's destroyed it.
Yeah, he was like, don't do stand-up special, dude. You're not good enough yet.
No, I think did he say that to him?
Way back when, I'm telling you, when I did already, he like titled it like integral literal basically titled me like you.
Nobody can stop it.
Yeah, dude. He's had a weird hang up on Rogue.
Hoagie's what I meant. You ever see him like talk him out of UFC?
Oh yeah,
that's like
that's like a meme. That's what he was saying. It's like the genesis of his stand-up career. People like, yeah, you're too funny to punch in it, bro. Like, yeah, you're not. He's like, dude, I'm watching fighters. Like, you don't stand a chance. And you gotta figure. It's basically like something else. You're gonna be funny.
I know it was kind of nice, but while the guy was a fighter, it's just like, you gotta be close friends to hit him with that, and you don't do it publicly. Like on air, bro, you're washed up. Like that's like they're like you're soft. You don't have that fight. It's like, oh man.
Me and Rogan. That's how we're talking about. I would say the same thing. I was like, yo, bro. Let's fight me. Dude, why do you do that?
Alright, there is so much in there. First of all, the special they were talking about was Brendan's first comedy special titled You'd Be Surprised, which was recorded in January of 2019 and released later on in May. They were 100% correct because Brendan got that idea for the title from his infamous dressing down by Rogan way back in 2014.
Yeah, I worry about your commitment to fighting. I worry about where you stand, not your commitment to training. Not your commitment to training, not your commitment to giving your all. I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking. You disagree? I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you. You can't do this forever. You know, I think that's a very dangerous place to be fighting. And I've seen a lot of guys. They're early in their career, they're invulnerable, they're beasts, they're monsters, they're 100% focused. Fighting becomes their life, it becomes their everything. And then somewhere along the line, they start thinking, how long can I do this? When's the out time? What's my exit strategy? If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will he?
Straight up wrestling?
Yeah, I think people would be surprised.
Really? You think so?
I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think he'd pick you up. I say that as a friend and a guy who loves you.
So that's where the title You'd Be Surprised came from, and it goes back to what Matt and Shane were saying earlier. Actually, this is a really good example. Brendan has a history of leading into things that just end up being really cringe. It's like when Rogan said, I think you'd be surprised, that it really stuck with him and he couldn't let it go. So he probably thought it'd be a flex to use that same phrase as his comedy special title, you know, thinking that everyone would be like, bro, that was insane. It was so funny. But
instead ended up just being a massive cringe fest, and the fact that he tried to give it that title as a flex, but it backfired, makes it funnier than anything he actually said on stage in that special. And that set the tone for the rest of Brendan's career. Everything he's tried to do has ended up having the complete opposite effect. After his first special was released as a Showtime comedy special, he got a massive backlash from the comedy community because he was an unproven comic at his first special released by Showtime when there were way funnier comics being grinded out for get anyone to look at their specials. But then 3 years later, after his comedy career continued to nosedive, he yet again completely screwed himself by self-publishing his second comedy special, which was only 25 minutes long instead of the usual 1 hour that we used to. And he titled it Gringo Puppy because I think his wife's Mexican or something. I honestly don't know the full story, but his second special ended up being openly ridiculed by his comedy buddies, and nothing comes quite close to this next. I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is probably my top 5 favorite clips that I've ever played on this channel. It gets me every time I play. Oh, jeez, here we go.
In Arlington, where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Is that where that was filmed? And now it's Improv, Arlington, I think so, yeah. That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Man, how do you know that? How do you know that was filmed? I was fascinated. I even know where the construction paper came from. Cut it out. It was fascinating. I mean, like, I'm particularly close as brother. It's coming. First special on Showtime, and then second special on your own. Was it? Like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts or something. Yeah.
I just had a mad idea. He should call his next comedy special Death by 1,000 Cuts. I'm telling you, I'm onto something. It'll be the best 15 special you've ever seen. And so here we are. I'll tell you what, those clips from Matt and Shane's podcast are absolute gems because they're the stuff like that. Shane's close to those guys now, and he's even spoken about that in a previous interview with one of the podcasts. I can't remember which one. I'll have on the screen for you to cover it in a quick video. Basically, that they were tools, but when he got in with them, he started to loosen up and accept the LA comics as his buddies and all that stuff. And I stand by what I've said previously. I think deep down, Shane thinks they're all snowflakes, especially Brendan and Kreischer. I just can't see how Shane's personality gels with those guys. And you've got to remember, Shane's only been on the Fighter in the Year podcast back in 2021. A couple of he went on JRE for the first time. After the fact that the Fighter in the Year is basically podcast. I think that says a lot. Shane only goes regular with Shane, so he doesn't need to mix in other broken comedy brats apart from his healing appearance on Flagrant every October. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Shane Gillis versus Brendan Shaw. Making videos like this where I dig into MSSA history and pull out the best bits of Matt and Shane roasting. I've already got a few in the pipeline that I'm working on you guys, so they're going to. But that's it from me. I hope you let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed, sort that out. Jump on board. Yeah, my upload. Shout out to all the regulars. You guys are the best. I'll catch you in the next.
And your stand-up is good. And you've been working. And your stand-up is good.
Yes.
And your stand-up is good.
Yes. I think you'd be surprised. I really do.
The amount of hate I get is so intense, and I never acknowledge it. I never talk about it. emotion that I never like process, because like I think people think my life is like so easy or something, or that I've like money or whatever, so they're just like I could just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's into the most being paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid and their hobby is just actually people that are trying to spread joy, it's like it sucks a little bit. And I go like, what do I do?
Guys, how did we get here? I mean, what exactly is going on? We're 5 minutes into the year. Cat Williams called out Joe Rogan and said the quiet bit out loud. Tom Segura cancelled the True. Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais dropped comments that could have been further apart. Stephen has been defined fix.
That's how it was for comedy. If a comedian, because you were killed by the mainstream comedy guys, that would be like Joe Rogan. Joe on I need to go chatting. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. But that's really how it is.
This is probably the single greatest moment in the short history of this channel. Just like that, Cat Williams said what we've been thinking all along. And don't let the significance go over your head. I don't think there's ever been at that level explicitly and undeniably called out Rogan like that. Rogan replied to Cat on Twitter saying, I love Cat, he's one of my favorite comics, and to have we talking about time, if he's down, I'll make it happen. However, what I've seen the tweet replies and commentary channels that covered this drama been praising Rogan for taking ownership of what Cat said, backing down, etc., etc., and I actually don't agree with any of that. Rogan didn't have a choice. This is territory for Rogan. Rarely has he called out like this on his own, and all of this couldn't have come at a better time. The Rogan comedy rats who Cat was referring to are starting to crumble. So I'm just if this so-called Rogan effect really is, and how Joe is more interested in satisfying his own ego rather than actually at his buddies. This actually happened to Mr. Beast as well, but on that in a little bit, I'll take you through those details because there are two meanings of beating the Rogan effect, but for different reasons. Once you understand the power of breaking free from Rogan and being able to make your own, quickly realize who the real last
Alright, this guy bringing on stage so funny that real. My comments brief. Jay, you once did a joke that I love, and I hate making requests. I saw you do a joke about Donald Trump. Try to remember. Albert said he dies. Yeah. I don't know if he dies.
No. I said, the whole president is fair to say Donald Trump would be the funniest shot. Because he'd be in the middle of a speech. You're gay. The noise he would make when he got hit. Even if you love Donald Trump, it would be funny. As soon as he got hit, he'd be like, the joke was my favorite one. I think Biden's the first president you could punch assassin. You just straight up with the rest of the Let's go to Shane. Having one of the goats of comedy requested joke and proceed to literally spin around and laugh. Oh man, that hits different. But before I move into the Rogan effect, the disaster has become words about Dave Chappelle's latest special, The Dreamer, which I watched 3 times this week, and it made me go back and rewatch Ricky Gervais' special Drama, which I reviewed last week. And I also rewatched Shane Gillis' most recent special called Beautiful Dogs for the 50th time, which is only special, mind you. So then, all in all, I've watched a few comedy specials this week, and here's what I noticed. Chappelle and Gillis both looked like they were just having fun. Sure, they're at opposite ends of their careers, but you can't fake that sort of genuine happiness just to be on stage holding a mic telling jokes. Contrast that with Ricky Gervais, whose special was still okay, far from his best work, but he just ticking boxes, rage-baiting snowflakes, calling him out. It's like he had a list of people he wanted to offend and then went to work. Interesting though, I caught an interview in the Oxford University 6 years ago where he basically outlined his path back into stand-up comedy after taking a break to pursue his Hollywood dreams.
Now, I don't know why, but it's number 1 on my list. Now, I give up TV and just do stand-up. Now, I don't know why. I realise what a privilege it is. It's sort of a bastion of self-censorship over novel. Say time.
Now, as you guys know, I'm not one to read too much into the things that these guys say, right? But that last little bit seems a little bit sinister. He spots a business opportunity in re-entry the stand-up comedy scene, knowing that the West was becoming increasingly divided and he profit from it. Now, you guys know I'm a big Ricky G fan, but call it how I see it. I mean, the guy literally pulls his phone out on stage and reads from his Twitter replies. Then he'll go over to beer and read from his notes. Like, seriously, dude, you're a comedy veteran and you can't remember that said. Chappelle went for over 6 hours once with nothing but a stool and a packet of smokes, and he didn't even end up hugging the stool. And so creativity in comedy specials has become a thing of the past. Now it's one big race to offend. TikTok comedian Matt Rife rage-baited female journalist into giving his latest free publicity. Bert Kreischer grabbed his pants on stage and wiped it with a white t-shirt and then held it up for everyone to see. And Tom Segura made a documentary about himself which featured his personal trainer crying because he couldn't put into words just how much he loves his boss.
Working with Tom is, I mean, you really can't ask for anything better. Can't, man. I mean, it's... I get it.
Now, just to be completely clear, that wasn't his agent, that wasn't his manager, it wasn't even a fellow comedian. That was his fitness trainer. Guys, this is the state of comedy in 2024. A bunch of narcissistic, self-congratulatory egomaniacs used to trash Hollywood only to become the living embodiment of Hollywood 2.0. So that's why when Chappelle dropped his latest special, watched it again and again and again. No, it wasn't his best work. You could see him working with the audience. It was a nice, intimate setting, recorded at the Lincoln Theatre in Washington, D.C. Crowd clearly the laughing didn't stack like Ricky Gervais' special. That one sounded like it had a laugh track. Anyone actually? As for Chappelle's special, I could tell it changed around in the rows. It would have been recorded over several nights and edited together, of course. But you'd honestly have to be looking for it. That doesn't really impact the show, right? And the last 20 minutes was one long story. It made it feel like just when he loved to work on some material. I absolutely loved it. Even though he got preachy, it was still funny as hell. Shout out to Lil Nas X. And Shane Gillis' development is wild. The best things know how to use silence to their advantage. Tell Shane's becoming more letting his jokes just stick for a moment. I noticed that straight away, and people complain about this, but I actually like the way he laughs at his own jokes, the way he'll have a little chuckle. It makes it feel more conversation. It shows his time. Straight away, the crowd. Big contrast with Ricky Gervais. So just just from a production perspective, the lighting was great. His outfit was nice and simple, and his personality. All these little bits make it easier to watch and focus on his comedy. Now, Shane's very good at tackling political issues without taking a side, and he is self-deprecating. When he punches down, he always puts himself in underneath, afraid to look at himself. This book, but Shane Gillis's impression of Trump is so good that Trump is now impersonating Gillis, and his podcast is pretty brutal. It's very rude. I only had one negative experience. I made fun of Republican by a gaff. They still have on trench coat, black eye. Give him credit. That's the reason he was making fun of me. It's because I was wearing a bucket hat. I had that. Legitimate gay Vikings. Thank God I live on an island. Anyway, don't worry about that, because like I said at the beginning, focus on what Cat Williams said about pushing unpacks into the stratosphere, damage that is done under the guise of helping out his buddies. Shane Gillis went on Us the Books in November of 2022, and they started talking about the road bump, which is how much of a boost you get when you go on JRE as a guest. Now, this is something that has been speculated on, articles have been written about it, studies have been done, but by far the best explanation I've found is from Gillis in this interview. So, like I said, this was recorded at the end of 2022 after Shane had been on JRE 5 times that year. What I found interesting about Shane's response was that he claimed he didn't get much of a bump from that first appearance. Remember this? Right here, whatever, I'll just go to Joe Rogan next week, I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No? What? I was like, I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be funny. Well, it could have been funny. Yeah, I was booked up, though. No, it was fine. It was just funny to truly... That was a conversation I actually had. Really? Even when Michael's in the middle of that. That's hilarious. Now, just before I go ahead, I'm not going to actually play this clip for you guys because last one, the aggressive with their copyright claims, I dispute them right back. But I never use their clips, so it's not really worth the time, money, and effort just for this one here. I hope that makes sense. It's not like a commercial decision if you like. I will put a link in the description for you because it's actually really insightful if you're interested in it. However, I do have the transcript, and so this is how Shane explains it. He said, I did Rogan once and the episode was not great. I was nervous. We talked about SNL. I was just nervous. I never met him really, so it was just a one and it was like, it was bad. It wasn't good. And this is where it got interesting. Went on to say, if you have a bad episode, you don't see a bump. I mean, you'll get a bump like 10,000 followers or something like that. But then we started doing ER and that's more of a party. So that makes sense, right? I've probably said this myself in the past, and I've definitely had this opinion. But the idea that just going JRE once is going to blow you up overnight, whilst it has been that way in the past, that's certainly wasn't the case for Shane. Come back to that because he wanted to say something that caught my eye as well. He was asked about little cliques in the comedy world, sort of like little comedy groups, almost like Mean Girls, and his response was, before I was with the guys I'm with now, so like Rogan and those LA comics that were like Rogan and Urban and these guys, I meant really. You're sitting there like, screw those guys, they're not that good, they suck. And then they're like, hey, pretty good. So then you're like, dude, you guys are the best. I love you guys so much. Okay, so I completely get what he meant there, right? He even elaborated a little bit, explaining that, you know, he was a little salty, those guys are successful, and had a bit of arrogance, but they were famous. But here's the thing, and let me know if you guys think I'm on the right track or not this take. I think a little bit of Shane still thinks all those LA comics like Rogan, Bird, and Segura are kind of cringy. Sure, he's buddies with them and they all hang out, but for me, Shane doesn't really fit in with them. I mean, we've seen how awkward it gets when he's on Flagrant with the Toy Story boys. Granted, they're not LA comics, they're comics, which is where Shane. But don't get me wrong, I'm trying to tell Shane who shouldn't be friends with him. He's happy, good like he deserves everything he's getting right now. But there's no doubt in my mind that he sometimes thinks to himself, what am I doing hanging out with these clowns? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. What are you going to do? But there was one thing he did mention in that interview, which I've heard a dozen times from various people, including from Papa Rogan himself. Shane said, Joe Rogan's like the man at like helping. Thinks you're funny, he'll help you. There's a lot of guys that are like big and famous that would be like, yeah, trying to keep the new guys down. I can't let you get too big. He's one that's delighted if things are going well for other people. See, Rogan is helping these comics. He thinks he's doing good for them. Hey, you're funny. You should quit your job and become a full-time comedian and start a podcast. And it sounds like a nice thing to do, right? You're pumping somebody up to achieve their life goals. But the reality is you're setting them up for failure because it's not organic. It's not real. It's you holding their hand and taking them for a walk onto the big stage, and then when Papa Rogan lets go, they have to do it on their own. They inevitably sink. This is how we end up with these public meltdowns and podcast therapy sessions that are so difficult to watch without cringing. I mean, if you can make it through this coping montage I put together for you guys with a straight face, let me know in the comments below so I can personally congratulate you for your valor, stoicism, and bravery.
I just had a 50th birthday party. There was like 50 people at the party. Ooh, that kept it tight. Because you could have expanded it. Yeah, we could have really pulled it out. But yeah, what you spent on something like that? What you spent on a night? Jeez, like you wouldn't just spend 10 grand on a little 50th birthday. I'm not pricing it.
He said, okay, I can't do stand-up, but this isn't stand-up, so I shouldn't do stand-up like this. There's no audience. So the key to this, he figured it out. Like, the key to this is you got to hit it fast. The punchlines have to come one after the other. It's got to be fast-paced. So, like, he would visuals. Hitting punchline after punchline. Oh, comedy. He figured out a way to do internet, Instagram, 10-minute comedy.
It's not, like you say, that's not stand-up. No. Like this thing that you're having, God bless me.
Yeah.
That's not what I do.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah.
Dude, I'll copy and paste tour dates in the comment section and be like, pull up. Like, I'm waiting to find somebody at a venue. I can't wait. Stand up. Wait, you gotta let that go. I know that's me being 27 and egotistic, but I can't see. I'd rather grandma.
Alright, see, I don't want to even tell you. That's when the camera's off and we leave. I wouldn't even tell you what I spent on the party. I know what I spent on the You do it. People start hitting me up. Chappelle's on Rogan. He's hating you on you, bro. Throwing shade at you, right? Joe was describing this like kind of YouTube or Instagram comedy. And you know how we all are. Second, you told me about like a funny YouTuber or a funny Instagrammer.
Yeah.
Like, with that little slideshow.
Stand-ups, yeah.
Yeah, we're stand-ups. So it's just like, I understand that first reaction, right?
The amount of shit I like hate I get is so intense, and I never acknowledge it. I never talk about it, but like I think every now and then, I think I'm around people like I love it. Like I know won't like judge me or like make fun of me. Like there's a lot of emotion that I never like process. You know, because it was like, you know,
Why are you so affected by something that's saying that's
it does it
to you online?
I don't check it a lot. I think
What is it? Do you want to talk about what it is?
sure.
Just be. I can't just be. I can just enjoy the day.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, she was still on course. Read a book. Read a book about me. You don't need to read my book about me. I'll do that. Am I in Tom's book? I'll read his book. I gotta sit there and read and huck Finn up.
And when Joe's like, no, he's stand up, it's different, and he found a way to evolve with within the times. And then I think he was a bit dismissive to it, and he was like, "That's not my type of comedy. That's not what I do." I guess the only pushback I would give there, Dave is like, Dave is a household name, not because of stand-up, but because of a different type of comedy.
Like, I think people think my life is like so easy or something, and that I have like money or whatever, so they're just like, I can just be a total punching bag, or maybe it's into the world. We get paid to try to entertain people. So when people are not getting paid and their hobby is just to trash the people that are trying to spread joy, it's like, it sucks a little bit, because then I go like, well, who am I doing this for? Like, why?
Well, you're doing it for all the people that love it, need it, and get a laugh and a smile. But the truth of the matter is,
Like, who's mean to a clown? Like, what do you? I'm a clown. We're a clown. Like, I'm a clown. I don't think they're mean.
everybody, look, I need the reminder. When I say this thing, that's not about, I would get all your pays. Well, no, but I like, hang on. What? Okay, so like, perfect example. I signed up for the craziest. Yeah, but my tour's as crazy, and I fly to Austin once a month to do a podcast. And and you're right, I overpack my schedule. Yeah, like we all have a crazy tour. I wish I didn't know if you were flying. I wish I didn't know.
I'm so confrontational with the person. Like, it drives me insane. I can't get out of these people.
Yeah,
But then you have to sit back and go, well, I'm really allowing you to determine how I feel throughout my day. It's pathetic.
exactly. Like you're literally living your dream.
Yeah, of course.
And it's like you can't let someone's bitterness or negativity suck that joy out of you.
And let me just explain something. Comedy, by virtue of what comedy is, the comedy only comes from negativity. It is only negative. That's why comedy and tragedy is together. You're laughing at a clown falling in the circus. You're laughing at the misfortune of somebody you don't know. If you're laughing at somebody getting a pie in the face, just the average joke of two guys walking in the park, it's not going to be a joke unless something awkward or embarrassing happens to one of them. That's why we laugh. I think the takeaway from this is I'm not going to get a Chappelle chain anytime soon. And and I can live with that. I think I'll be okay. And if Dave wants to rethink that, we can have that discussion.
The nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is they're funny. The second nastiest thing you can say to a comedian is you don't deserve to be famous. Watching that edit was like watching a bunch of children who were told by their parents that they're the greatest thing ever, invested everything, they're going to cruise through life because everyone will love you. And then they become adults and go into the real world and to realize, shock to another, that they're just ordinary, average people like you. But in this case, they've been told by Joe Rogan and whichever other rich and famous comedian they know that they're funny. So as a result, they grow on social media, they have a bunch of fans who send them nothing but love, and then their reach starts to grow through the Rogan and social media algorithms. Now they're reaching a larger audience who don't think they're as smart, funny, and good looking as they thought they were, and they tell them. They start getting all of the hate. Seriously, go and read the comment sections of any upload from Tom, Brendan Shaw, Cummings. It's overwhelmingly negative. There's more comedy in the comment section than the video itself. So that's when it dawned on them that maybe this whole thing was based on the false premise that I'm something unreal. This is why we see these Whitney Cummings meltdowns. It's honestly hard to watch, and I don't even hate these guys. I really do them in a way because they kept putting their hand up saying, I want Papa Rogan to help me, put me on stage. And when they reach the big time, it slowly turns into a hate because we're so tired being told by the elite comedy class who should make us laugh, who we should buy tickets to see, and which podcast we should be listening to. People had enough, and it all started with that highly sought after Rogan. Let me give you just one more example of a different universe that'll make it crystal clear before I tie this up and get back to Cat Williams. Mr. Beast has been known to shout out other YouTubers, whether it's from some sort of challenge, or it's just being nice to channel out of a full names on it to help out all the smaller channels. One of those channels was Amelia and Friday, who were just over 400 subscribers. Mr. Beast changed their lives. Almost overnight, their channel jumped from, get this, only 400 subs to over 100,000.
That's insane, right? Just imagine that. So why did they end up deleting the channel? What about another channel called Naltity? He just had under 1,500 subscribers when Mr. Beast gave his channel a shout out, which went up to almost 1,000 within 24 hours. So why did he stop uploading videos 18 months later? And then there's Diana, had less than 250 subs. Mr. Beast shouted him out, skyrocketed to almost 200,000 in 24 hours. But yeah, he disappeared completely as well. Now, these are pretty extreme examples, right? But the concept is the same for the Rogan. His buddies, particularly during the pandemic, everyone was glued to their screens, but now that traffic is falling off. I called this less than 2 weeks ago when I said that Tom Segura would need to start downsizing YMH because they lost around 2/3 of their views throughout 2023 and their ad revenue increased. And what do you know? Dr. Drew is the first one on the chopping block for 2024. The same thing is happening to Bird, Schultz, and of course the worst Rogan comedy brats, Brendan Shaw. Not Shane Gillis. He's part of the Rogan bubble, but he's got his own audience outside of Rogan's. That's the key to surviving the Rogan effect. Dave Chappelle is even further removed, similar to Bill Burr and Louis C.K. Those guys worked hard for years to build up their audiences, and they never did Rogan in the first place. So while Pat Williams absolutely nailed it in calling out Rogan for pushing hack comics on JRE, sunshine and rainbows for those guys. And that's how Chappelle and Gillis beat Rogan. Almost if Shane those guys in the next few years, I mean, podcast numbers, 364,000 subs, and every episode gets more than that in 7 days of uploading. Now that's sustainable. Anyway, I wonder if Cat will actually go on JRE after Rogan gave him an open invite. On the one hand, I can see Cat rejecting it and just moving on, but I can also imagine him going on there and just spinning his mind, and you just know what Rogan will say, right? Comedy is subjective, you might not find my buddies funny, but I think they are, blah, blah, blah. And then he'll go up to Cat and tell a bunch of stories about how cool he thinks he is, and yeah, you get the idea. So that's my breakdown of this whole situation. Sounds like 2024 is going to be a pretty big turning point for the Rogan comedy brats. But let me know what you guys think about all of this in the comments. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I'm playing with you guys. We beat you. Finally. That's right. We beat you because we're friends with Joe Rogan. It's the story of our careers. We didn't have to come out for a team. Our notes leak. Have fun driving. Bye. Hilarious. What are you? No. I have CTE for sure. I got a little of that.
Yeah. Welcome back to another video. This is such a big week with a bunch of videos coming to you guys. And today Shane Gillis made his 13th appearance on JRE, which was recorded just over a week ago, Tuesday. Now, for those of you who don't know who he is, basically Shane is probably the best up-and-coming comic at the moment. And when I say up-and-coming, I mean compared to the comedy greats. So that says a lot. He's got 2 comedy specials under his belt, and he also hosts a podcast, which I'll play a clip from a little bit later. But the thing to know about Shane is this. In 2019, he was hired as a featured cast member at SNL, but literally within hours of the announcement, several clips from his podcast suddenly resurfaced, where he used supposedly ethnic and gay slurs, which prompted SNL to fire him a few days later, even though he apologized that same day. Clips resurfaced and caused stir. So then fast forward to July of 2021, Shane made his first appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience, which we'll take a look at toward the end of this video. But here's the thing, right? Gillis is probably one of the least offensive, funniest comedians going around today. Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is probably one of the worst famous comedians in history, right next to Bert Kreischer and Brendan Shaw, obviously 2 of his creations. So when Shane first went on JRE, Rogan completely misread his style of humor for an incredibly good but entertaining episode. Now, as for today's show, you can really see how far both Shane and Rogan have come together. If you're a JRE listener, you'll have noticed a few things that have been worse over the course of this year. For example, Rogan's incessant rants about the importance of ice baths, saunas, vitamins, and working out. So now that Shane Gillis is a card-carrying member of the Rogan universe, Joe's got him into working out at his studio with a few other less talented comedian buddies of his regular. They even got The Rock in on the action a couple of weeks ago. So this episode, Shane started off with the same conversation about working out, taking vitamins and eating healthy. But now that Shane's settled in a little bit more, he's becoming a pro at steering the conversation in the right direction, effortlessly dropping zingers here and there to stop Rogan from going into autopilot. Check it out.
How fun are these workouts? Changed your day, right?
Yeah, it makes the day better. I'm like, what do you mean? You're like, oh, you're gonna feel so good. You make the club. Sleep sore.
What's that?
Did he take it? Vitamin B. Yeah.
Okay.
D. Okay. Calls. C. Okay. Take some zinc.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
What, you're getting like a multivitamin?
Yeah, whatever the CVS thing.
Oh, okay.
Those yellow. Talking about it's probably on the shelf since the 70s. Yeah. I don't think they're doing anything. I heard zinc makes you smarter. I haven't noticed.
Zinc is difficult to get into your bloodstream. You need an ionophore.
Take zinc. So important to. I'm not close to worrying about like that. I'm working on bread. Bread's bread, dude. I'm worried about ionophores in a couple of years. Bread stuff.
So after Rogan got through his daily Rogan talk that we've all done a million times, he moved on to his latest obsession, protein.
I did find some protein waffles. What are they called? Is it Viking waffles?
CV5.
And so after Jamie received his instructions and pulled them up, Rogan shared his passion for protein. So I can't say without love, but as you can imagine, Shane was completely uninterested in Rogan and took the conversation in a slightly different direction.
21 grams of protein, 3 grams of sugar, 5 grams of carbs, 200 calories.
Look at that.
And they're good. It tastes like a real waffle.
People like Vikings.
Who doesn't?
Irish people that were at the shore for 500 years.
The reason why the people in Iceland are so good at strongman competition. You know, those guys like the guy at the mountain, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, freaks.
I mean, those genes come from.
Yeah, they need an eruption up there. We need to get rid of these guys. We can't have these guys. This is my Irish ancestry. We gotta get rid of these.
Just before we go on, there's something else you should know about Shane Gillis. By his big talking appearance, he's a massive bookworm who loves to study history and point out all the funny contradictions in various seminal moments throughout history. So when Rogan started talking about Vikings, Shane couldn't help but comment out on something that Rogan had been handling for years, which turns out to be almost completely.
That show Vikings, you ever watch it?
No, I heard it's great.
Great.
I'm afraid it was gonna be like, because they did like women.
Oh, they tell everybody.
Alright, good.
Everybody.
No, I mean like the bad kicked woman characters. They have that. They have a couple. It takes me out of it.
No, they're realistic.
Okay.
I mean, they're not like, novel.
Yeah. The old Conor McGregor woman. I don't love it.
They announced it. The girl that said, oh, it's Netflix.
And the armor takes me out of it. It looks a little too Game of Thrones. You know, show what a real Viking looked like.
What did they really look like?
It looked like shit, dude. They were like 5'6". They were not these giant.
Well, how does the mountain come from? Where does he come from then?
I just didn't wear like velvet shirts. They look like. That's it. They look like hobbits, dude. What is that? That's not them. That's.
Oh man, the amount of times I've heard Rogan wax lyrical about these ancient giant Vikings, supernatural strength, and how they have superior genetics. There must have been something in there or whatever. To turns out that it was just a myth and the stuff of legend. And when Jamie started pulling up facts, Rogan wasn't very happy that his bubble had been burst. I mean, what's next? Santa isn't real? Shh, don't tell him.
As for the male warrior caricature, historians doubt they actually wore cartoonish horn helmets in battle. Oh, come on. I know. In fact, one preserved Viking helmet has materialized in Scandinavia. It was only one which appeared with the sole surviving helmet. One suit of chainmail and one helmet. This was likely worn exclusively by elites and professional warriors despite its common appearance in mainstream depictions.
But what I really want to emphasize here for you guys is how far Shane Gillis has come in his appearances on JRE and how he's well and truly developed into an elite cast guest. Now, if you think that sounds cringy, let me explain. As all my regulars already know, the whole podcast universe is a big circle jerk. They go around having the same conversations in each other's podcasts so they can in 200 ad reads in every single episode and get their bag. So when someone like Shane came along, somewhat of a statistical anomaly on the podcast circuit, not only is he a completely unpretentious dude, but he's deceivingly intelligent. Watch how he continues to steer the conversation in the right direction through his witty sense of humor. Long, out dribble. This one's good.
They just keep making it so cool. Yeah, they make it real cool. And they're a bunch of murderers. Like them. Yeah, I don't cheer for them. No, I don't think the Vikings because of their culture. Because my culture, like, no, they're just, I think they're overrated. Really? Yeah, overrated. Everything about them's rumors. They're like, oh, they discovered America first. Like, you gotta give Columbus. Columbus kids. No, everybody hates Columbus. Sucker. Did you read that one from what? It's even that's crazy. Did you ever hear that one? There's one priest that traveled with Columbus. Those horrific stories of what they did, the Native Americans. Guys, you know how to go wild. You cross the ocean. You go wild.
So I should say, believe it or not, I'm actually a big fan of Cast Joe, but after over 5,000 hours of podcasting for more than a decade, he's starting to get a little stale and repetitive. But to give him credit, in this latest episode with Shane, you can tell he's a lot lighter, he's happier, more easygoing. And I'm glad that Shane's able to bring that out of him, which made for a pretty decent episode. I mean, I really enjoyed it. They spoke about everything from gypsies to whacking off to athletes, movies, God and the universe, and heaps of other wacky stories. This was my kind of podcast. They got into the phenomenon of Taylor Swift, which led them into Kanye.
Is there a male act that's even close? No. Kanye probably before all. I don't think so. No, he's not that big. No. But she wasn't that big back then. You get it right? Yeah. Like when he made that big, right? I made that big famous. No. He rules. He does rule. He does rule. Says a lot about he's having fun. I hope so. Well, no. I bet his new album's gonna be a bang. Yeah. He puts that dude. But you push that dude in the corner. I bet he comes out swinging. I bet this. Bang. Yeah, this is the best. Isn't he in like Saudi Arabia or something recording it? He was. I know he was definitely in Italy. So I've got a boat for a little. And then he was such a dinner recording. He's part of it. Might be Justin K or whatever that guy's name. I think he's in.
Alright, I just had flashbacks to this moment here.
Okay, fine, here, whatever. I'll just go to Joe Rogan next week. I'll be fine. Anyway, I thought that was funny. No? What? I was like, I literally thought that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it would be funny. Well, it could have been funny. Yeah. I was booked up, though. No, that's fine. It was just funny to truly. That was a conversation I actually had. Really? Even when Michael's in the middle of it. That's hilarious.
So that clip from Shane's first JRE appearance went absolutely viral. I want you to hit months. I'll come back to that and give you the full context here. But that little jab that Shane threw about Kanye getting a missile hit on a boat and went straight over Rogan's head. A couple of months ago, Kanye and his Bianca were busted by paparazzi after she was photographed giving him a mouth hug on a boat in Venice. They actually ended up getting banned from the boat rental company, and the photos of her giving mouth to self-resuscitation made it all over the world. But it was just funny that Rogan, he had no idea what he was talking about and brushed it off with his signature style. When this happened the first time on their first podcast together, it really bothered Shane. He beat himself up about it so bad, and he actually brought it up twice after it happened in the same podcast. Those of you who don't know, Shane was joking about when he was fired by SNL, like I said at the beginning, saying it didn't matter because he'd just go on JRE and get that Rogan bill, which would effectively save his comedy career. In hindsight, he actually didn't need it, but like we saw before, it didn't click for Joe, and he left Shane hanging. Super. But like I said, Shane brought it up twice after that, just before the first hour mark, and then again after the second hour. Clearly,
And more after that, said I was going to do your podcast joke. Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't saying. Dude, that thing's been in my head for 5 minutes or however long it's been. You gotta say really right when he gets done. Sorry. I thought there was more to it. I was like, glad to have you in the air. I like felt my face. I was like, oh, I blew it. Dude, go back and watch that. Sorry, I didn't give you the eyes. It was just funny how confident I was. Dude, I'm 5'6" jerk. I blew it, dude. I'm big on Pepsi. Yeah, dude. Be confident. The last thing this podcast needs. You're not confident yet? Should be confident. I'm pretty good. Should be confident. I really liked it. I mean, that part, that SNL part was great. There's one moment where I was like, and then I was like, I'll just go on Joe Rogan. And you're like, what? I was waiting for more. I know, but it should have helped you, dude. That was my feeling as much as yours. I thought about having you on, and I thought about like even rescheduling people, but I was like, oh, this guy's just gotta go through.
And so even after he kept bringing it up and Rogan apologized and Sting generally bombed out that he didn't get what he meant straight away, Shane brought it up and tried to play the air again on his own podcast afterwards and had a good little laugh about it.
There you go. See, that's actually great.
I'm gonna try it.
Nightmare.
I'm falling up there. That was bad. That was cutting our hands off. Yeah, I wish someone would come in right then. And that was early. I was Jamie was at red face, just like what? Doesn't he still not get? He gets it now. Yeah, he understood that. He thought. I mean, there is a part of the joke where there's something underlying. If it was about you, like you're accusing me of not helping. That's the part he took from.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the joke was I was arrogant and stupid. I was like, I'm just going Rogan. I don't know if he's definitely gonna have me on. But who are you?
Look, I actually liked the fact that Shane was so hung up on that whole episode. The most of us watching could see that he was just trying to have a laugh, say something funny. And the fact that he was so stupid afterwards just goes to show how down to earth he is. I mean, compare that to the collection of stupid things that Bert Kreischer has done on JRE, or just in general. And I know I sing Shane's praises a lot, but I really think he's an important part of the podcasting universe at the moment, in a similar way to how Theo Von and Tim Dillon carried the space for so long. You can already see how all the Rogan comedy brats are latching on to Shane Gillis, getting their podcast as often as possible. And I know this is a big call, so wait for it. At this point, I think Rogan needs Gillis more than Gillis needs Rogan. Ooh, here we go. Let me explain. I've said this before about Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, and there are a few other guests as well in this category, but particularly those two who are comedians. Whenever they go on JRE, it's an open and relaxed discussion, and Rogan opens up and he seems to have a good time, and best episodes. But I think the reason is that Rogan respects those guys because they give him comedy legitimacy, and that's what Rogan's about these days. He's got the comedy club, he's putting on more and more comedians onto JRE, he's he's moving into legacy mode, and it seems like stand-up comedy is where his heart lies. So for me, I kind of feel like Gillis is turning into a bit of a Dave Chappelle style of comedy that gives Rogan legitimacy. And the dead giveaway is the way that they don't always agree with him on everything, and they can push back comfortably, kind of like a real conversation between two normal people, you know. Compare that to, say, Brendan Schaub, for example, who will say one thing, and then when Rogan disagrees, Buffer will immediately agree with Rogan 100%. So that's what I mean when I say Rogan needs Gillis, Gillis needs him. Because Shane's profile is rising so quickly, it almost makes up for the comedy price that we've had to put up with. And I think Rogan knows that. But anyway, I know it seems like I've been fangirling over Gillis lately, but I think that's just more of a reflection of how bad podcasting has become when a funny, down-to-earth comedian becomes such hot. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Drop a comment below to let me know what you think about all of this. And if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all of my uploads right there in your feed. Thanks for joining me, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Got beers?
Yeah.
Try something. Gotta get money. All right.
Maybe the show's not about you. Or the show's not about you. I've never he went on You guys are turning nasty. Obviously, you guys don't know how to handle it. You guys just don't act like that. And that's fine. It's a rare occasion to see Joe Rogan's side piece, young Jamie, piping up on the podcast. Last week on Protect Our Parks, Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis' bullshit and decided to set the record straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he owes money from a night out in the casino, where Shane spotted Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead up to the Ohio State Notre Dame championship game that just finished, where Jamie's team ended up beating Shane's beloved Fighting Irish. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shane finishes the deal and pays up and puts the t-shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter, except for the part where Jamie actually gets annoyed with Shane's lying and calls him out. Because for the most part, Shane and Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together, but things started to get a little bit heated when it came down to the rivalry. Whenever their teams are about to play, they both turn into nasty bitches on Protect Our Parks. I got all the way. You want to go pee with me more? No, I'm here. I'm good. Want to go pee with me? I'm very comfortable. Yeah, clipping. It was fun. But I asked Joe Rogan, standing there with Jamie, he was like, Jamie's. Yeah, he was doing that. Jamie felt. I didn't know. Jamie, he went home and jacked off. Jamie, how much you jack off? 7 to 10. Just last night or just last night? Low-key fun. Low-key. I just, you know, my head. Did you see that? Shut up, man. Dr. Gay. Oh, I don't believe what is it? Yeah, only me. Earlier in the policy, because I like Notre Dame playing. Jamie's a. No, we were just supporting JMO. Shane was I was happy. Shane claims you know there's a lot quite often asked. Do you think YouTube would allow us to show? Okay, just before we go any further, can we all just agree that Irish is the most disgusting JRE guest in history? If you didn't catch it there, Rogan was talking about the bottle of piss that Ari was waving around at the beginning of that clip, when Rogan often unloaded a shot at looking at taking his shirt, he's getting his junk out in front of a live audience, and the amount of times he just couldn't be bothered going to the bathroom like a while in Rogan's studio, so he just starts pissing in bottles under the table, and it's everywhere. I mean, he was basically doing it on every episode until Shane called him out for it to protect our Parks 13 and told him to use material. So on episode 14, he managed to walk the bathroom like a big boy, which seems like progress, I guess. But getting back to Shane Miller's flicking young Jamie, last week in the lead-up to they were looking for an opportunity to G each other up, and then Papa Rogan jumped in and proposed they make a bet so Shane could win the money back that Jamie supposedly owed him.
The cowboy hat. I know you're talking about. Very disgusting style. That it was the idea of like things keep accelerating, getting more and more deviant. You tried him in morning as new. Everybody's opinion is around each other's throats. When you're back, they stole. You stole from me. Money from Shane. Cut. Didn't give me a cut. Oh, really? What do you mean? Cut of the winning decision. How do you give him a gap? If you and Shane are playing and you're gambling and you don't have any money, you say, I give you $100, you win $300 off of Shane. I gave you the $100 so you can get an action. So you technically owe me $100. What is happening in the future? Be a gapper.
I do have an important question. I think it's crazy that Rogan doesn't actually know the full story about what happened after this time. Jamie's been keeping his mouth shut for over 3 years now, and you can see there how Shane had to change the subject by bringing up a question that he had for the podcast, which was about Ohio State's shady business dealings with one of Epstein's associates, which I'll play for you in just a moment. But after that, Jamie hits back with an allegation of his own about Notre Dame paying over $20 million for the team, and it basically just became tit for tat. And the funniest part is how they both clearly prepared material to split each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State ready to go whenever Shane started talking shit about the game. But then finally, Jamie brought up the money that Shane still owes him from that night at the casino. And thank God for Mark Norman, because without him, we wouldn't be able to fully understand the magnitude of what's going on in that studio. His custom library of and sounds and one-liners always helps to navigate the degree of shit swirling around in that room at any one time. So if you get confused, just wait for the noise.
So free 50.
An important question for the podcast. Jamie, who's the Epstein that paid for Ohio State's roster this year?
Information I mentioned you not that true.
What did he do? That's suspect. No idea what he did. I don't know either.
Google. Want to go on Reddit?
Just Google. See what Jeffrey Epstein worked for him. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the guy who paid for your roster.
Oh boy. So much money. Notre Dame spent $20.4 million. Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard in eye-opening tape.
It means nothing. It's called fake news. What is this from? Texas was right. Yeah. What is this from? Jamie. Check Jamie.
Are they going to be sad on Tuesday?
No, they're going to be sad. I'll tell you this. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to take my dad and say, I love Notre Dame.
We'll rub it in.
You will.
What if you
have to wear a shirt with a podcast? I'm going to show that. I'll do whatever it takes. Okay, that's fair. Do the t-shirt. I'm no freaking $1,000. Fair Notre Dame. Okay, that's it. Jamie. that guy in every group that always gets you into fights but seems to disappear when shit actually goes down. Then he rocks up at the end and says, what the fuck happened to you guys? I went to get a drink, disappeared. Meanwhile, he was the one who told the other guys that his buddies been railing on their girlfriends just because he was bored and wanted to see what would happen. But the thing that's been really bothering Jamie was Shane's appearance on Flagrant back in 2023. This is where Andy and his den of dick riders put up the night at the casino and asked what really happened to Jamie at the blackjack table. And this is the first time that Schultz has conspired to talk shit. Nobody punches down quite like Andrew Schultz does. Remember that time when Tom Segura told him about birds, phobia of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to hire a clown and fill the studio with balloons. Mid-episode of Flagrant. Yep, that was the first time in my life where I felt a little bit of empathy for our boy Bird. He really didn't deserve that. Fuck it, maybe he did. Anyway, so when Shane was on there in September 2023, Schultz brought up the casino story and asked Shane to explain exactly what happened.
Better than Jamie.
Jamie is such a I knew it was Jamie, dude. He's such a about this.
So bring that up, Jamie. The legend. We pulled him in. Pulled him for some cut down. We're in Austin. And Jamie is like, listen, yeah, the last Protect Our Parks, I was going to bring the story up with me and Shane. Okay. You set it up the way that you know me. We only know Jamie.
Alright, I was placed with after a show. We're at a casino.
Once you win,
With Rogan, was with the boys. Trump was just there.
you guys are charged up.
Yeah, Dana and Taylor Warner betting like big hundreds of thousands of dollars, like per hand. But then we're at the other, like a side table. We're playing a little bit of money. Play blackjack. Jamie gets an ace. Gets another ace. Splits it. Now he's out of money. Need somebody to help. I go, yo, I'll play that. I'll play that card.
And you learn it.
And another one in a no. We got 4 aces in a row.
So you keep splitting.
And I ended up paying for 3 of the aces. He paid for the first one. And then they all won. And I think we should have split them winnings.
Evenly.
That's it, pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question.
Pretty even.
It seems
I just don't like them in a game. That's fine. Should have got lost.
75%.
I did get more. Eventually, I did get more. He was upset about it because I guess poker, gambling, somebody backs you backs, you just pay them back what they gave you.
And then
Not the winnings.
no, you get a little bit. You have to get.
I should have gotten all my winnings. That's just what I got.
Yeah, you won that one. But I think it was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what if I lose. So he has no risk.
But it was the risk, though. No, that was the risk. Those hands lost. I lost those chips.
Oh,
He wasn't going to make me back. I was so pissed. I agree.
I'm gonna pay him back no matter what. After he won.
Rule is for degenerate gambling addicts that were like, boy, you pay for me, and then if I win, it's my money, and you get your win. Oh, dude, you're not out of money, you need mine.
Exactly.
I won you money.
Yeah.
I'm on your
I
side.
couldn't agree more. But Jamie, I did start bullying him a little into giving me more and more and more money.
I believe that.
And I was ignorant enough to just take.
How much was the winning?
I don't know. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly.
I know. Jamie knows.
How do you want to know?
It's 74 and I think it's split it even. Or maybe I got a little more than that. Which one?
5%.
That's it.
We love
Jamie's head. I'm taking. I invited him to Ohio State the other day. I was going to give him his tickets, but he wants to be a pitcher.
He's in Ohio.
He can pay for half that.
Of course, Schultz's entitled brat side piece, Akash Singh, thinks that Shane should have gotten 75% of the winnings. But Shane actually did admit that Jamie gave half the winnings, which is what actually happened. They're obviously friends, and Shane was trolling Jamie the whole time, like banging out the story and making him out to be a whiny bitch. But the reality was that Jamie did offer Shane half the money straight after it happened. And like I said earlier, it's crazy how no one actually knew the story, including Rogan.
there at the time, which makes it so much funnier. Jamie's been sitting there the whole time with his mouth shut while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years since it happened. So finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all.
And throw McGafford. We talked about it. I feel like I didn't have anybody. That's not
Sweet Jamie the Big.
I gave him half the winnings. He should not get that much money. You half the winnings? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, all right. Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, I gave you the money back. I was going to think for 3 years. No, you're wrong. That information.
It wasn't just how much did I put up on the week? What should I put up on?
You could the second time Aces came out, I didn't have enough to cover that. I had 600. I borrowed 600 from Shane. Fourth time it happened again, and then we won all 4 hands. Wow! And we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. It's chaos.
That's
What's going on? How much money do I get? And I gave him a back enough. And then he turns into shit. He goes, I don't know. What do you get? Was it 5K though? I ended up, well, we only won 8,500, so I think I ended up giving him 100. Okay.
I was just making fun.
Yeah, and then if I feel shit, he just lied. I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed too. I gave you more than he needed to give you.
You got the story wrong. Back in my youth.
That's what CNN does.
I got it worse.
For real? Wow. Jamie wins, and I feel like he's getting $1,000.
Mark Norman said it earlier. I've never heard Jamie piping up so much during a podcast. There was that time when he got his knickers in a knot with the moon landing conspiracy expert Bart Sabrell on the podcast, and he threw a tantrum because no one was listening to him. But he really went for it in this episode, and it was good to see Rogan let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clips of Rogan giving Jamie death stares for interrupting him or talking too much on the podcast. Joe likes his side pieces real and do as they're told. But now that Jamie's team won, supposedly Shane has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is beautiful. You know deep down that Shane's gonna hate it. He even looked kind of embarrassed that he went along with Rogan's story the whole time and never thought to break the record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's been sitting there putting up with everyone's bullshit, and finally he just says, yeah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan paid Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now. And judging by Rogan's response, I actually think Jamie gets paid a lot more than he initially. Mark asked if Jamie gets paid more than Redman did, to which Rogan said, yeah, he gets paid a lot more than he did, and he gets paid quite well. Now, I'm not sure what that quite well actually is. According to Rogan's standards, it could be $200K a year, it could even be up to $1 million. Who knows, but it wouldn't be that crazy. Because seeing as Rogan makes over $100 million a year just from podcasting, and Jamie's obviously a of the show. So if you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Red Band with Jamie, I did a video about it a while ago over on my Patreon, so I'll link in the description. Signing up. There's plenty of other stuff up there about JRE and Kill Tony as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you like this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
About what was he fast? Jamie, get this little one that did happen again. I think the commercial back. I don't blame on them.
As soon as I got in the club, I was like, I need security footage. And then he was like, oh, now everyone can see me. Like, I'm doing Rogan tomorrow. He was like, oh, God. I was like, 10 million people in Shameless.
Oscar, and like all appearances on Papa Rogan's podcast, it was an absolute banger. And it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. He's got a lot going on, which is what I'm going to cover in today's video. Recent live sponsorship to the Super Bowl this weekend, and don't forget he's hosting SNL on the 24th. 5 years after they sacked him, which helped to elevate his profile even further. But here's the thing, Shane owes a lot to Joe Rogan. Like I said, this is his 15th appearance on the podcast in just 2.5 years. That's right, it took Rogan 2 years after Shane's SNL sacking to have him on JRE, and since then Shane has become a regular. And there's an unfolding tension brewing between the two of them, which I first noticed in his appearance from 2017, just December. So I'm going to break it all down as usual. I'll play you some clips from the podcast and explain my thoughts and opinions on the way. And I'm going to play you guys one clip in particular that shows just how different Shane is to Rogan when he writes for that one. But just before we get into all of that, if you haven't subscribed yet, start out, get on. We're pushing 110,000 per week. You're updated on everything happening in the podcast universe. So a massive shout out to my regulars who always turn up to grow the channel. You guys love bears in the forest. In certain parts of Europe, I know for sure. I know they have brown bears out there. But there's definitely some Russia has been crazy since they were brave. I like remember expanding. So bear? I think that might be bear. It is. Nice. Yeah. Oh really? That's correct. I'm a very that's called also? Oh, a great name, I tell you. So Tom and Bert aren't the only ones with a drink to sell you. Shane recently signed a sponsorship online and went for a tour at their facility in New Orleans. And the narrative thrown around is that Shane saved a train wreck of an attempt to appeal to the LGBT plus community with the Lady Partnership. As a result of the controversy, Bud Light went into damage control as they desperately sought to win back their base, even though they clearly had forgotten who their base was when they fell asleep at the wheel. Either way, they needed to clean up their working American brand instead of a bunch of suits purchased to a community that never cared about them in the first place. So it started with a massive multi-year deal with UFC valued over $1 million per year. A sponsorship with Shane Gillis, which was speculated starring in the Super Bowl commercial over the weekend. And oh my god, if we see Shane in a Super Bowl ad, that would be absolutely wild. I mean, just imagine the headlines from all the suspects. Bud Light uses transphobic, homophobic, something else phobic to make a Super Bowl ad, and then mad at Shane when they couch doing it. It's just and speaking of that, podcast 2 weeks ago, they had Cole Beasley on. So Cole asked Shane kind of money he's making. But then he put up that he saw Shane wearing a Bud Light beanie and asked what was going on with all that, to which Shane responded in signature style. What's this podcast gig like? What's this? Yeah, how's it? Pretty fun. You get, I mean, what's the money like? Anything off of it somehow? Some way? How's that work? We get like no, it's true. I'm not saying it's not. He's fine, like 8 minutes. No, yeah. So yeah. Alright. I mean, he's good now. He's about it. Comedy money is good. Yeah. Working out. Money is good. I saw you with Bud Light. Didn't take you for one of those. Brother, what's that you ask? Bud Light's back. Is it back? How's it back? I'll tell you after. Hey. So that was from 2 weeks ago, don't forget. There's definitely still some tension there. Not everyone's convinced. Even on Shane's Instagram, where he announced his partnership after a tour of the facility, not everyone was happy. Along with the messages of support and a few jokes, people were saying stuff like Bud Light trying so hard not to be gay,
Your daily reminder, folks, everyone is for sale. Shame like that one. Hating people that we like doesn't cover up for their sins. F-Sell, I'm glad I had no idea you were and wasted of my life watching you on home tank. Wow. So some people have already made up their mind about Bud Light and cannot be swayed otherwise. This was easily my favorite reply. Where'd you get that Bud Light, Daddy? Sorry. Greg's got every time. Honestly, I prefer a cheese sandwich than a Bud Light. But anyway, here on some KRE, Bud Light sponsorship came up a few times, and it was literally very first that they discussed.
For some reason, I don't understand. I've never seen anybody consume beer. I'd like to play back. UFC, Shane Gillis. Let's go. Let's go. For the pros now. I mean, that's a good move. Like that guy that we met, the CEO. Yeah. Got it together. He did. But you're the CEO now. Just a commercial.
Like, it wouldn't happen without this. Listen,
They just so you never let them go. Never failed.
So a couple of interesting first two the podcast. Obviously, Ruben's for Shane. It's a massive payday for everybody, and following Shane's 5 minutes knows that he's a ambassador. But I found it curious that Rogan said that he was the CEO as well, and then Shane said, "Have happened without this," presumably in reference to Joe's podcast. I think either Rogan met the CEO through the UFC partnership, or he helped to broker the deal and get Shane on. And I think Shane thanking Joe by saying his podcast played a massive part means that Bud Light obviously likes the fact that Shane drinks 20 of them on Protect Our Parks episodes. Maybe that's how they discovered that Shane was the Bud Light guy. Either way, it's clear that Joe played a Shane sponsorship, which again, I think is fantastic. I'd like to think he deserves it. But then it kept coming up again and again and again. And I started to get the sense that there's a bit of competition going on. Let me show you what I mean, okay? Almost an hour into the podcast, Shane tells the story of how he went to the Light Festival in New Orleans. He brings up their beast horses called Clydesdales, but Rogan, the animal lover that he is, quickly became obsessed with just how big they are. Matthew, please hand me a Bud Light. Have some responsibly. Absolutely. Well, what a beer, dude. I met the Clydesdales. Oh, did you really? You had to meet horses. I had to meet some horses. Then I got really responsible. Didn't know woman. I got extremely responsible. Around the horse. Around the horse. And I called my dad. He didn't answer. It was late. And I was like, oh, man, horses. I'll tell you, they're big everywhere. Do you know what I'm talking about? Big. It's tracking. Horse tracking. There it is. Wow. That thing's huge. Huge. Look at the size of that horse. You're a big dude. Yeah, that's like maybe people need to recognize. How tall are you? I'm 6'3". So he's 6'3". Look how big that horse is. That horse is back. It's like 5'10". Yeah, it's that's insane. It's crazy. How much bigger than a regular horse? So then thing over the actually cracks a pretty funny joke. But now that Shane's a company man, well, he didn't like it so much. I just I love it though. Yeah, I mean, like, what they must have like breed them. That's part of their business. They keep horses. Yeah, they have like they didn't shoot any of them after everything went out south. They would shoot the horses. I just that's a they shoot horses. Fired a lot of people to shot. I know it's such an expensive. Okay, I'm going to come back to why this is a Shane in a moment. I'll show you guys his next one first, but Shane gives it back to Rogan when he brings up one of his own. Now, use a VPN? No, she's and she is one. Security. Times VPN, easy to one click. Also, nice to use. Do you think I can?
use it to bet somewhere else, maybe. Not just, I don't know. I know that he's your sponsors. I'm going to use it somewhere else. Yeah, I love it. So they're obviously doing a showing to Rogan after he's chatted about shooting. And the fact that Express would be able to respond to that and Shane just makes the whole thing. But here's the thing. You could probably tell that Shane was low-key getting frustrated, but I don't actually think he was frustrated at Rogan. See, most of these guys have all these sponsors and they can't keep track of them because really media training, they're just comedians, right? And I think Shane's quickly realizing that this sponsorship is going to be a little bit different and more difficult than he really wanted. He clearly just wants to drink beer and play it. But now he's got to act like a responsible drinker, can't take jabs at his corporate partner anymore, and when someone like Rogan cracks a joke about them playing on the start and shooting just to survive, he can laugh along and enjoy it. They're paying him to make them good. So, for someone who just wants to hang with his buddies, have a drink, talk trash, do some podcasts, and work on his stand-up comedy, having to bow down to a sponsor could become a problem, especially considering how off the cuff these kinds of conversations can be. I don't necessarily think it's a problem right now. He's obviously still getting used to having such a big brand deal, which I reckon is probably worth over $10 million a year, but obviously I know nothing, I'm just guessing. However, if he does get another couple of big brands on his side from other industries, that's when I think he will start to really screw himself. Because all of a sudden, he's creating these black spots that he can't joke about if he tell, just from watching those clips just now, he hates the fact that he's always representing the company. Actively ambassador. So my view is, I think it's great that Shane's monetized that relationship. Legitimate the fun life, but he's not careful. But himself slowly turning into Thomas Burgers, who shield everything and always have to. Shane's whole vibe is laid back and carefree, so hopefully he doesn't end up selling out completely and end up like his buddies who are basically clowns for sale. Now, that is the source of the growing tension between Rogan and Shane. We saw a little glimpse of it with this joke in the Express VPN minutes later, but that's what his friends joking around and having. I think there's something going on here, and I've spoken about it. It's this idea that Shane's profile is growing so quickly and just such extraordinary heights that almost needs Shane now more than Shane needs Rogan. And I think it's starting to bug Rogan. For some reason, people seem to think that Joe is this really humble guy who's down to earth and much with the common man, but nothing could be further from the truth. Joe has an ego the size of an elephant. He just manages to hide it well because he's been sitting on top of the mountain for a decade now. Don't get me wrong though, I think he definitely wants his friends to succeed and he helps them out wherever he can. No arguments there, but I've noticed that the way he does it is always so they remain unconvinced. He wants to be known as the guy who helps out his buddy, just as long as they bend and kiss the ring. When have you seen him, the Rogan comedy brats, go on JRE and actually challenge him? Never. They all go up there, they plug their latest brief, they praise Joe for everything he does for the community, and they pretend he's the smartest guy. No. Shane threatens that ecosystem because he's now achieved what none of other guys could. Think about it. None of Rogan's close buddies have hosted SNL. Now, I'm talking about Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. I'm talking about Sean, Tom, Bert, and those guys that inner comedy breath. So Shane not only got fired from SNL before he started, but now he's a couple weeks away from hosting it again. SNL trying to win on his popularity. My friends who work at Saturday Night Live when you create. I won't give up back to it. I'm a TV show. I'll be a captain. I'll get some over that one here, but like the experience. Guest hosting, terrifying. The hosting, terrifying. That you have to do it if they offer that terrifying. Rather for television than have to deliver on approval
season. I love it. I'll work my ass off, and I won't complain. I'll slow down my drinking. I'll blow it up, whatever you want.
So in my opinion, that 100% threatens Rogan. You've got to remember, he has an ongoing bid in the Hollywood establishment for turning their backs on him. Even though SNL is based out of New York, they're still part of that same comedy establishment. SNL used to be the top of the comedy chain. What Rogan has managed to do quite successfully is carve out his own little area in the sandbox. That's what the comedy fellowship was always about. It's meant to be the foundation for independent scene away from the pipelines of Hollywood, where comedians like Rogan, rejected by the establishment, could create their own comedy ecosystem, and he's killing it. There's no doubt that he's successfully challenged the status quo and created something out of nothing. And Shane Gillis, he's finger in every comedy pie at the moment. He's back in SNL, he's got Netflix deals, he's living in Boston and regularly appears on JRA, and now he's got this new brand deal with a multinational corporation in online. He is living the dream that Rogan always wanted. Shane is the comedian at the moment, whereas there are still people out there that have no idea that Joe Rogan is actually a comedian. Now, at the beginning of the video, I said I'd show you a clip that proves just how far apart Matt and Shane are from Rogan's other comedy buddies. So let me give you some context first.
The people that are writing them get a disproportionate amount of failures. If you try to get like a control study of the general population, do a pharmaceutical study, you have a bunch of old people, young people. If you do it right, you do with a bunch of biological. The variability of people that are wanting to comment negative online is like you can find those people. So you don't have to together. They're everyone has some of them are kids. It's a nonsense way to communicate. You don't know who they are. You don't know what their background is. You don't know whether their opinion is valid. You're accepting negativity, and human beings have a natural propensity to look towards negative things. Your brain is programmed for intruders and dangerous things.
So with that in mind, let's take a look at how differently Matt and Shane handle the exact same conversation.
Those 10th Street. That's not good. There's a lot of fighters like that too. They just always get knocked out. You should find another thing to do. Or you're just not going to be good at anything. That's also possible. There's certain people that just never get good at anything. They're really good at leaving comments on
Those are effective.
Yeah. I try to do like a thing where I'm like, I understand your feeling. In my head, I'll be like, he's just saying right now. Yeah, they'll get you thinking. Now, they're like the whole YouTube ecosystem. You catch enough bad ones sometimes you go, maybe I haven't. Oh, there's like enough thing myself. Or, I don't know, it's tough. Because you don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. Right? Sometimes you'll read them and you're like, I don't have to deal with this right now. The thing is, you don't know who you're talking to. You talking to the biggest one. 7-Eleven could be talked down to the biggest. Of course, it's just like, you know, that's not true. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just a waste of time.
Jeez, man, what's wrong with working at 7-Eleven? Seriously, Rogan's got to be careful. I'll tell you, he's obsessed with graphic on working class people. And he's starting to sound more and more like the Hollywood leaks that he's been bagging for the last 12 years. But did you see how different Matt and Shane's take on the comments was? See, these guys know, they get it. Matt nailed it when he said that it's part of the YouTube ecosystem, and see a few of the same comments over and over again. Maybe it should stop and think. And Shane agreed with that. I've covered in a previous video how Matt and Shane are aware of what happened to Brendan Schaub and the subreddit. Here's a real recap.
I watched that documentary about
The guy that made that a documentary about.
Yeah, so I know exactly what's going on in that subreddit. So I watched that documentary and then I looked at the subreddit and I'm like, well, there's like a whole space for people that subculture and stuff. These people. It's like a city where 14,000. Yeah, the small cities where the people are dedicated to like watching your every punch. But the sin they're punching is taking that like kind of elitist attitude versus he was kind of like, you guys are losers, I'm killing it. And they're like, dude, this live fight. It's like the battle instantly came.
Yeah.
I'm like, sorry, I'm going. guys.
This is the major difference between Matt Shane and guys like Tom and Schultz. They have this high level awareness of how powerful a backlash can be, and if you don't listen to the feedback, I mean, look at what's happening right now with Tom and Doctor announcement video. They must be absolutely gutted by the negative response to their baby, especially after it was supposedly taken. It's honestly wild how out of touch they are compared to Matt and Shane, who basically completely got out without coming as arrogant tools. So there's a lot to digest there, but there's just so much going on at the moment. I can't wait for the Super Bowl to see if my life will add with Gillis in it. If they do, he's going to be a very, very big. Anyway, that's my breakdown of episode 2098 of JRE with Matt and Shane. I hope you enjoyed it. Big shout out to you guys are the best. You guys always turn up for me. So if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on to get all the uploads. That's it from me. Catch you in the next one.
You ever try to make your pizza your oven thing?
I worked in a restaurant. We were doing that. I'm not good at it.
But now you have a nice yard. Like maybe you get a little pizza with your oven.
Nice. Yeah, gosh. I'm not doing it.
I can see you with a little
I'm never going to change that.
I'm going to pull the next one.
DoorDash, you pull that. Then go to the show.
That's a stop. That is kind of
Show's in 8 hours.
so soon. I gotta tell you something right now. I'm on. He's gonna come get you.
You don't want that.
You want to start this war, dude?
You are calling over. You're yelling at me.
He picks me up.
You're yelling at me.
I got this minute. Oh my god. Start. Yeah, that's starting well. Anyway, I didn't mean it in a bad way. You're like, I want to tell you, you're on the pod. We can cut it for sure. Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him. And I said, I'm not talking shit about you, dude. Go ahead and say it, dude. Let's say we gotta say it, Shane. No, we're cutting all that out. No, I have control of this podcast. We're cutting all that out.
Really, during the pod for absolutely no reason at all. But instead of having to wait for someone to send Shane Gillis the clip, this time around, Santino got Shane on the phone straight away, and Bobby on the spot. Ridiculous, a genius move. And karma was strong in this one, and probably not in the way you think. And I've got to say, I've been listening to Bad Friends more lately, ever since the Joe Rogan experience turned into the Dunning-Kruger experience, and Two Bears, One Cave became a snooze fest. I've been turning to Theo Von, Tim Dillon, and Santino over the last few months. I only ever really used to watch bits and pieces from those podcasts, mostly clips that came up in my feed. But now that Rogan's gone off the deep end, I find myself tuning into episodes from those guys every week. And can I just say, slightly off topic for a second, I've never seen a more bloated publicity tour than Andrew Schultz right now. Admit it, the guy has literally done a dozen podcast appearances in the space of 10 days. Every time I open up my YouTube app, my feed is being spammed by his goofy ass face, clipped up from some random podcast he decided to do to promote his latest Netflix special called Life. I said this in my review last week of his special over on Patreon, but has there been a case that he goes so big that he decided to dedicate a full 1 hour special to him trying to bust a nut? The whole thing was literally one long dick joke. He even made an appearance last week on Bad Friends, which ironically was funnier than his Netflix special. But this week, Bobby and Santino had Dan Soder on the podcast. In my opinion, he's probably one of the best and underrated podcast guests going around at the moment. Every time I see his face now, I think about his Cat Williams impression from Kill Tony last year. But for an insecure little Asian boy like Bobby Lee, being around tall, funny comedians like Dan Soder, Shane Gillis, and Joe Rogan triggers him. So his way of coping is to unnecessarily start shit. And we know Bobby's shit is to project his insecurities onto everybody around him and complain that everyone hates him. And then wonder why he never gets invited anywhere. So when he had Dan in the studio with Santino, Bobby went into flight.
I have another observation. Meet a girl, a beautiful, right? And you go, hey, you want to go on vacation? I have a boyfriend, right? And then when you actually meet, it's like, yeah. And I'm like, you're dating this guy for what?
That's okay.
Like, am I right? Am I dating warm?
Yeah, very warm.
Yeah. I understand it now. I know you have a friend. I have a fiance. I understand it now. Like I understand Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis with his girl, the influencer lady, would have never made sense in any other scenario. Besides what? Besides famous comic. I don't think so. You underestimate Shane. Yeah. I knew him. So he was even on chicks before. He got bit by the radioactive spider. King Shane. Okay. He's charming.
Bobby Lee's lack of self-awareness is diabolical, but I think that's kind of the joke. Implying that Shane Gillis has a hot girlfriend only because he's a famous comedian, when created a whole podcast out of one of the most toxic relationships I've ever seen, is absolutely fucking crazy. But not only that, even after they broke up, the podcast is still going. Even Shane's girlfriend was surprised to hear Bobby talking about her all the time on the podcast.
I was thinking about how Trisha Paytas, literally has manifested everything in her life. And yesterday I was on the train back to New York, and I was half asleep listening to a podcast, and it was Bobby's podcast. And while I'm in and out of sleep, I hear him talking about me. I was like, what is happening? And it's so funny because I've always been kind of bad friends, just comedy in general. And I feel like I manifested this, obviously getting the best thing. And I remember that when I got to bars in New York, when me and my friends would play this game where we would just lie to people, or I don't know, just come up with a story and just go with a bit. And my bit, I always did, was telling people I was a stand-up comedian, which I'm not. I would tell the story so fiercely that I thought I believed it in that moment, and my friends were like, really crazy. But I've always said this joke, and now I'm I don't know all these stand-up comedians. It's so weird how that works. So I guess my telling of the story is lie to change.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. But seeing comedians coping with Shane's rise to fame is becoming premium cringe content. And it's usually the more insecure ones like Bobby Lee and Bert Kreischer. Whenever someone mentions Gillis' name in front of Bert, he goes straight into about how and how he realized before everyone else how funny helped him to give it to I don't know what's worse. Bert's open therapy sessions or hearing the machine script with the millions. Bobby takes it to a whole level though, because instead of bragging about knowing Shane was famous, he just straight up shit his appearance. And I know he's talking shit and breaking balls. His whole thing is being an instant little boy who's socially awkward and just wants to sit at home and play video games while eating potato chips in his underwear. Kind of like Shane Gillis, actually. But one thing I've learned about these guys over the years is sometimes it's hard to know if they're just joking around or if there's a heap of seriousness to their tone. Because when you've seen them talking literally thousands of hours, realize they're insecure weirdos just like us. And I'm honestly here for it, right? We're all sick of degenerate celebrities feeding us their polished image and their holier-than-thou personas. I'm at the point now where I just want to see self-destructive comedians ad reads.
You're missing a key point, by the way. You go to the Midwest, you see beautiful women with big guys.
Yeah, and I tell you right now, I used to go with Shane. Shane used to go on the road with me and feature for me. We would go Boston or something like that. Boy, we were both single. Boy, would clean up. Because the ladies would be like, ooh, I want me a pale dad. And he's like, shut up, gay. Like, I need the freckle. Yeah, shoot.
You look at a white guy that's been in like a dead corpse. Oh my God. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the eyes bulge. I just been enough swamp. I gotta tell you something right now. I'm off. He's gonna come get you. You want to start this war, dude?
You are calling up. You're yelling at a crowd.
Picks me up.
You're yelling at
a little boy. And I like it. We have that relationship, right? I'm not, Shane, if you're listening right now, or if you get this clip, I give you props all day long. You're one of the funniest comics on planet Earth. Right? You're the king. Yeah. You deserve all your success. That's not what I'm saying.
You're saying
think you have in Lord of the Rings, like maybe the second or third movie, right? Remember the Frodo and those guys went to the swamp, and Gollum's like, "Don't look in the water." Who's in the water? He's dead. Elves, like thousands of years ago. Oh my God, man, that's all I'm saying. Just don't look in the water. Start the war. Yeah, I'm not starting a war. Anyway, I didn't mean it in a bad way.
Dan Soder's impression of Shane Gillis talking to girls in Boston was absolutely spot on. I just had a thought though. We need an episode of JRE with Bobby Lee, Mark Normand, and Theo Von, just to cleanse the air in the studio from all the bullshit stuff to the wall. Theo Von telling Rogan he has the body market turkey tied up with a string is still one of my favorite moments in podcasting history, even if Rogan took it as a compliment. But once Bobby started with Gillis, he simply could not stop.
I'm over here saving you from I'm tired of being bullied by people like you. But I try to befriend you at the tour. See what he's doing? See what he's doing? Yeah. I'm tired of being bullied by you after you just went after him and then Shane Gillis. Oh, really? You're biased. You're biased. You're insensitive. You're mad. You bullied Shane Gillis. You would have. You're the. This is a controversial thing I want to say. Is I feel like the bullying that I received was necessary. Yes. When you were a kid. Yes. Put your head in this toilet. You're not going to be able to breathe for 2 minutes. I'll never got a swirly. You never got a swirl. Oh my God, I was locked in a locker for no way. Yeah. It was one of those half lockers, so I had to turn out because it was insane. What grade? 9th. No, even younger, like probably second grade or third grade. Freshman year sounds like exactly what happened. And I definitely heard teachers walking by. I was screaming. It didn't even help me. What do you hear? Like he's not. That's so. Sort of like made me strong enough to do comedy. Yeah, absolutely. Do you know there's kids that are like they're giving Ozempic like fat kids now, and you're like, no, you're not gonna have funny people. Yeah, let them level out. Right. You gotta be fat and weird. Let them Gillis. Dude, you want that? Doing it again. I don't know why you're doing it. Honestly, I'm trying to agree. You know what? I'm trying to bring down the king. Yeah, I'm willing to do it. You know, it's hard to bring down the king when you're. Dang. Did you just write that? Yeah. And I'll be honest with you. The last game, it will turn one with Bill Brand, Shane Gillis. I did that show, yeah. Yeah. I was an app. Oh, they had told me why they didn't have it. Because it was a strict timeline they had to keep. Will Bobby on time. That hurts me so bad, dude. You wouldn't. That's not true. They didn't ask. He would never ask. I it's up. All right, welcome to the show. Thanks for doing it. Absolutely. Exactly. Sweet. That's good. That's good. Wait, let's move on. Okay. Shots are fired. Shots are not fired. No? Why? Because I said that Shane Gillis is below the thing. How is that a shot fired? That's legitimately a shot fired. Is it not? Am I crazy? Okay, here we go. I know, he's hosting SNL. That doesn't look Shane Gillis. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, shut up. Imagine a nudist speech, Shane Gillis. Bingo. I will say that. You are my best friend, and I love you so much. I cannot wait for him to come back and do it. Honestly, it's going to be great. I feel like a fur trapper that's come out of the mountains and told you, like, dude, you think that's silly? I'll give you some Sam Elliott knowledge right now. Say, Bobby, sometimes you eat there. Sometimes very. That's not funny. That's not funny. Yeah, like you said it.
Oh man, this is the quality podcast slot we've been missing all year. Bobby openly exposing his insecurities over Shane Gillis' success and his girlfriend, while Santino eggs on and Dan Soda sits in the cut chair over in the corner trying to save Bobby from him. It's like an old episode of Two Bears Club Cake. You know, when Tom was fat and the producer pulling up images of bloated bodies to get Bobby going again was a genius too. But speaking of genius moves, the only way this could possibly get any better is if Santino got Gillis on the phone.
Whatever's going on, so I'm going to say this. I'm fired. I'm going to try to pick my way out. Right? Yeah. When that whole thing happened with Shane, I mean, I was the first one to step back. Number two, the first time I saw him perform, I thought to myself, oh, I would never want to follow that. Yeah. He's a beast. Yes. He's an absolute beast. Yeah. He's a games. He's got a beautiful, right? Yes. I know his dad. Love him. Feels like a great guy, right? Yeah. I've been only respected for his family. I did a little. I'm going to tell you right now, you son of a what about brother? Yeah. I do. That right there, that might have saved you. Exactly. You walk. I walk. You walk when I said, and I only have the greatest admiration that he's one of the kings of the peak. And I discovered this when we did a Please Don't Call. You felt that? Is that over your laugh? Yeah, that's a laugh. That made me laugh. You know, like, I want to tell you, you're on the pod, we can cut it for sure. I don't want to trap you, but Soder's over here right now. Soder's in the studio. The man. And Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him. And I said, I'm not talking shit about you, dude. Go ahead and say it, dude. Go ahead and say we got to shake it. Say it. I just said that you're one of the top comics on planet Earth. You're one of the kings. You know what else? I know your dad. And I have great respect for you. Is that a slam? Doesn't sound like that's what you said. So I'll tell you what I said. I think you're both guys. And sometimes you look bloated. Is it war? Is it war, Gilly? No. And you're going to walk for it. Obviously, no. You defeat me quickly. I think you're great. I look forward to the special. See that, dude? He throws you a compliment. You insulted my friend. No. I feel so bad. That's the kind of guy, Gillis. Thank you, Shane. Buddy, talk to you later. Good luck, man. I wish you guys luck. Best, Bobby. Keep it up, man. You're hilarious. I love you, Shane. Dude, that good of comedy and that good of person. So you get a 2 for 2. Oh, my God. You feel it? You know what, though? It's reflective of it. And the accountability. I'll tell you another thing, dude. Bro, we're cutting all that out. No, we're at control of this podcast.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of humility that comes from dating a girl who just broke up with a Navy SEAL. Seeing Bobby throw his headphones down in frustration because Gillis fight was the icing on the cake. And we all know what Bobby's like. He's the kind of guy who would complain about not getting invited to a Diddy party even after the court case. Or he'd rock up to his own surprise party and complain to everyone that no one told him. He's basically the younger adopted brother of Larry David. By the way, Bobby Lee was actually on an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He played the Korean bookie from season 5, and if you have not seen this, shit, it's some of the worst acting you will ever see. I love how he turned down Shane Gillis' offer to star in his show Tires because he was sick of playing the Asian stereotype with the heavy accent. But if you watch that episode of Curb, his accent is so bad it will literally make you cringe. So it kind of makes sense why he gave up playing them. But we honestly need Shane on an episode of Bad Friends. I don't think he's ever been on there before, so it's definitely overdue, especially how they have cast beat.
Yeah. Especially. What do you say? Tell me. Yeah. He really did. That's it for you, buddy. Oh, well, you know what? I think it's my way to get out. It's a good run. It's a good run. It's my way to get out. Okay, that's what we're going to do. You know what, man? And honestly, they won't be able to find it. Yeah. I have a fantasy of you know what it is? This is like one of those right now, and this will be a grainy flashback to when it all. Yeah, this is when the music changes. Dude, this is when the music changes. The color slowly fades. Green goes black. Just in on you.
Yeah, through all those clips of him sexually harassing morning show hosts on live TV, he'll probably make it through his fake beef with Shane Gillis. I will say, though, I have noticed that Shane has been slowing down with his podcast appearances. He's touring more now, so he probably doesn't have as much time as he used to. But I noticed he hasn't been on Flagrant since 2023, and prior to that, he'd been going on there once a year. Even on his own podcast with Matt McCusker, their appearances together have become really patchy for a bit recently. But I actually think it's a good thing, right? I think he's more being overexposed than guys like Bird and Schultz. I mean, the amount of publicity Schultz is doing at the moment to Netflix special into the #1 spot is absolutely insane. He's literally going around having the exact same conversation on podcasts, and he gets roasted in the comment sections in almost every one of them. Shane recently went on SNL for the second time, which I think is pretty weird. I'm currently working on a video for of him on SNL against. I won't say too much here and spoil it, but I will say this. I do think it's weird that he keeps going back to a show that fired him in the first place, where the audience clearly don't get his style of comedy. As for Bobby, though, he's working on his first comedy special, believe it or not. He's got to be one of the laziest comedians in that whole universe of comedy bastards. He's basically the complete opposite of Bert when it comes to specials. So there's a lot of pressure on him to deliver. I'll definitely be covering that when it comes out sometime next year, but I definitely think we're reaching the comedy special saturation point. So much shit out there on streaming services, and almost all of it is fucking mediocre. It's only a matter of time before that well drives up, and they're all back to publishing their specials on YouTube. So if you're interested in seeing my detailed breakdowns of everyone's specials with clips and commentary, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description and check it out. I recently covered Schultz's special, and like I said, I'll be covering Shane Gillis' SNL as well as Bert Kreischer's special later this month. So make sure you check that out if you're interested. But that's it for now. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I haven't been in 5 days.
Wait, why haven't you come back?
I'm trying to,
5 days?
yeah. So, Shane, if you're listening, don't start a war with me. Yeah, you warm up. How's your wife's hands doing?
Oh, fantastic. I love my wife. You know when you stand with her. I walked in the arena. She gave me the finger. Nobody got arrested. That's why this country's great. They used to arrest us.
At UFC 295, when she fought off President Trump as he walked past them. Now, at first there was a divide where some people thought she was flipping the cameras, and others thought she was actually directing at Donald Trump himself. But now that Bill Burr has come out and confirmed it actually was for Trump, that debate has now been settled. What I find so interesting about this whole situation is that for some reason, people thought Bill Burr was a conservative, and they were surprised that he wasn't a Trump supporter. Well, his wife at least. I just assumed that it was common knowledge that he identified with the liberal side of politics. He clearly supports gun control and pro-choice. Bit of a dead giveaway, huh? But as Jerry Seinfeld would say, not that there's anything wrong with that. Maybe that was in a different context. Anyway, I think the source of this confusion stems from Bill Burr's style of comedy. He's loud, he's aggressive, he's politically incorrect, and he's incredibly cynical and sometimes gets dark. And for me personally, he's one of my favorite comedians, as my regular viewers would know. It's like sitting back after a long day and listening to Bill Burr roasting fat people, feminists, Hollywood actresses, or even better, the audience themselves. Shout out to anyone from Philly. But here's the thing, there's a growing group of people, myself included, that think he's gone soft over the last decade or so. I've even heard some people claim that ever since he got married back in 2013, he's slowly become woke and compliant year after year. Now, there's no way of knowing that for sure, but there is something that I can state with a high degree of certainty. Bill Burr is definitely softer than he used to be and doesn't go anywhere near as hard as he used to. You can even tell when he's about to dive into a group of people, political issue, he'll always preface the joke now in his setup with something like, now I'm not saying yada yada yada, or if that's what you're into, blah blah blah. He's definitely more cautious these days than he used to be. Now, that could just simply be a reflection of the times that we're in now and changing, with the whole cancellation buzzword floating around like a bad smell. But I also think there's more to it than just that. So we'll come back to all of that shortly because there's something else that occurred to me during the Donald Trump controversy. Shane Gillis, who's another one of my favorite comedians, well, he ran into the Donald at UFC 290 back in July of this year, except it went a little bit differently for him.
Yeah, I got the Donald, dude. So how'd you end up getting him? How'd you strike back on him?
Secret Service started to, they're like, all right, we'll get you.
That's
We're going to get done. Find the exact perfect time.
That's
And finally, they're like, all right, go. Now's your chance. You got to go. I was like, all right, this is it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Jamie was like, you got to go.
You had to go.
Finally, Rogan was like, you got to go.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Got a quick pick. Get out of there.
Now they need to say stop.
Yeah, he just said, you look great. How's everybody? No, he didn't.
My mom's so good.
My mom and dad are at home. And so here we have two big-time comedians, one who's only a couple of years into blowing up, and another who's enjoyed many, many years at the top of the stand-up comedy food chain. Opposite ends of the Donald Trump effect. I didn't even think about posting that picture.
I don't know.
I think some people are mad about it.
Why?
I posted it, and I think people were like, what the? A couple of people were like, I was like, I thought it was clearly funny.
Like people
a Versace t-shirt with them. And the responses to both scenarios from Shane Gillis and Bill Burr couldn't be more different. Gillis blew it off and spoke about it casually. It was just a bit of fun for him, and even though, in my opinion at least, Gillis leans more towards the right than the left, he still clearly didn't read into it that much. He saw the dog, he was in a Versace shirt, he went and got a picture, posted it, and thought it was funny. End of story. But for Bill Burr, it was a little more complicated. The response to his wife's kind gesture was scathing, to say the least. I see Bill Burr's wife in the car. Yeah.
we would get home. If that was my wife, we would get home.
There you go.
You're gonna flip the camera on?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, are you Eminem?
Now, let me just say up front, I couldn't care less what Bill Burr, his wife, pets, his neighbours, whoever, I could not care less what they do in their private lives. And I think most of you watching this right now would probably agree. The problem is that what his wife did that night seemed to confirm a long-standing fear that many of his fans have, that Bill Burr has become more and more woke over the last 10 years since he got married. And even though Brendan Shaw is a complete tool, I 100% agree with his assessment there. Are your feelings so strongly anti-Trump that you need to express them in such a way when you know that you're in the spotlight, literally cage side at UFC 295, especially considering that your husband's comedy profile is based around him being anti-woke? Now we have Bill Burr's wife flipping off the most anti-woke, anti-establishment, anti-Hollywood president in history. And whatever you think of Donald Trump, that's really saying something.
It's like those Trump guys. They're always going like, you snowflakes, F your feelings and all of that. And then you make fun of Trump. They're like, disrespectful. It's like you're saying F Joe Biden. It's like you can't have it both ways.
How's your wife's hands doing?
Oh, they're fantastic. I love my wife. You know where you stand with me. I walked in the arena. She gave him the finger. Nobody got arrested. That's why this country's great. Everybody expressed themselves. We all did that. I don't know. I came. I didn't always go to the Republican National Convention.
Yeah, he definitely rehearsed that 100%. He was trying hard to turn it into one big joke and hope it would stick. And again, let me emphasize, I really don't care
think about Donald Trump. I don't think it was disrespectful. And do you honestly think Donald Trump himself actually is the problem with the optics of it all?
Alright, so this is Bill Burr talking to Rich Eisen, I believe, about the whole controversy where Bill Burr's wife was flipping off on camera when Donald Trump was walking down.
Yeah, and I love Bill Burr. I think my wife did this. I'm like, hey, left and right, I take it. We don't care who buys. We like both. We're not picking a side. That's why I'd be upset. I was like, he's cut my families in half. Or it's his wife. I love my wife. You know where you stand. You know, I was going to a Republican National Convention. Yeah, you're allowed to give. You're allowed to give. You're the strength of our country. You're allowed to give any leader. You're allowed to say both. That's what's great. Right in Russia, North Korea. Correct. That's right. But in Ukraine, right?
Geez, I'm starting to get sick of Bubba and his legit takes. But credit where credit's due, he's got a point there. Why split your husband's audience in half like that with a silly gesture? Let's get back to this fundamental question here, which is, has Bill Burr lost his flair? Is he still the ruthless cop who absolutely roasted the crowd in Philly back in 2006? The comedy fans that peak Bill Burr during the traveling virus comedy tour, which was basically the regular from the show tour. They were in Philly and the crowd was rowdy, off comedians left and right. And it was Bill's turn. Instead of backing down, he went on the offensive, roasting everything about Philly for a solid 12 minutes. The crowd started turning, and by the end, he got a standing ovation. It turned him into a cult hero, and now the story is the stuff of legend. Now, if we look at Shane Gillis, who is only 2 comedy specials deep compared to Bill Burr's dozen or so specials, well, he had a similar but obviously different incident back in 2019 when he was fired from SNL due to supposedly racist and homoerotic anyway that he made in years prior, which resurfaced in the wake of his success. Now, we all know the story by now, how it completely backfired and shot him to fame as a comedian who went against the grain, stuck into the establishment comedy boards, and basically went independent. So you can see how Bill Burr and Shane Gillis share a similar kind of notoriety that so many comedians are now trying to manufacture themselves. I recently covered Matt Rife's vain attempt to be controversial. Andrew Schultz and Tom Segura have both leaned into the whole censorship debacle by releasing specials through Netflix, but then independently releasing the jokes that didn't make the cut because they were too controversial. Man, so stunning and brave, get that Netflix money and then pretend to cancel yourself at the same time. I can't decide if I'm playing chess or checkers. Maybe checkers. Anyway, throw in as well Bill Burr's latest Netflix movie. That's right, Bill Burr's actually a half-decent actor, and he extended his talents in his latest film, Old Dads, which he wrote, produced, directed, and starred in, alongside Bobby Cannavale and Joaquin Woodbine. Take a guess what the movie was about. You got it. 3 middle-aged men find themselves out of step with the modern woke. I don't know what you guys think about it. I thought it was pretty lame, but it had some moments in it. Seems to be the most there's controversy around Burr's flourishing works. His movie wouldn't have come at a time, to convince all of us that he's still Bill Burr that we learned to love. The problem with him is guys like Shane Gillis, who are so far removed from the comedy establishment, compared to him, that he's starting to look more and more out of step comedian who made the conscious decision to become Hollywood's anti-woke prophet. Oh man, I know that's a big call, but like I said, next to Shane Gillis and even an older generation comic like Louis C.K., who got shunned by the establishment and you know what, screw it, I'll just do it on my own. I'll tell you what, it's the question, is still room Bill Burr amongst the anti-woke comedy elites like Shane and Louis? Has his longevity in mainstream stardom come at the ultimate price, becoming just a normal comedian? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm really interested to hear what you guys think about all this, so make sure you drop a comment below. If you haven't already subscribed, consider jumping on board so you get my uploads in your feed. I hope you guys had a relaxing Thanksgiving break. Shout out to all my regulars, guys, and I'll catch you in the next video.
By the way, dude, the elk smell delicious. Thank you. I made this American chop suey with it. My wife gave it a bad review, but anybody even tasted it, everybody just like that. She goes, it looks like hamburger helper. I've been chowing it for like 4 days. Like, out of respect for that healthy shot. It's like I'm eating all this. I don't care if it's bad.
Does it make you more aggressive?
But
No.
no, Joe, you lunatic. You had to like 3 decades before you could like chill, smoke a little, put on your little rascal's hat, and just chill out. Best dude I've ever met. That's why I love him. I love him. He's like a guy I met in Boston. Welded together. It's crazy. Yeah,
Rascals hat.
no, I just no, it's your fun. No.
The car from SNL to the afternoon. It was like Shane Gillis.
I think it's good. I think Jackson's good. I don't see the building of Jackson to release, but that's what comedy. I think it was.
I think it's all different. Like I think
New York City. Performing in New York City, the middle of New York City. People might feel like.
New York City every single night.
No,
I know when I'm up, and I usually hate myself. Right. That one, I was like, that one.
not even good. I was in the room, and dude, it's good. If he's for real, like, I was in the room. People were having a great time. He kind of crushed.
Yeah, it was perfect. It seems like controversy is starting to follow Shane Gillis around like a bad smell. It's been a week since his SNL appearance, 5 years after he was fired from the show, due to making inappropriate comments about Asian people. And as you can imagine, every man and his dog has a hot take whether he bombed or if he killed it. Twitter went into overdrive, or culture warriors came out of their droves, either defending Gillis for exercising his free speech and trashing the libs, or attacking NBC, a platform of someone who they believe should have remained in SNL exile. So now that the dust has settled and Shane has made a couple of appearances after hosting the show, I'm going to show you guys his response to these supposed controversies, including the red-haired band member behind him who apparently laughed during the monologue, as well as the manufactured tension between Gillis and Bowen Yang, who was SNL's first Asian American writer, hired around the same time Gillis was 5 years ago. And then towards the end of this video, I'm going to address the hot topic of the moment, Shane Gillis in his opening. Take a look at Tim Dillon's disagreement with Andrew Schultz about this very thing on Flagrant last week, and we'll hear from Matt McCusker about what the mood was really like the night. So, stick around, we're talking all things SNL today. If you're here and end up enjoying this video, be sure to hit that like button and become a subscriber so you can support the channel and stay up to date with everything happening in the podcast world. Now, to start off with, if you missed it on the night, there was a guitarist sitting directly behind Shane during his opening monologue, wasn't really reacting to his jokes, and she simultaneously became a hero for not laughing at Shane's politically incorrect material by Shane's peers, and represented everything SNL and everyone who had stopped watching over the years.
Don't say violinist behind me that won't laugh.
It's great. Why is everyone doing it?
Redheaded behind me. Right here, before you laugh, I would turn around and spit in her face. See that? That's how I'm reacting.
I wish I wasn't around it like that.
So I watched it, but
Obviously, I wasn't paying attention. And then I saw these frames. They're
so I'm like, was she actually?
I think it doesn't matter. I think it doesn't matter. The black guy in the back who was laughing at every single punch that was made. That was huge.
I wish we had a play.
I didn't get it. I don't understand.
It's just like,
realize this you got mad at it.
Yeah, I'm playing.
It's mental.
Yeah, well, they're gonna find stuff. So you can tell this really bothered Shane. He even posted on X telling everyone to leave her alone and move on. He said, I did it wrong and I didn't crush the lips. And the lady in the band laughing is totally fine. Knock it off. He actually deleted this post shortly after, which I thought was a good idea. I don't think he should have posted it, but I get that he didn't want her or anyone else to think that he supported the pylon she was getting on social media and not laughing at his jokes. That's probably one of the worst looks for a comedian. It reminded me of Annie Cummings lecturing everyone who doesn't think she's funny because it was somehow offensive to her fans. And so Shane obviously didn't want to create the image that if you don't laugh at his jokes, then you're the enemy. So on the one hand, I get that he didn't want the pylon to get out of control and intervene. But then on the other hand, it's not really his job to police his fans and tell them what to think and how to act. But she definitely didn't deserve all the attention she got for just sitting there running her own business. I think Sam absolutely nailed it in that clip with Shane when he said that it's critical for people to call her out for not reacting to his jokes, when that's exactly what the mob did to Shane 5 years ago and got him fired from SNL. You can't have it both ways. You can't bully someone into finding your jokes funny. And speaking of when Shane was fired, for those of you who don't know the full story, Shane and Matt on their podcast used to say some really controversial stuff that's now been deleted. It's commonly referred to as MSSP's Old Testament, and the clip in particular that got Shane fired from SNL was the one where he was discussing Chinese people and Chinese food, using racial slurs, etc. And so when all of that happened, SNL actually hired Noah Yang, marking their first Asian American hire in the show's history. So now that Shane hosted the show, people were anticipating this tension between Shane and Bowen because he's obviously Asian. But at the very end of the show, when they signed off, they shared a hug, and for some reason, they viewed Bowen as a sellout, becoming friends with Shane.
With Bowen Yang, he just get like lumped in like they just kind of made it like he had a problem with that because he was the Asian guy. Did he ever say anything? How they do it? I keep saying that, but I don't think he said anything. Did he ever say anything? Yeah. And he got stuck. Because he was the Asian guy who got hired and he got put on.
It's kind of crazy to think that because Bowen's an Asian American writer himself, that he should be carrying the flag for the offended when he's probably just a comedian trying to be funny and do his thing. The projection from Shane's hate is getting pretty wild. It's almost like they're looking for ways to be offended. Even worse, when it came to his actual this is what everyone was anticipating, so let me give you the background for why this was such an effective. Shane is not a mainstream comedian, so apart from his Netflix special Beautiful Dogs, he's mostly existed on the periphery of mainstream comedy, making a name for himself through his stand-up comedy and through his JRE appearances. Not to mention he carries podcast with Matt McCusker. And when you consider that he was fired from SNL in 2019, coming back to the show as a host was a big moment for him and his fans, because finally the establishment comedy scene could no longer ignore his rising fame. So going into this, a lot of people had already made up their mind, and they were watching it with confirmation bias, not either killing it or him. There was no middle ground here.
How good did he feel? Great. I felt so good the second fall. Actually, the second fall, I was over in the dress rehearsal. Yeah, I felt really good.
So you did one of these.
That was to the camera.
Okay.
It's really funny, depending on the publication, either Shane Gillis, Return to SNL, or Shane Gillis, Moms That Affect the Happy One. I didn't see the fan. It was like, I was like, was it a rough monologue? And then, and it's just like, it's just weird. Yeah, it was fun. It was funny though, because I had my phone. Yeah, just stressed. And then, car from SNL to the hour. See what everyone saying. It was like Shane Gillis. It's like,